Welcome to the Flat for preliminary final weekend. It's Geelong and Hawthorn going head-to-head at the MCG. These two teams are major legacy teams for me. I think about the Kennett's curse back in those premierships in the middle 2000s. A massive history between these clubs, and I'm super excited for these games, boys. Join me.
Yes, I mean, as far as a historical rivalry goes, or at least over the last 30 years, this one's hard to go past. Two powerhouses since about 2007 to now. So over the last 18 years, there's 7 premierships between them in that time. And what an outstanding matchup for a prelim. Didn't expect it, particularly at the start of the final series. Hawthorn coming from 8th, and I think they're a chance in this game. Can you believe it's been 10 years since they won a flag, though?
That's actually crazy.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
Repeat ended 10 years ago.
Hawthorn have been a team where kind of not in a different way to Geelong, where they've sort of had that up and down, haven't they?
Yeah.
Before their last good period, they were right down the bottom of the ladder. They sort of rebuilt and then kind of went again under Sam Mitchell, where the Cats have sort of stayed consistently relevant.
Yeah. Scott the whole time.
What's that?
No, they've had Chris Scott that whole time.
Yeah, they have
2011 onwards.
Yeah.
Bomber Thompson before that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But the Hawks have fluctuated, but the Cats have just been steadfast the whole time.
When you guys think about these two teams, back in that when they were both really successful, who are the players that sort of come to mind? The moments.
Matthew Scarlett.
Scarlett,
Yeah,
definitely.
not moments, but Jimmy Bartell, Gaz, Buddy, Roughhead,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Stewie Dew
Xavier Ellis.
in that quarter.
Xavier Ellis.
Was Xavier Ellis, was that his really unbelievable grand final against the Cats?
I think it was 08.
I think it was.
Yeah. It wasn't against Sydney or West Coast or Fremantle, so it must have been the Geelong one.
Yes.
Yeah, and Stewie Dew's quarter.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, they won that one ahead of time. You mentioned there, Jesse, that Hawthorn coming into the finals, you wouldn't have expected them to have gotten this far. I do feel, though, if you go back to the pre-season, Hawks were definitely a team that we all would have expected to rise based on the season that they had last year. They got knocked out in the semi, but given they've had that experience, that's obviously helped them in the final series. Do either of you guys think they have what it takes to, I guess, firstly push the Cats, secondly win the game, get into a grand final and go all the way?
No. Just being real.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Hawthorn, they're a side that sort of throw caution to the wind and they back all their talent, and they're a team that's very high on confidence. But Geelong are the most well-oiled machine in the AFL. We were speaking a month ago about how well-placed they are to win the flag.
Yep.
They've got their best team available. I don't think any of their best 23 are out. They've had a week off. They are just so well-primed. And as much talent and threats that the Hawks have, you watch how Geelong win games and it's sort of that Geelong list isn't really that good sometimes, I feel like. But I don't think there's a team or a coach that's better in the competition at stopping the threats of certain teams than Chris Scott and the Cats. They're just going to go to Newcombe, shut him down at clearance, or just go to Gunston because he's been their main goal threat. They're going to make sure Weddle's far from... They just scout the opposition better than any other team.
A slight rebuttal. Could you not say the same thing about Sam Mitchell and Hawthorn in a way? I feel like looking at their list, I mean, they've got some superstar players, but maybe not in the areas that traditionally has been successful for teams. You look at their midfield, probably coming into the finals without Will Day, you're thinking that looks a little bit threadbare, but then Newcombe steps up. Warple's having a pretty solid final series.
Ward played great against the Crows last week.
Exactly. So they've had players, I don't know, they seem to be able to manage their game plan and manage the opposition really well. And then they've got those really athletic types like Josh Weddle, who's sort of a star factor as well.
Absolutely. He's a wild card. Absolutely. I feel like the Hawks went up a gear towards maybe the last 8 to 10 weeks of the season that have lifted them in my estimations. And amongst those fixtures, they actually ended up losing games to good teams. But I agree, I suppose, to what you were alluding to before. Yes, the Hawks finished 8th. At the start of the year, we thought they'd finish much higher. Geez, with a couple of weeks to go, I think top 4 was still live for them. So that was kind of the nature of this season. I don't think there's a huge gap between these two sides. I do agree probably that Geelong is the more likely side to win, but I give Hawthorn the respect of being a chance. And if they do win, this might be one of the bigger finals bombshell results particularly when you consider the context of getting into the grand final. It's not a week one elimination. It's getting into the grand final and the rivalry and history between these two clubs. If Hawthorn got up tonight, it'd be one of the craziest
I was
upsets.
thinking today it could be like a Collingwood 2018 against Richmond sort of job. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like Richmond
yeah.
went into that game heavy favourites.
Actually, that's probably number one on the list. I don't think this would be quite on that level, but I still think it would be a really
But
big
also,
deal.
like, nobody's won it from 8th. And if you do,
Yeah.
like, just tapping into that history piece there, you know, when the Cats were really strong and there was that Kennett's curse narrative, 11 in a row for the Cats,
Yeah.
the Hawks really had the Cats measure in finals.
That's right.
So when they actually did play in big games, it was always the Hawks that got them.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I know that's not going to be in the psyche of the current Geelong team, but I feel like that will be something that potentially Sam Mitchell, who was a part of that team, like he could use for Hawthorn,
Yeah.
just to give them a little bit of an adrenaline shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I certainly do. I said that it would be one of the biggest upsets. I don't think it would be one of the biggest upsets if Hawthorn won tonight. I just think the rivalry element of it and coming from 8th and for the second year in a row, if this hypothetically happened, Geelong would have had a commanding week one win, had the bye, and then lost a prelim. So a lot of sort of narratives to play out. Having said that, I think Geelong are the better team, but I also thought that last year when they played Brisbane in a prelim, I thought they were a really good chance to go on and win the flag, and Brisbane got the job done. So Hawthorn would need to try and emulate that effort.
Yeah, I'm smelling a Collingwood Geelong grand final.
Oh, yeah?
I reckon. That's
You know
what
what's
I'm leaning
funny? I'm
that is.
smelling it slightly the other way. I don't want to jump too far ahead into predictions, but I'm extremely confident that Brisbane win the other prelim.
for. Wow.
Extremely confident.
Yeah. Which is funny because last week you wrote them off.
Yeah, I know. I know. But I'm sick
that's
of
footy
I'm
for ya.
actually sick of writing them off.
Yeah.
And there's a knockout game, and once the stakes get really high, they just
Yeah.
win.
Yeah.
Like
I'm of this similar view. I've tipped Brisbane to win tomorrow.
Yeah, Terry Little Broad, we were with him last night, and he's like, "What's the most dangerous animal? A wounded lion." Wow. On you, Terry.
Absolutely
I said a wedge-tailed
classic.
eagle.
Back to this game quickly. Who is the better coach?
Chris Scott.
Yeah,
come
Chris
on now.
Scott's, yeah.
Is that just runs on the board?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's too much to.
We're
Credit
comparing
Sam
the
Mitchell.
Bond and Dacos, I reckon.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad shout. That's a really good shout, actually.
Okay. So
in-
Sam Mitchell's Dacos in this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in that he looks bloody good. But Chris Scott is just so much more proven. I mean, Sam Mitchell, what he's done in the time that he's had is very, very impressive. Particularly if they win tonight, that would be insane. And I think if he won a premiership, well, he's only one flag behind Chris Scott suddenly. But
Yeah.
for the time being, I think Chris Scott is the man.
I love the work that Chris Scott does. I guess you would, if you looked at his entire career, the amount of time that he's been there, the only thing that you could throw at him negatively is that he probably hasn't won more, just as far as pure premierships. Like he's won those 2 flags, but very far apart.
Yeah.
Where do you see his legacy? It's sort of been talked about a bit during the week. Him sort of being up there amongst those like top coaches like Damien Hardwick, Alistair Clarkson, Lee Matthews. Do you put him in that caliber just of how relevant he's been? Or do you think you need the wins?
He's different to them. I think what's different about Chris Scott is undoubtedly compared to particularly Hardwick in that example and perhaps Lee Matthews as well, and probably Clarko, is that he inherited an amazing team and he won a flag in there for his first year. Now, there was a criticism that he kind of like, I think the notion was that Geelong coached themselves. They didn't need a coach. Anyone could have walked in and been coach and Geelong could have won the flag in 11.
I reckon that's like the most BS narrative ever.
Yeah, I'm not saying I
Yeah.
agree with that. I'm just saying that was part of the conversation.
Totally.
But it's at least worth acknowledging that he inherited a great team. But I think to at least continue that legacy and been pretty consistent. I mean, how many times they missed finals since Chris Scott took over? Twice.
It's incredible.
Made 10 prelims.
Yeah, that's insane. Every other club would love to emulate that and just.
It reminds me a little bit of the Roger Federer tennis era, where he kind of said that he was, of all of the records that he had, the one that he was the most proud of was making the semis for like whatever number it was. I can't remember the exact number, but
Yeah.
he'd made so many consecutive semis at Grand Slams.
Yeah.
And he was more proud of the consistency element of that than actually the Grand Slams.
Yeah. I mean, if you just stay in the hunt over and over and over again, one year it'll be yours. And, you know, Chris Scott's on the verge of potentially a 3rd premiership. He's got two hurdles to jump over. But then we revisit the conversation because 3 premierships as a coach is quite a bit more impressive than 2.
Is 2 flags for 10 prelims a respectable rate? Like,
Yeah.
we're talking of like, obviously everyone would want to be Geelong, but like 2 flags from 10 opportunities where you're right there.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we're implying an unfair standard there We won't mark him more harshly because they were in the top 4 for all of those years.
Yeah,
because if a team had been fluctuating, let's say Beveridge had won a second flag in 21, I wouldn't say that's more impressive than a team that's consistently in the 4 and then got the job done twice.
Yeah. But do you reckon, like, as a fan, you'd be happy with that return?
Should be.
Yeah. I'd be like, as a fan, looking at a ton of the other clubs that are down the bottom of the ladder, like, of course you're going to be happy, but I know what you mean as far as looking like, because we always go back and we look at these dynasty teams and the really successful teams and where you grade them. And ultimately we'll do the same with Chris Scott at the end of his career. Like, how good a coach was he? I think he will be like a kind of a difficult one to judge because he doesn't have that package of premierships.
That's right.
I remember when I did my preseason predictions in what year did they win the flag? 2. I was like, that year I was like, it's now or never for the Cats. Like, they've been without a flag. They lost that one up at the Gabba against the Tigers in 21, or was it 2020?
20.
Yeah.
20.
It's such a fine line though, isn't it? Because I feel like anyone, I know, and anyone that lost to that successful Richmond team mostly got Dustin Martined. Like, they were they leading at 3/4 time in that game?
I think halftime. I'm not. Maybe 3/4 time. I'm not sure.
I feel like they got dusted pretty hard.
They got dusted the hardest.
That was probably his best grand final performance was of those 3. I think he had like 20 and 4.
Yeah.
Something like that.
You almost think at that point, like, it was kind of out of Damien Hardwick's hands, that one. And Dusty just went,
yeah,
give me the ball.
Possibly, yeah.
Danger's 30th or 31st finals game. How good is it to see, like, you talk all year about, like, oh, they've got to manage Danger for big games. Here he is, biggest stage.
Yeah.
He'll probably start on ball. And
I love that.
yeah, how much longer are we going to get to see Paddy Dangerfield run around in games like this? Not too long.
This
He's on the Ventolin, bro.
Oh,
That's a performance-enhancing drug.
That is a performance-enhancing drug, unless you're a diagnosed asthmatic.
She might be.
Which a lot of athletes are.
Yeah.
There was a guy in the UFC that, like, he won his fight, but it got ruled a no contest after because he had, like, his puffer between rounds.
Really?
Yeah.
They omitted Brady Hoff, like, on the bench once right as the siren was about to blow because they realised he'd had too many puffs. Like, you can have a certain amount.
Oh, I remember that, actually. Yeah.
He had the flu and we had no players, so he had to play with the flu.
Yeah.
So he's puffing because he's asthmatic, and then I think someone realised, oh, shit,
you've gone
over whatever the limit is, so to speak.
Self-reported, and then did he get suspended?
Well, no, because he was pulled out before the game started.
Oh, right, of course.
So he wasn't. Yeah, the Eagles caught it. I don't think Brady Hoff even knew it was a rule. Neither did I until that moment.
Zane Littlejohn on the bump bag, the Box Hill
coach.
who
Yeah.
They got pumped against the Doggies last week. It was a good game. Just couldn't execute at Box Hill.
Oh, I didn't even actually see that. So was that the granny?
Prelim. So
Prelim.
it's Southport versus Footscray in the VFL Grand Final.
Big one. Big Croswell.
What are some of the other bombshell finals games you can remember? So Collingwood beating
like big
Richmond.
boilovers.
Yeah, just like holy shit. I think
Gold Coast Trio.
you could put that somewhere. I don't know if it's quite what I'm thinking of. I think the Dogs, when obviously they kind of did it 4 times in a row, but in particular that first final in 16, they came to Perth where West Coast had a fortress, had played the grand final the year before, had won 16 games, and Freo had lost to Fremantle in Pav's last game, the game before, and nobody gave them a chance. So that game in particular, I remember going to the game, and we were just shell-shocked. We got blitzed. That was probably... I mean, it was only a week 1 final, but that was the most surprising.
They wouldn't have had, like, the Western Bulldogs wouldn't have had any sort of cachet at that point. So you sort of, they're just this plucky, unexpected team. Yeah. I remember a final, I can't remember the year now, but it was West Coast coming out of that really good period of like 05, 06, and they copped a rampage in Collingwood in the West.
The draw. We drew the game.
That's right. It went to extra time.
Yeah, we've drawn with Collingwood in 2 finals.
Yeah, that was a great game.
I remember that. And straight sets for us that year.
Straight sets, yeah. Was that the Cousins?
Yeah, the Cousins and Judd both missed that final, I think. Certainly Cousins did. He tore his hamstring. Or maybe it was Cousins and Kerr who missed the game.
Was that the last game Cousins played for West Coast?
And if Judd played, it was his last game too.
Wow. End of an era.
Yeah, that was diabolical.
Yeah. I'm sort of going back to sketchy ground that I can't. I'm like, is that like no idea what I'm talking about here.
I suppose you could say that's a boilover. Yeah, I was a bit too young to really perceive it as that, but you're right.
Just again, it sort of was that piece that West Coast were a champion team.
Hard to beat in Perth. Yeah,
exactly. And then coming out of that, but they probably were on the slide a little bit.
Yeah.
Talking matchups in this game. What do you reckon we've got in this midfield battle? Who goes to Newcombe? There's been a lot of discussion about this through the week. Tom Atkins seems relatively likely. I think he's done a job on him before. But there's
to tag those types of players like Newcombe, I reckon.
the in and under types, yeah. And then what it does for other players to sort of get free as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It could be like a Atkins at stoppage and then O'Connor run with around the ground from what I've heard.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
It depends whether they want to put work into Newcombe versus putting it into like those high forwards too, right? Like a Dylan Moore.
He has to really show up tonight, Dylan Moore.
Yes.
He is the key master for the Hawks forward line.
The Hagrid. Rubius Hagrid.
Yep. Chol needs to have a big game. Yeah, what are our predictions? I think the Cats win by 6 goals, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I think they have a convincing win, the Cats.
I'll say, well, I think I tipped like 26 or 24 in just the tip, so I'll double down on that.
24 Cats.
Yeah, let's go 25, split the difference.
Coming into the game, now that you guys have both gone Hawthorn, both gone Geelong, I think I'm going to go the Hawks.
Do you actually think they'll win?
Coming in, I was thinking Geelong. I know this is sitting on the fence a little bit, but I think they're a chance. I think it's a 50-50
They're a
game.
chance, yeah.
If you sit on the fence, you get splinters.
I don't feel Geelong have that like absolute dominance as good as they've been. I think in like a really, really big matchup like this, they're gettable.
Sure.
And I think Hawthorn do. If you look at Hawthorn's defensive profile, like the pressure that they put in and how little they overcommit compared to other teams, I think they have the right, like stylistically, the right sort of team to stop that uncontested mark game from the Cats.
Yeah, this clash was 7 points on Easter Monday. So these two teams know how to produce a good game.
And 8 points on Easter Tuesday. That's bad.
It's not even a joke. That's just extrapolation.
Oh, dear.
Do you know who's not underrated, but like one of the most like versatile players that I've probably ever seen is Mark Blixarves?
Oh, yeah.
What can he not do? What position can that guy not play? Like when we look back on his career.
Small forward.
Hey?
Small forward.
Yeah. Well done.
Thanks.
He can play top forward.
Yeah.
Like, he must be the best little Swiss Army knife to ever have as a coach, I reckon. Can you think of a player that can do more than Mark Blixarves?
I mean, I guess there's others in the competition now that are like probably have the athleticism to do similar things. Like you look at someone like a Josh Weddle, could probably, and probably be a little bit better with the ball than Blixarves. But I think what's special about him is kind of where they got him from, how little they paid for him. And he was sort of the first. I feel like he was the first player that really worked as that like genuine, we're bringing in this athlete that isn't really a footballer.
Yeah.
And they developed him so well.
For his size, the way he runs, like genuine just athlete.
Absolutely. And considering that he didn't come from a football background.
What was his background? Was it literally like track and field?
Yeah, he was a steeplechaser. So you know that long distance sort of running where you go around, you're on the track still, like on the athletics track, and you go into that, like you do that hurdle with the water.
Oh, yeah. What a strange event.
Yeah, very strange event. One of those like historic ones. But yeah, that was his game. Good talk.
On the mic right now, advancing the Australia Fair.
What do you reckon Snoop Dogg's track list is going to be next week?
Drop it like it's hot.
Recent.
Oh, that's next week, bro.
Yeah.
Have you got tickets for Snoop
To
Dogg?
what? The gun show?
Yeah.
Did you guys end up getting any tickets to the prelim?
Nah.
You didn't?
No.
Was like 70,000th on the waiting list
God.
for the general public.
I saw the fanfare on Twitter when they were going up and like the Ticket Tech. Was it Ticket Tech? Who does the? Yeah, everyone was just going bonkers.
Yeah.
That's Dizzy Rascal song. The way you said it was exactly how the song starts. I just caught myself on the replay saying the gun show. Hard to watch. Drop the next episode. Is he in that song enough? The next episode?
No. It's a motherfucking D-O-double-G.
Yeah, but I can't really remember. Smack That is all Akon. Listing some of my favourites here. Beautiful, yeah, I want you to know.
Yeah, what's Snoop Dogg's like best
girl.
individual track?
Yeah.
I can't say I know his discography that well.
He's like the backup.
He's like the Druzy of West Coast rap. Sort of shows up.
Cracks a few jokes.
That guy's done the hamstring joke.
Oh,
is he?
come on, mate. It's your time to shine, and you've just made an absolute fool of
yeah,
yourself.
I feel like that's
Can we get any chat playback on the Dell, or is the Dell off
the
tonight?
Dell's gone.
The
We've
Dell's
lost.
done?
Yeah, just a little behind the scenes here. I was running around all over the show for Footy in the Flat tonight, trying to get this sound out of the audio. Absolutely killed me. So we've lost the chat capabilities, but we're just going to have to go on the
Yeah.
That hum was from the Dell.
the bloody
never mind,
hum.
We'll find another monitor like that. Am I right?
It wasn't from the
Nice.
Dell, but it was from the box that I plugged the Dell into,
Yeah, right.
which has now left me gunless.
yeah.
Yeah,
'cause
Dylan was really
when,
rolling in the deep before the stream.
yeah, when you went over the desk, you said hello from the other side.
Yeah.
So
All right.
it only gets worse.
3 missed high fives.
Oh dear. We're about to get underway here, guys. I'm excited.
This
Yeah.
is hot. Jeremy Cameron, Patrick Dangerfield, big stars.
Be mindful of the.
No, I want to.
Daniel Turner says Cats by 7. Cats by 20 Rogue. Hock by 67 is Chunky Footy.
Collingwood and Brisbane fans, who do you want to play in the grand final? I'm guessing most would probably want to avoid Geelong, but I suppose Collingwood's lost to both teams this year, and
Yep.
Brisbane beat both teams, except they lost to Geelong more recently.
I reckon the Hawks would love the Pies.
Oh, Pat Cass says, never mind, I'll find a stream like yours. Come on, man.
Beautiful. Oh, nice scoreboard. Here we
Hey,
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a
Well
bit of a
done.
new one. Went for the
Nice.
flat piece.
Yeah.
Been working on that. Meeky gets the hit out.
No one's called him Meeky in his life.
Never. Atkins on Newcomb. First clearance.
And
Kicks
straight
it to
to
sick.
the Sicilian.
Could we get a little bit of volume
We
just so I
can,
can
yes.
soak up the atmosphere a little?
Yeah.
I always do that at the beginning. Oh, that's
The coning
nice.
in the ruck.
Yeah, no Reece Stanley,
Oh, true.
which was an interesting selection.
Danger.
Interestingly, they've gone Geelong in white shorts. I know their fans don't like this. It's their home game.
Really.
Yeah, I like them in white
Oh,
shorts.
Baz, just moving the ball by hand. Close, does well to keep it in front of him.
The warp.
Didn't want that.
Tom Barras was poor there. Just got stepped around. He's not the most mobile player, is he?
Mm.
More of a landline man.
The, the jumpers for the grand final will be interesting because Geelong like to wear blue shorts. For some reason, they're not tonight. They wore blue shorts in their last flag against the Swans.
Okay.
But if they were playing like a Brisbane, I suppose they'd go blue shorts.
When you say they like to wear them, is that a
They
The
tend
white-
to wear.
I reckon the
I think
white
that as a
shorts are better
I agree.
aesthetically.
I think, I think the club and certainly the supporters prefer to see their team in blue home shorts.
okay?
Um,
Where have you sort of picked that up from? Just big
Yeah,
footy and
what's
stuff,
that?
like
yeah, basically
across
yeah.
the traps.
Oh, the
yeah.
Hawks can spread. Oh, Impy's dropped it.
Oh no, that's bad.
Oh,
that is bad. And he's
Can they figure it out? Mass, battle.
oh
Small moments like that
Jeez.
are massive.
yep.
Just for momentum, belief, angst. Like Impy, that's a chest mark and it just falls through his breadbasket.
I just imagine like my dad saying to me in that moment, "You spent it before you had it."
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bad start for him.
Much like my maxed out credit card. Atkins. Oh, sells the candy.
He's been good so far,
Little
but he
chip. Barras. If they can just spread, they love using their foot skills at the G, the Hawks.
they do. Certainly, though, I mean, we're very, very early, a couple of minutes in, but Cats keeping the ball in the front half. I mean, it literally is less than 2 minutes into the game, though. I've gone way too early.
They've got numbers here, the Hawks. They could counter. Cho tucks it under his arm, takes a bounce, takes another. Where are you going to go,
he's
bro?
stuck. He's stuck.
Handball corridor, one more, and they are
Yeah,
out.
they-
Go drive.
Center.
Oh, this is such a tactical little thing going on here. Cho,
God, Newcomb looks confident, doesn't he?
that was the composure there. You can see like they're like, all right, we're not going to bomb
Yeah.
long. The tactics in this game are going to be fascinating. What time do you guys have on the game clock? Oh, it's just gone off. We'll let you know.
I think it was like just under 2 minutes in, like 17:55 or something.
Once this camera angle flicks off. God, Chol there.
17-19.
18, 17, 16.
Lewis. Let's go.
strikes
Boot.
it well.
Well
That's a goal.
Huge. He had a poor game last week. Important for him to bounce back.
Suddenly that moment, was it Impey? Suddenly that doesn't really matter because they got the next one.
Yeah.
Or the first one, rather.
The Hawks had the outnumber twice there. When Impey dropped it, it was like, they were out then. They had 2 open men, and then they went long to Meek, and it was a 2-on-1, and Chol ended up just running away with it. So
I said 1750. It's 1709. I lost a minute somewhere.
I'm so glad West Coast chose Hawthorn's draft picks instead of Carlton's.
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't look so bad a few weeks ago when they were 8th. But, gee whiz.
True. That's just going up and up and up.
Yeah. I can't excuse that decision. Like, I can't understand how somebody at West Coast didn't see that coming.
I'll be honest. I mean, like, fair cop, they deserve a criticism because it blew up in our faces. But I actually think at the time it wasn't that obvious. I was skeptical that Hawthorn would be able to back it up, and I didn't really think Carlton would be as bad as they were this year.
Meek. Blixarv's in the ruck now. Gets the clearance. Bit of a nothing kick inside 50.
I reckon
Can't
that's
be deliberate.
I reckon it should be.
It was a leg breaking bounce. Come on now.
No, pay it.
I've come around to the turnover off last touch though after our chat last week.
Okay. You
Last
happy?
Last
disposal.
disposal. That's it.
Yeah. It doesn't actually reduce stoppages that much.
No.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that.
Because in my mind I was like, what? So there's never going to be a boundary throw in again. You know what I mean? But it's like
I must admit, I was a bit the same because I don't watch a lot of like SANFL footy.
because everything gets paid deliberate now, just about.
Yeah.
That's true.
So like there would only be a couple extra. The West Coast picking Hawthorns first is one of the worst trades ever. Come on now, it's not one of the worst trades ever. Unfortunate if you're a West Coast fan.
Yeah, not good. It does burn, but yeah, not as bad as the other trade we did that year.
It's got to be holding. Free kick, Mitch Lewis. God, he's come back into the team at an important time, hasn't he?
Yeah. How big of a loss do you think it is that Kalshadir's not playing?
Did he get injured?
Yeah. I think Mitch Lewis would be out of the team.
Oh, that
Jeez.
is as risky a kick as you'll ever see in a prelim. Dempsey pushes off Sicily.
That is why Mitch Lewis might have been out of the team, because that was a terrible decision.
Do you reckon he just backed him to beat Dempsey 1-on-1?
I think he didn't. I would hope not. I think that's a terrible play if he did that deliberately. I think he assumed he would get to the player quicker.
Gee, D'Ambrosio nearly gave away the free on danger there too.
Shaky times down back for the Hawks. Scrimshaw. Oh, can Mass get there? No, it'll dribble out. Oh, stayed in.
Do we have a team we're riding for this final 2 weeks?
I never find myself going for Geelong, but if they'd win the flag, I'd be like, good on them, because my pop is a Cats fan, so I've got a bit of a soft spot for him. But I feel like you just always ride the underdog, don't you?
I feel like Hawks are kind of that team.
I feel myself.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah,
I was
you
just going to say the Suns were probably that team.
Yeah,
Bit
especially
fun.
in week 1.
Yeah, especially in week 1.
It's
But
funny how irrelevant that game is now that we're just like both out in 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I find myself supporting Geelong in this game.
Good Mass.
Probably
Breaks
because of the-
tackle.
look at the foot skills from Hawthorn.
Joel is screaming for it.
He's still got Joel. Oh, that's horrendous from Gunston. Horrendous.
And then just a scuff kick. How's it going to bounce? Oh, the Sharon. Jez back in defense. Oh, scuff kick.
Gee, there's some skill errors in this game.
Yeah, I think the nerves are getting to the players
Not
at the
from our
moment.
man Bailey Smith.
Well done.
Clean as a whistle.
I'm going to say one player I have not seen yet, Max Holmes.
Yeah,
Where art thou? Oh, there he is. Oh, no, it's Cameron.
No, it's Jezza.
yeah.
Bang, little chip kick. Oh, that is elite.
Oh, a
Is
bit
that-
of a push. No?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
thought so.
Got away with it, TB.
Ward, how's the right leg? Ginnivan. Oh, another smothered handball. Newcomb.
Newcomb too
Oh.
slow. What was he thinking?
O'Sullivan.
That was some VFL pace there.
This has some 08 vibes. Geelong are nervous, says Pat Kaz in the chat. We do have the chat up here. We are reading it.
I feel like both teams are
Yeah, they
relatively
both look
nervous.
A bit nervous, I agree.
Bit fumbly. Neil.
I think you're right.
Barras.
The psychology of playing Hawthorn, it could get to Geelong,
Hmm.
at least early.
Holmes.
Oh, that's-
Oh! Oh, that had such a nice shape.
It did look like it was good,
Do you mean in the sense that
As in, this isn't just a normal prelim for him. There's just an added little layer of
Yeah.
rivalry to it.
just the crowd and everything?
Yeah. That's true. I mean, yeah, as well, the crowd would be a big factor.
Yep.
But I just think, yeah, maybe there is a little bit of a, oh, God, let's not lose to these guys in a prelim. And that gets to you.
It hasn't
No
like
way is that
somehow
a goal.
come off his boot, has it? Like
I think it does.
Oh.
I don't- Is it below the knee? Like,
Yeah.
if you touch it off your hamstring, because it does come off Mass's like upper leg.
oh, well, then it's
Yeah.
touched then. Oh
you
yeah,
can see it
yeah,
bounce
yeah.
off his hammy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yep. Gee, that's actually like frighteningly close though.
Yeah, yeah, that didn't look like it should be that close.
Wow.
7 inside 50s to 2. What I've noticed so far is the Hawks are just getting numbers in like between the arcs. That's where they're setting up. They're not really having any deep forwards. They're just getting numbers around the contest. Oh, me, got
Yeah.
a grab. They go quick.
McDonald.
They have good runners.
Watto.
Wizard.
Oh, he's scared too.
Oh, I'd
I
be
think
scared.
he just double touched it.
Yeah.
Put himself on the Ward does well.
Oh, he's fumbled again.
Oh my god. He was so
Oh,
good
throw.
last
That
week,
was a
Watson.
throw.
Yeah, looked questionable. Ward.
Oh, he's done well. McDonald hit that little. Yeah, well done. Mitch Lewis.
I think a bit of luck in that blind hack, but it worked.
Far out. That must be something with the way that Geelong are setting up behind the ball though, because that's happened twice where they've like the Hawks have just on transition just scurried a kick and it's worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not very well set up at the moment, the Cats.
Yeah, it looks just like a little bit too much space between.
Unorganised.
Might be their zone.
Yeah.
That they are, to be fair, like they're pretty used to defending GMHBA, which is a lot skinnier.
Yeah. Connor McDonald had a massive game last week. And he set up this one for Mitch Lewis. Can he finish for his second? Nah, it'll slide to the right. Chat, real smooth. Everybody. We have fun here.
That's good. I liked it.
Have you seen Stewart's season? I feel like he hasn't really got going.
I'd say I've seen it a little.
Little. Outstanding. Yeah. It hasn't been at his like top echelon sort of caliber standard, but I think he's been all right.
Is that the Wed? Oh, no, it's
Great
Ginnivan.
kick. Stewart
Oh,
back into goal.
Disco Stew.
oh, so
Oh
much
no,
indecision.
Ginnivan's not the player.
Left foot.
He's not the player you want to turn the ball over to in that situation. He's dangerous.
There's just so much indecision.
Yeah.
The Hawthorn fans going crazy in that pocket there. Typically, a footballer would have wanted to come out on the right and snap it there. Ginnivan
Yep.
was just like, nah, I'm just going to sort of front punt this on my left.
Great decision.
It's
it-
been well documented now, but he's such a smart player, Jack Ginnivan,
Yep.
especially in this area. Out. Oh, that is terrible.
Yeah.
Great chase from McDonald to set up the goal there.
It's kind of the perfect Hawthorn goal, that one, isn't it? Like that frontal pressure, forward half turnover, and then having a player like a Watson or a Ginnivan who can finish it. Like North aren't finishing that.
I love how you tied that in. Charlie Spargo's not kicking.
He's not kicking that goal.
Matt always would have had a good ping at it.
Oh, danger to the roofs. Ooh, this has 2018 all over it. In terms of the upset, etc.
Yeah. And an Eagles premiership.
Both of Bailey Smith and
We're gonna
Max
win.
Holmes have struggled so far in this game. I know it's very early.
Yeah.
Where is Max Holmes? Did he get left at home?
That's 0 from 3 from you.
Come on, man. I'm trying.
What did you say before that, Jesse? I kind of like missed the last bit of. I think you made a joke, and I missed
actually
it.
can't remember either.
Sicily. Oh, you try to go through the legs. Bit of Alan Iveson about that. Scrimshaw starts the run. That wasn't a joke. That was just a
No, I know.
basketball reference. Hang on.
I just like that it was a bit retro. More.
So you go, ooh, nah.
Oh, what a spoil. That was so satisfying.
Is that a Jack Henry?
Yeah, it was.
Ollie Henry's not in this team, is he?
No.
No,
Where
that's
is he?
true. Yeah, he's fallen off a little bit.
Mm.
Man, he was one of the most live wire players. Maybe not the most, but like watching him play, he was so springy.
Yeah.
And just exciting in front of goal.
Yeah, he had a big year. How
Was
many
he the
goals
fourth
did he kick?
pick in the draft?
No, he's like late teens.
I thought he was.
He looked good at Collingwood though, didn't he? When he kind of burst on the
he
scene.
had one really good season at Collingwood, and then he's had a really good year at Geelong. What happened here? Oh, on the ball.
17th pick. You are correct.
Yeah, by Collingwood.
Is that the second time Mullen's been? He wasn't caught holding the ball, but was that him tackled for the Ginnivan goal?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Just slightly slow on it.
Nash. Oh my God.
Bit of Gaelic about that.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
You know, if Connor Nash is snapping goals from the pocket, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Worse, he says Jesse McClure doesn't convert. Story of my love life.
Oh, we're both in this game.
Yeah. Josh Ward and Connor Nash, we're teammates. And then we got Casey Affleck from Goodwill Hunting.
We've just seen Jack Henry go down. Sorry, I've completely missed that. Jack Henry has just gone down with injury. Just stopped holding his lower leg. Can they go end to end here?
Bose, Hardwick's not going to let him score here.
Scrimshaw.
Scrim diddy giddy.
Oh, that is not where you want to put the ball,
That
brother.
is not good, Scrimshaw.
Get the ball over the line, you
Jeez,
freak.
he's nearly thrown that. Yes, you freak.
What are you doing, bro?
Oh. I was
Why
actually
did you
squirming my
handball
legs
it?
then.
Oh, another injury.
I said that, bro.
Oh, sorry. I kind of tune you out.
Oh, that looks like an ankle.
I thought you were talking about danger again. Yeah, right.
Cats are too old. Dropping like flies.
Stuart, speaking of, actually he's my age, so let's give him a break.
Shannon Neal, don't pay that.
Oh, make a contest. Well done, more. God, it's all Hawthorn.
They're
right
out.
now.
Yeah, they've definitely not saying it's luck, but the bounce of the ball and the flow of the game is like really going Hawthorn's way. They just seem a little bit more up for it.
Amon keeps finding the ball in space. It's been well intercepted there by DeConing. But the second to the ball there was a Hawthorn player again. 2 significant injuries to the Cats early on.
At least they have Jai Clark to come on.
What was the quote during that North Melbourne game? The sub. Who's the sub? I'm sure it's someone of high caliber.
Yeah, that's right. That was good.
Oh,
Real good
I'm
job.
sure he's a high caliber player.
Scrimshaw's had 5 touches that have all been getting tackled, handballs in
Atkins
a
does well.
non-effective way. Bailey Smith, how is the shoe?
not good.
Well done by Battle.
He's not an A grader.
Oh.
Someone commented on the A graders Instagram post and was like, "Is this bait?"
Yeah.
I just was like,
Got him.
"No, it's not."
Every time I do any sort of a mock draft, I get that. Someone's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you just did this deliberately for
Oh yeah, we got that on the last one. I
for
remember.
content and stuff."
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Someone commented on the A graders. I agreed with Druzy, so he must know his football.
It was Noah.
Did they?
Yep.
Is that a
What can
fake
I
account,
say?
Drews?
Yeah. It's my burner. It's Caleb Sarong, left foot kick, 1, 2, 3. We have fun here.
Lewis. Well, this is scary for the Cats. I know they're only down by 13 points, but
Chuck a like on the stream if you don't mind, guys. Thank you for being with us now and always.
Birdman says, when is the last time a team went goalless in a prelim final first quarter? I haven't got that information.
What was a really low scoring prelim that we can think of? God, it's a bit obscure. Oh, I mean,
That-
Port Adelaide got done by 71 against the Dogs in 21. Is that 21? Yeah,
Really?
it was. The Giants also slaughtered Port Adelaide. Man, their home finals record was atrocious.
Yeah.
Like Geelong, GWS, and the Bulldogs, off the top of my head, slaughtered them. Like,
Was that in Adelaide?
yeah, all of those games were in Adelaide.
Crazy.
And I think the closest one was like 70 points.
Josh Weddle is an absolute specimen.
Yeah.
Look, he's going to get this.
2001, Essendon played the Crows. The Crows were held scoreless in the first quarter,
Oh!
but they won the game.
That's ChatGPT.
That would have been goal of the year if Weddle kicked that.
Wouldn't trust that, but
I'll check it. Essendon.
Essendon were hot at that period.
Yeah.
But they lost the grand final that year, but
Yeah.
that was off that 2000 season where they only lost the one game.
Yeah. It's just whether or not that was the last time.
I think in that same
be.
period, it might have actually been 2000, but Essendon, I think North finished 4th and they beat us by 126 in a qualifying
Oh,
final.
wow. I vaguely recall that, actually. I recall reading about that. Not that happening. But
Like we were we're about to go off a cliff,
yeah.
but at the same time we were
Yeah,
we're a
126
decent
is
side.
insane.
Yeah.
What's the biggest loss in a final? That'd be close.
Yeah,
126.
I'm never using ChatGPT for football facts.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
That set me up with that that stat that we ran with.
I should have known because Hawthorn also did it against us in 15.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
beat them in the qualifying final.
Mental.
Yeah.
I'm never using it again.
And Richmond, I think, did it as well. Lost to
Chol,
qualifying final.
can he rise?
Oh.
The Chris Scott quarter time talk is going to do genuine emotional harm to some lads.
Yeah.
How are Henry and that's ball.
Yeah, it was.
How are Henry and
Wizard.
Otto.
You're a wizard.
Just can't quite get his,
he's not clean
his
tonight.
touch, yeah.
Moore would have
Oh,
kicked.
great
wow.
skill execution from Dylan Moore. That
Charlie
was crazy.
Spargo's not doing that.
Yeah.
How do Geelong respond? A Collingwood Hawthorn grand final would be hot.
If
Yeah.
Hawthorn win this, we will have a first-time grand final matchup.
I was going to
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
I heard that during the week.
Yeah.
Is it a goal?
Nash, that'll
Oh.
bend through for a goal.
I did it. I kicked the goal.
You did it.
Well done, Connor.
Oh.
Hawks inside 50 kicking is insane. Sure is, buddy.
What a fast start.
It feels a little bit like in this game that like neither team's midfield is really present in this game. Like just bypassing it.
It's been the outside players for Hawthorn. It's been like
Yeah.
Weddle,
Dylan-
Amon.
Dylan Moore's been good.
Yeah.
More. We've seen a
Butler.
little bit of McDonald.
Did you say Amon?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been good.
Do we think Butler has a chance to leave the Hawks? I don't think he wants to.
I don't think he will now. I think it was a live option 3 weeks ago, but playing in 3 finals and potentially playing in a grand final, I think. is
You reckon
safe
that
at
moves the
houses.
needle?
Yeah, especially when the alternative is West Coast.
Yeah, true.
Why wouldn't you want to play for West Coast?
No reason. Yeah.
I do think though you would look at that Hawthorn team. It depends what kind of character he is at the end of the day, but you sort of look at that team and go like, am I absolutely going to be able to get into this?
Yeah, that's right. And that's valid, yeah.
Because, say they bring in a Merit, they're
Hawks are gonna get
probably going to look at some other,
That's true.
high floor players as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
there he is.
4 goals.
Oh,
Where
it's a
the
free
Eagles?
kick. It's a free kick.
Oh, wow. That would have been enormous had he kicked that.
I think that was fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, yeah.
It was.
Cat's zone defense is not working, says Birdman.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's not as if they they've got intensity about them, the Cats, but they
Yeah.
just look a bit disorganized.
Yeah, I feel like they're just reflexively, they look a little bit slower than Hawthorn.
Yeah.
It's just like even, actually, I was going to use an example of Newcomb that didn't work.
I was sort of alluding to it at the in the pre-game about like the talent and the confidence of the Hawks. The amount of skilled players they have
Yeah, I
in
know.
the front half of the ground. And you sort of think Geelong do as well with that half forward line, but
What's standing out to me in this game is how much better Hawthorn are kicking the football though.
yeah.
I think that's always been part of their recruiting philosophy.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
don't know if it's a feature of Geelong's game, like to have players of a high caliber kicking action, like a Bailey Smith, for example.
Yeah. Well, if you look
Or
at
an
that,
Atkins,
I think their best kick from a midfield perspective is Holmes.
yeah.
And then where you would say that they have elite kickers is like Brian Myers.
Yeah, well, that's true. He's one of the best at it. At what he does. That's
but
true.
he's just been absent in this game so far.
Yeah, Dempsey.
Yeah.
I guess mean in comparison to Hawthorn.
I don't think
they're
Dempsey's an
boys.
elite kick. I think he's a
Yeah,
bit like
true.
Bailey Smith, where it's more like an athleticism thing. So he's a ball carrier, but not necessarily that precision. But yeah, you see guys like Ginnivan and Moore get on the ball. Watson,
Yeah.
so creative.
Yeah. Yeah, that kick from Moore created a goal
Yep.
from not nothing because they were already inside 50, but like from a half opportunity, he nailed the.
Yeah, if you did like a
Nash, I think.
if you did a bit of an XG on that from like that position.
Yeah, from that position. Here we go. The Hawks
No
looking.
way. How's that going to bounce?
I'm starting to go for him now.
Yeah, I am as well. Bit of an upset. My poppy will be upset. Keeps going this way.
I would also like to see a team come from 8th.
Would you like to see it?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
You would.
It almost devalues a little bit of the home and away season when that starts to happen more regularly.
Yeah.
Values.
Yeah, because then it's like, well, who cares if you finish first or 8th?
The home and
Not
away
that that's ever
season,
gonna
though,
be the
in
reaction.
a professional sporting context, the AFL season doesn't make sense.
Agreed. Yeah. It's
It devalues.
it's got to be the least fair. Well, it undermines it. If you can just
I mean, we're the only sport in the world that you're like, creating videos in the preseason where you're going like, they've got a good draw this year.
Yeah.
At least from I know they do that in other sports too, as far as like they're like, the beginning of the season is a good draw for them or whatever. But we actually have a difficulty rating based on the previous season, which is kind of crazy.
I guess what I meant is like if teams win from 6th, 5th, or 7th, 8th, if that becomes more regular, it kind of undermines the idea that the home and away season is very important. Which, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. There's no one to blame. And there's nothing to do to fix that. It's just the nature of the
Do you not
comp.
think it's a big advantage to finish in the top 4 then? Is that what you're...
It's not as much as it used to be.
It can be, but it doesn't seem... It seems to be more and more regular that teams not in the 4 can do it.
Well, it's there's been more straight sets exits since the
That's true.
inclusion of the other pre-finals bye,
That's
right?
right, yeah.
So there's a direct relationship between those two things. But
Interesting.
having said that, there is still only the Dogs in 16, which was before the pre-finals bye, and then Brisbane last year that won it from outside the 4.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's obviously still an advantage to finish in the top 4.
There definitely is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily. Maybe the thing that you could argue is it's not important to win through from the first final, like what the Cats and the Pies have done.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Cats, as I said, one thing I brought up during the week on Just the Tips was the example that Geelong looked $1 million when they won by 14 goals in a qualifying final last year and then didn't even win the next game.
Yeah.
And Port Adelaide didn't lose their next game either. They beat the Hawks in a final. So sometimes we can get seduced by it. In fairness to Geelong, they did lose to Brisbane Lions in an all-time classic prelim last year, so it wasn't as though they didn't show up. Whereas in this game, they look one step behind Hawthorn.
Oh, Stewart's busted his wrist now.
If they've lost Henry, Dangerfield, and I know Dangerfield's back on the ground now, but that doesn't look good, does it?
They'll be I hope they don't, because they'll always use that as a bit of an excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, to be honest. As would I.
All these injuries.
Yeah. If we lost to prelim to Fremantle, but we had 3 injuries in the first quarter, they have injuries.
Yeah, we would have
Injuries.
smashed you with 3 players again.
Yeah.
Geelong are dropping like
If Matt always hadn't gone off with a hamstring.
One thing I mentioned in the pre-game, about the Lions, how much do you think that they feel, now that I've watched them over this kind of, body of work in the finals, I feel like they're so geared up to play knockout football.
Yeah.
They almost, in that first final against the Cats, it's almost like there wasn't enough jeopardy for them.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you look at the teams that have won premierships, over multiple premierships over a period. Well, I think of Richmond and Hawthorn. Only out of those 6 premierships, the 3-peat and then Richmond's 3, only one of those times was that team a minor premier. So I feel like I think Richmond won it from 3rd 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe they were 3rd
3 times.
I think so. I think they were 3rd 3 times, or maybe
Wow.
2nd one of those years. They won the minor premiership in 18 and didn't win the flag.
Yeah.
Hawthorn were minor premiers in 13 and then won it from 3rd in 15 15, and then not sure about 14, maybe 2nd.
I mean, that kind of plays into as well the draw, doesn't it? Because we rate the teams, they finished on top of the ladder, they're the minor premiers, but because of the draw, that has less relevance too in our game.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 minutes remaining in this quarter. Can Geelong just get one? Just one will do.
It's also a quirk with home finals. Some teams will actually get a home ground advantage as well, and some teams won't. For instance, this is not a home ground advantage for Geelong, and it should be, in theory.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Brisbane should host the grand final if they play Hawthorn. and yet it'll be a Hawthorn home game.
In the grand final.
Yeah. Brisbane would be the home team if, say, Brisbane win next week.
Did Dangerfield get a free
Tomorrow.
kick for that?
I don't know. That's what they needed.
Oh, that's a bit
it's
of
Neil. Oh, no, it's Dangerfield.
danger. Yeah, probably there. Yeah. Did they say bad decision? Or Neil took it anyway? If,
Oh, that's. I think they meant. Sorry, I think they meant a bad decision to not give it to Neil.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay.
If Geelong lose this, how much, like, how worthwhile is it playing these finals at the MCG for them? Because I'm not sure if it's the AFL that made the call or
No,
if
it
it's like
is.
Is
They-
it
they
just
ma-
you
they-
have to play at the MCG?
Yeah, they make the
Yeah.
call for them for sure.
Because they do get like millions of dollars each time they play at the G, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
As far as I understand, if they were making the decision, they would still be playing at GMHBA, and they've kind of lobbied for it, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Isn't it? Were you saying last week or the other week, Jesse, that it's actually a schedule, or not a schedule, like a contractual thing that they're,
Yeah.
or is that only in certain situations?
I think there's a contract between the AFL and the MCG about how many finals are played there. I think I had my facts muddled up a little bit on how it relates to Geelong. But
Okay.
I think essentially if there's more than one final, if there's one final in Melbourne, at least one of them has to be at the G. Or, sorry, in any given week when there's at
Yeah.
least one game in Melbourne, it has to be the MCG. So week one is pretty much the only opportunity where that would happen. I don't think there's ever been a GMHBA semi, but there has been a qualifying final.
Yeah. So this weekend, in theory, the Collingwood game would suffice.
I don't think they do it for prelims, so this is where
Right.
it gets murky. For prelims, no. I think it's only
murky.
week
Close.
one. Oh, but no
missed.
cigar.
He couldn't open his scoring account.
Yes. No, I think that's all fair. But yeah, I guess the AFL just see it from a perspective of, I assume, the money from
Yeah.
the spectators and
Yeah.
more people can go to the game. But
Geelong aren't exactly a bad MCG side either. But that's not the point.
it's not the point.
They are
Yeah.
also a great GMHBA side. Some would argue the best GMHBA side.
Yeah, correct.
Well, actually, that's a bit of a myth. They've been beaten there a lot lately.
I don't think Geelong are a club that would make commercial decisions when football's on the line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
agreed.
that's what
yeah.
I'm sort of alluding to.
Yeah, I think the competitive advantage would be their priority.
Yeah,
And they would have preferred to play this at GMHBA, I'm sure.
for sure. Dangerfield's done that again. I feel like he's
He's been playing for a few free kicks, the danger man. Oh, he's dug that ball out the bottom of a pack
Myers.
though. Myers puts boot to ball.
Oh. They call him the retail man.
Why is that, Jesse?
That was terrible.
Why do they call him the retail man?
Myers.
Used to work at Bunnings.
Melbourne was held goalless in the first half of a prelim. Is that true?
Yeah, against us.
There you go.
Yeah,
Wow.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
What year was that?
How did I forget? I was 18. How did I forget about that one? I was there. It was the funniest thing.
All Victorian clubs essentially don't have home ground advantage if they play another big team.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
you do
Yeah.
have an advantage of not traveling every week. So,
Yeah.
you win some, you play some at their home ground. That is quarter time.
You'd say that they have an advantage over like St Kilda, for instance, like the Marvel
Yeah.
tenants. So if Geelong was hosting, Collingwood was hosting a game against St Kilda, that would be a home ground advantage.
Rival
The
teams
obscure-
are rarely finalists. We were talking about this earlier in the year, weren't we, Dill? Like, when was the
Yeah.
last team? A team from the Dogs?
The Dogs, yeah.
But other than that,
Yeah.
who won the flag?
But it's also
Is
like
Melbourne considered an MCG team? Because they were a
Melbourne.
Marvel team
Melbourne.
for a while.
Melbourne
Yeah.
Nah, they're
definitely
But
MCG.
not while they were terrible. They got relegated to a lot of Marvel games.
yeah.
They're primarily an
They just
MCG
don't.
team.
They just
Yeah.
don't have a lot of fans.
Yeah, they're just kind of an in-between one. 'Cause
Yeah.
They, for decades, were...
But I guess what I was going to say there, the relationship between Marvel teams is that they're not very financially successful,
Yeah.
which means on field they tend to be worse teams anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Essendon's kind of plays a lot of games at Marvel these days,
Yeah.
I feel.
Yeah.
But they're obviously an MCG tenant.
Yeah,
Carlton gets some.
I
depending.
actually feel like when the original Docklands was announced, Essendon were one of the teams from a geographical perspective.
Yeah, okay.
They were kind of aligned to Marvel based on the fact that they're from the north.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But then again, you look at membership numbers and they would outweigh a lot of those other Marvel teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Bombers' home ground is Marvel, says Birdman.
Okay.
I feel like they do play, because it's not like they really
we've never played it. Well, since I've been following football, West Coast never played them at the G.
There you go.
But then again, like
Essendon.
yeah, Essendon.
Yeah,
I feel
okay.
like Essendon only get a handful of home games at the G.
Yeah,
But yeah, more at Marvel.
they'll get the big rivalry games.
Do you wish that when the decision, like the commercial decisions were made back in like the 80s, 90s, do you wish that they had have like held on to the original grounds and like upgraded them?
100%, man.
It would be, it's a nice idea. Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to boot Fremantle to like Rushton Park in Mandurah. we leave us with Optus Stadium.
Mineral resources. Oh, that's yours.
Yeah, that's
isn't it?
ours. Yeah, no, they can have Rushton
they can
Park.
keep that shithole.
You can have Hands Oval.
And so, is that the Bunbury one?
But like being able to go to the footy at Victoria Park in Collingwood,
Oh, that'd be so good.
Waverley,
It is a nice idea. Yeah,
it would be cool.
Maybe it will happen one day.
Well,
I don't reckon now.
you can't even
Not
get-
anytime soon.
No,
can't
I
even
feel like you
stadium off
can't.
the ground.
You're not going to reverse that decision. Like once you've made the
Yeah.
decision to do it, you're not
Yeah.
going to undo
It
it.
would cut too many games out of the MCG.
Yeah, and it would just be too expensive because you'd have to upgrade all of the stadiums. You would have had to have kept it going at the time.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Um,
I'm just thinking like in 50 years when there's a lot more money in the game, could it be possible? But yeah, I don't think that would happen. It is a weird quirk of our game that so
Yeah.
many teams share a home ground though.
the other part of our game that's strange in that capacity is that the grounds are all different sizes,
Yeah.
which makes the home ground advantage much more significant than other sports.
I like that though.
Someone just said
Yeah.
in the chat, GMHBA is like an AFLX ground. Have you ever watched a game at GMHBA?
I have not.
It
No.
does not look like a football field, man. It
Yeah.
In
feels
what
weird.
respect?
It's
Feels like a
everyone
tunnel?
knows it feels like a tic tac. It like feels like it's just so narrow.
Yeah.
Like
Is it
yeah, it's a
symmetrical?
Weird. I'd say so.
Yeah.
You'd
Okay.
hope so.
You'd hope so.
We had a ground back where I'm from in Tasmania, and it was full on. Like it had it was an egg. Like it had deep pockets at one end,
Ah.
deep wide pockets, and it went into a skinny tunnel.
That's
That's so
absurd.
weird.
yeah, it was like the best home ground advantage though.
Yeah, true.
As a Tasmanian man, Dill,
Yeah.
what can you tell us about this stadium and what's going on there? Because it's been knocked back again. I've heard like obviously like the money side of things, but what about like the location and have you looked into it much at all?
Honestly, question without notice here for me. I know the recent thing was around sort of planning permits, right? And then basically saying that the territory was like not fit for purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The access to it or whatever.
I mean, it sounds concerning, doesn't it? That they don't think that they're actually going to be able to build it. It is, if you've ever been down there, it's kind of there on the foreshore. There was like a brew company there. It does look like, it's a great location for the ground, but it does, you kind of do wonder in your head, like how are they going to build a enormous stadium there
Right.
and have people kind of funneling in and out of there based on where it is. But I don't know, the government's come out and said they're pushing ahead. They're still keen, but I think there's going to be more issues. Like the cost's going to balloon, no doubt.
So who's opposed to it if the government's pushing ahead with it?
At
The
this point,
opposition government.
yeah. So my Tasmanian politics is a little bit sketchy right now, but the Labor government is in opposition, who they called for the election recently and lost.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but they're sort of against it, and they've sort of played politics a bit with that, as far as trying to get into power based on that. But yeah, I don't know.
Definitely.
It looks a bit shaky at the moment, anyway, for sure.
Could they just play like Bloodstone and is Bloodstone in Hobart?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Blunston's in Hobart and UTAS Stadium is in Launceston.
Yeah, could they not just like bounce between those?
I mean, they absolutely can do that. I do think that they probably need some sort of a long-term solution, but the AFL has compelled them to play or to build this stadium and basically said they're not going to get the license without it.
Yeah.
So-
right, yeah.
It's not an option for Tasmania, but it could happen. I mean, like I think the idea was that they played it between UTAS and Blunston for a couple of years anyway,
Right.
while the stadium was being built.
Okay.
Bit of a mess though.
Well, they're entering the VFL next year, aren't they? So yeah, be a bit of a backward step to not have the team. soon
Absolutely.
after. What do you think? Thoughts on State of Origin being launched?
I'm about it.
Yeah, you don't see this happening next year.
Oh, State of Origin in the footy. Sorry, I thought you were talking about rugby
no,
then for a
just
second.
Wild subject change to rugby.
I'm
True
gonna
rugby.
be really honest.
Couldn't give a fuck.
Just a zero shit.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah, like don't care at all.
Yeah, me too.
Do you feel like that's because we didn't grow up with it as much?
Yeah, I reckon if we did it 10 years in a row, I'd start to care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my like parents' generation grew up with it.
Yeah.
And it was massive. Back in the
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
If you're sort
I
of in
respect
that like boomer or even a little bit like more recent than boomer kind of generation, I feel like the state lines were like a really big part of football as well.
100%.
Yeah.
I was speaking to my poppy the other day about who's that Richmond legend that I was talking about the other
Kevin
day?
Bartlett.
Kevin Bartlett. He was like, oh yeah, he was a champion of Victoria, and he was talking about Polly Farmer and how he was a legend of WA type thing. Like,
Yeah.
He associates players with states.
With states, yeah.
Oh, danger.
Oh, he's gone!
I think he got rid of it.
He did.
Doesn't matter though.
That was a sick tackle.
Back in the day, the VFL used to poach a lot of the Waffles' best players.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think there was also that tied into a bit of the rivalry where we get them all back and then they play Victoria.
I think a lot of the interest is going to depend on how invested the players are. Like if the players treat it as somewhat of like an all-star game and just sort of like the
Yeah.
Indigenous all-star game earlier in the year where they just sort of just like, I don't know, Freo were terrible. It wasn't
I
really much of an
personally
exhibition,
don't
but
think it makes sense.
to
for-
be competitive.
No, I
No, the
like
concept?
just the concept of it doesn't make sense in the modern era for me.
Yeah, I couldn't care less. However, I do agree. Like if they persevered with it and they'd have to for 6-7 years, I reckon I'd get into it. But for the time being, like I'd rather just
Yeah.
rest the players, no injuries.
Surely, like SA need a team.
Oh yeah, I think the idea is they're going to alternate, or am I tripping? I might have made that up. But SA will have a team surely eventually.
Like if there was like a round robin in, say, January, February of every year, but then that would take away from your preseason.
I think they
training
alternate the
blocks.
game. So like, I thought I read this. The chat, let me know if I'm wrong. But like, they'll play WA next year, and then like SA the year after that.
Yeah.
But like the Vics are just going to win, right?
Oh, they're going to kill WA. Yeah, WA.
Yeah,
sucks.
like I mean, Tasmania's not going to have a fighting chance at all.
Yeah.
Like, we've had some good players over the years, but we're not going to have enough depth
yeah.
to beat them.
I saw Daniel Curtin made the WA team like on Fox Footy.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's the stretch.
Yeah,
Gunston, bang, that'll go.
No.
Oh, just slides.
No
Across the
disrespect to
face.
Daniel Curtin. He's
No,
a young
but-
gun, but like this is a state of origin team. If he slides straight into the team, it just shows there's not a lot of WA
Yeah.
talent in the comp. And that's been a reflection of the last few drafts, more than a few, maybe over the last decade.
well, I
WA
look at
hasn't
it from a
featured.
perspective of the national champs in the under 18s, and Vic Metro win most of the tournaments, and that's not even the
Yeah.
entire Vic.
Yeah.
If you join them with country, like they'd be so much stronger again.
Yeah, true. That's right. That's a good point.
Max Holmes just took the kick in and sprayed it out of bounds. Our clock is on 18:02, 18:01, 18 for those
How
playing along at
many
home.
West Australian top 5 picks can we even think of over the last 15 years? You got
Curtin
Luke,
wasn't top 5, was he?
no, you got Luke Jackson. You've got Nick Nat-Nui. You've got David Swallow and Harley Bennell in the same year.
Jeez, you came armed.
Yeah.
Um,
How do you think I get t-shirts that fit? Someone
Oh,
else say
dear.
something.
somebody say something. I'm
love
trying to think of
this
WA
like
players.
Yeah.
Because
Shit,
Pickett wasn't a top 5 pick,
And he was SA anyway.
of course.
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
Victoria versus Gold Coast Suns and Lions.
Father sons.
Oh, that's right.
Throw some WA top 5 picks. I can't think of
Yeah,
any.
I reckon that could be all of them.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, everyone that's coming to my mind is from South Australia.
yeah. So yeah, like the Koshis and Rankin and Rosie was 5-ish. Maybe he was 6.
Rosie was from Victoria, wasn't he?
SA.
SA, yeah. Oh, great grab from Neil on Barris.
I thought Rosie was Victorian for some reason.
Nah.
I'm an idiot.
Butters was, if
Yeah.
that's the...
Probably.
You might
yeah.
have...
Were they the same
And-
draft?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dersma.
Yes.
That's a great grab from Shannon Neal. That is incredible. 1v1 versus Barris. Yeah, just highest point.
Another West Australian, but picked 33-ish.
Where
38.
was he picked? From?
South Fremantle.
There you go.
Here's another question, though. How many Western Australians do you think slide out of the top 5 because they're Western Australian, based on the fact that if there's 2 players that are similar talent level, they just take
That's a great kick.
the local talent?
You could be right there. I'm not aware of that being as big a concern for Victorian clubs with WA, but it could be. Bo Allen would be a close example. Like he was maybe not. He certainly wasn't like a lock for top 5, but I think there was talk.
Not 5, but
It's talking like 6, 7, 8 at a
Yes.
stretch, and then he went to 16. I don't know if that was the reason, but
I hope Farrow slides.
I think he probably will a little bit.
Yeah, he should be available for Fremantle's first pick, unless West Coast do some trading and try and get him earlier, because they'd have to get him.
You have to see how the draft ends up with like needs and stuff like that. Because if a team drops into, like if a Vic team drops into like 10, 11, 12 for one of those, like, you know, Carlton's pick or Sydney's pick, I think then like they probably take him.
That's
Logan
a good point.
McDonald.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Well done, Jake
Oh,
Mack.
yeah.
Forgot about that one. And
Good
Graham
one.
Polak, if you want to go back that far, 2001.
Des Headland?
Buddy Franklin. Yeah, Des Headland, Buddy Franklin. I was
Oh,
thinking
of
more
course.
15 years, but Buddy and Josh Kennedy.
Geelong
Pitfall.
have kicked the last 2 goals to bring it back to a 9-point margin.
Drew Banfield, I think, was a pick 1. Michael Gardner, if you go back to the 90s.
Bailey
Drew
Banfield.
Banfield's son is in this
Yep.
draft.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And then Harper next year.
We're going to be doing some draft bolters and sliders at halftime. We doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
They're all.
Daniel Wells, pick 2.
Oh, good one.
But I think the point was like WA hasn't produced like a real top end talent very often at all. in
Yeah,
15
like you
years.
haven't had that like Jason Horn-Francis.
Yeah, nah.
Like SA have.
Probably haven't even had a ranking. I suppose we had like Jackson and David Swallow, if you consider them at their
Cats
age of
are out.
18.
Oh, no way.
The cats are out, and you know what? They're indoor cats. You got to bring them back in. I'm going to go to the bathroom and let you sit with that.
That was good.
Oh, dear.
Didn't even make any sense.
Mr.
I liked that one. I think that was some of your better work.
That's terrible.
The versatile man has kicked
Your
one.
favourite,
We're
Druzy.
back. We're back with a game now.
We have a
After
game.
Putting a line through Geelong.
Yeah.
in it.
Are all of those injured players back on the field now?
I think they are, because I checked and Jai Clark hasn't been subbed on yet.
They
So
were faking it.
how does that happen?
I don't know.
Is that Weddle just... I think that's Weddle's man.
Yeah, it would be a good matchup.
Well, how do you know who's defending Blixars when he can play wing, ruck, on ball, half
Yeah,
back?
if he's doing a lot of handing over, you don't know. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Weddle's clearly got a little bit lost there. He's in the ruck now.
That's what I mean, bro. Like, who goes to Blixarves? Oh, Tom Stewart is concussed, says Glizzy Hands.
Concussed. I thought he had a wrist issue.
Yeah, it looked like some sort of...
I'll have a
impact
look
to
at
his
the
arm.
app.
Oh, Charlie Curnow in the box.
Yeah, it does. Stewart does have the injured sign, but
Oh, he
sometimes
does.
that's not fully accurate either. Blitzarv's winning the tap against Meek is a concern for
Yeah.
Hawthorn. Like, that shouldn't happen. They're up and about now, the Cats.
And look, he's at half forward getting the pill again. Here's my player to watch tonight. I'm starting a new segment. Player to watch, Mark Blixarves.
Blitty. So, disposals. Bailey Smith has the most disposals in the game. I'm slightly surprised by that.
How many effective, Dylan?
I don't have that. Let's have a look at his... No, I don't have that offhand, straight off the app. We'll look into that. He's got 13 touches. Connor Nash has 12. I feel like he has been in the game a lot. Amon, 11. Dylan Moore, 9. DeConing and Scrimshaw both have 9 as well. Manners on the ball. He's...
Warple. He could be playing for Geelong in his next game.
Well, they reckon it's pretty much confirmed.
Would anyone like a Riley?
Yes, please.
I'm all right, mate.
Connor Nash has had a really good game, or start to the game.
He has.
Gunston.
Gunny. Gunny.
No way!
Oh!
No, I won't go all the way. Oh, Mitchy Lewis. God, he just beat young Jack Henry. Just burnt him.
Far
just left
out.
him in his trail.
I thought when he picked that ball up, I'm like, he's going to get caught here for
100%.
sure.
Thank you, my queen.
I feel like the Hawks needed that. Just a little steadier.
Mitch Lewis.
Oof.
Bang.
Has he kicked 3 or just 2?
2. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 goals, 1 for
2
Mitch
goals,
Lewis.
1.
3 marks.
Nash has had 13 disposals and a goal.
Yeah, it's probably been BOG, I reckon.
Yeah.
Granger Barris, pick 6 is not a bad shout. I forgot about him.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Not that he amounted to much.
Yeah, is he still playing anywhere?
Nah, well, I don't know if he's in the VFL, but he got cut.
Well, he was at Box Hill last year.
Yeah. But was he still with Hawthorn last year?
Yeah, he was still on their list.
Yeah, he got delisted by them.
Woody makes a really good point here. If they make the grand final, Stewart will be the first player to miss a grand final with concussion.
The first player.
To miss a grand final with
Wow.
concussion.
That surprised me a little bit.
I don't know if that's 100% correct, but I don't think we have had that.
I'll take Woody over ChatGPT.
Yeah. Oh, Jared
absolutely.
Pickett, 2014. I knew the chat would come in handy. Again, another player who didn't amount to much.
Oh, yeah, I remember Shepherd.
Shepherd was a great pick 7.
Yeah, I remember that being controversial at the time because you didn't really
Yeah.
take back flankers
Yeah.
at that point.
You could,
We were like all over Kane Lucas and Lewis Jetta, and then suddenly Brad Shepherd out of nowhere bolted and ended up being far better than a lot of the guys around that range.
Love a bolter.
I love a bolter. Great drink.
And a good key defender for Richmond.
Yes. Alex Tyree was a bolter.
Yeah.
More of a Carlton draft.
Big bolter.
By the way, I'll take this opportunity to promote the fact we are back Monday night for the Brownlow Medal live stream, guys. So make sure you're here with us, and then we'll be back for Grand Final day as well.
Wear your nicest shirt.
I'm excited for the Brownlow. I actually really like it. No, I'm actually I'm actually being serious.
It's a fun night. And
Yes.
then you go,
You have a real love-hate relationship with it, don't you?
I hate it being used as a this guy won a Brownlow, so he's so good.
yeah.
But
I feel like
Don't
maybe
shoot down 99% of my argument points.
I reckon 20 years ago it was still valid. But I feel
when
like
West Coast Eagles are winning it.
yeah, but those were the best players in the comp.
Yeah.
Cousin Judd and Goods.
I mean, it clearly, the person who wins it is they're always a good player.
Yeah.
But were they actually the best for that season? I think that's.
See, I think Cripps was last year.
Nah.
I was saying this to Jesse, every time, maybe not the best player in the comp, but every time Carlton played, he was Carlton's best player on ground. He put them on his back every game.
No, that's
last
fair.
year.
That is fair.
Yeah, the voting's gone a bit weird.
I'm really interested.
Record-breaking years all the time now.
Yeah.
Wines broke a record.
That's the thing. Did Cripps actually have a season that warranted breaking the record?
That's probably the
Dacos
biggest
breaking the
eyebrow raiser.
record.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, didn't Dacos get 3 votes in a game? He went off halfway through the third quarter,
Yeah.
or something like
I mean,
that.
there has been some genuine.
Is that
Wow.
Mitchell's third?
Yeah.
Bang!
Wow.
Definitely at least 3 now, yeah.
There have been some absolute howl of votes given over the journey as well. I remember there was a game, I think Horn Francis had 10 touches, no goals.
Yeah.
Just randomly got 3 votes.
Yeah, and I think it was 13 touches and 6 or 7 clangers.
Yeah, it was
something like that.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just inexcusable. It was they had to have confused him with somebody else, basically, Bergman.
Yeah, I think that was the explanation I'd heard. But
Yep.
Well, we had a bit of chat last week about what is Mitch Lewis to this Hawthorn team or something.
He had a terrible game last week.
Yeah, he was a bit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'll bring up.
Did he have a terrible game, or was he?
I think he just had some noticeable clangers from memory.
He looked uncomfortable.
Yeah.
that was a big kick.
It was probably his first final, though.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him.
Or second.
The injuries that he's gone through, and he showed so much promise before those injuries.
Mitch Lewis had no goals and 4 disposals in the
Wow.
game against
Yeah,
Adelaide,
performance.
and he was subbed out.
There you go.
Young Matthew Owies.
And from memory,
Third drive by.
I reckon in that game for Lewis, I reckon he had 2 of those touches in the first quarter and looked really they were poor disposals.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Do you guys remember I think it was a 22 grand final, the Geelong Sydney one, Gary Rowan had 1 disposal in that game, was it? Or 1, 2 or 3,
Yeah.
really low
Yeah.
numbers. Maybe it ended up, he got a few more, but I think for a large part of the game, he had either no touches or 1 touch. And then Geelong kind of got on the offensive after the game, he did his role
Yeah,
perfectly. He was a decoy. we deliberately did that.
It's the most Justin Longmuir answer I've ever heard defending
Yeah.
Jai Amos.
There's a
He
couple of
plays
players
his
that
role.
went touchless in grand finals. I think Cam Mooney and Leon Davis.
Yeah, Cam Mooney
feel-
for North.
Yeah.
Billy Frampton.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, he didn't go touchless.
Didn't
Did
he?
you get 1?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure it wasn't 0.
I feel like for a key defender, it's more excusable.
Yeah,
He played in the forward line that day, though.
Oh, he did too, but he was playing a
on Harris
defensive
Andrews,
role.
wasn't he? Yeah.
His job that day was literally don't let Harris Andrews get the ball.
Yeah.
I feel like when you're a player like that and you have such a specific role like that, you literally go in with the mentality of, I'm not even after the ball.
Yeah.
I just want to get at him.
Wayne,
Billy Frampton had 2 disposals on grand final day.
2. Yeah, I
Wow.
thought it might have been 2.
Manna.
Bang.
The man they call Wayne.
Wayne Manor?
God, read a Batman book.
Is that his... Bruce
He
Wayne?
lives at
I
Wayne
refuse.
Manor.
Does he? No, he
Yeah.
lives in the Batcave, bro.
That's part of Wayne Manor. No, Wayne is actually his nickname. I didn't make that up. I can see why you thought I might have, but I'm pretty sure he's actually called Wayne.
Who, Batman?
Sean.
What do you mean, bro?
Sean Manor, his nickname is Wayne.
Oh, is it?
I'm actually saying that, yes.
Right. Sorry, I need to read up on Geelong players'
I was like,
nicknames.
I think they call him Wayne. What, who, Batman?
Says Bruce, bro.
Yeah, but his surname's Wayne.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
This is actually funny.
Yeah. It's difficult.
the world is
Yeah, we're
turning into
dropping
Gotham City.
watches by the second.
Atkins does well. Smith runs through 2 tackles.
Finlayson had one, apparently, in 2019.
That's on brand.
Yeah.
Jai.
Jai Clark.
Don't speak ill of the delisted.
Jai Clark is just not an AFL footballer, is he? Too harsh?
Funny thing to say about
Little
a
bit.
player playing a game of AFL football. No, I get what you mean.
Particularly a prelim. Is he on the field?
And he's
Oh,
like,
that means someone got subbed out. He was a sub.
Stewart. Stewart's
Yeah, must have been
concussed.
Stewart.
Yeah, right. I thought it was his wrist. Did he?
Yeah, apparently it's everyone in the chat saying it's concussion.
Okay, yeah. We don't.
We're
obviously talking over the commentary, so we miss little details sometimes.
Yeah. Just let us know if that's been confirmed. But yeah, and Woody says that he would be. I think that is correct because they've talked about that a lot coming up to grand finals. Like, imagine if a player missed with the concussion
you
rules.
did say that fact like 10 minutes ago. I just realised I'm a little bit sloppy. It's been a long day.
Oh, don't stress, mate.
Thanks, man.
Gunston.
Oh!
Gunny.
He's making Henry look like a...
No, looking like a good defender by throwing him the ball.
I want to see that again.
This could be an epic prelim.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
It's shaping up, isn't
That
it?
did not look like a free kick to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Didn't.
Was it push in the back?
the
It must have
contact
been,
might have been
yeah.
earlier. Let's
Might
have
have
a
just
look.
put the hands in the back and
Is it here?
or a hold. Oh, I think he's unlucky that Henry
that's
slid.
rough.
Yeah.
Henry slid a little bit. Probably made that look a little
Hit him in the
worse.
face, but he'd gone to ground, right?
Yeah.
Sort of thought he was just like using his momentum against him there. But that's footy for
I
ya.
think the Chol one was there.
The game's a game.
Atkins.
David Jones kicks it.
David Jones.
Have to call him Pirates of the Caribbean next.
That was a great kick.
Why is that, Jesse?
Davy Jones. It just gets further and further from Myers.
When you said retail,
Priceline.
when you said retail about Myers, I actually thought you meant that because like he kind of looks like he'd be a retail assistant. Like he doesn't really look like a footballer.
Yeah. Connor
Once
Nash
saw-
looks like a retail guy too.
Yeah, or
Once
IT.
Because of me.
I once saw Grime Eyes in a shopping centre, so there's some truth to this theory.
I saw Harry Mackay last Friday.
Did you?
What at Bunnings?
Yeah, apparently he's a regular. Tony Jones as well. I've seen twice.
Apparently he's a regular at the pub I work at, which I'm not going to mention on stream. But
Tony Jones,
yeah, I just started a
Oh,
new...
Revolver.
Yeah.
Revs.
That's it. I'm going to have to run that up soon for sure.
I've never been and I have no interest in going.
Nick Watson.
No.
No
Wow. Are you not entertained, he says. Village people. What does that even mean? What does that even
I'm
mean?
just taking
You wrote that joke. You wrote that joke.
got my wizard hat on.
Oh.
I'm a
You're
wizard.
giving 8 Mile vibes.
Yeah.
This guy's a gangster. Finish the lyric.
I don't know what
Nah,
the lyric
come
is. Yeah.
Bro,
Incredibly
that goal,
wide.
he kicked a similar one last week, but on his right.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's an outstanding prelim
How
goal.
has he finished that?
That's the crown jewel of his career so far is that moment.
Yeah.
What are they, 21 points up now?
No.
Oh, no, because the Gunston one was overturned.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Myers kicked a goal,
Oh,
didn't he?
I've lost
Did he
track.
kick one in between?
No, I think
Jeez.
it's 15 points.
We're good tonight, aren't
According to the chat there, or the screen there, it's 15.
we? Correct.
Yeah. In my head, wow, he's kicked 36 goals. In my head, Gunston also kicked a goal. But
Watto's
He's
chasing.
on ball
oh.
now.
yeah. Wow. Good kick. Good penetrating kick from.
Oh, that's Falcon
Holmes.
Impey. Impey just can't get his hands sorted
That
out.
was
Oh.
tough, though. Bose,
that
don't
Bose?
argue.
Oh, how good's the speakers on that thing? That sucked.
What was that?
I'm so tired. Been a long week.
What was the speakers?
Bose.
Is that a brand?
of
Yeah.
headphones?
No, that was some of my worst work.
Couldn't blame Impy for that one, really.
Nah,
Didn't really
no,
have
it was-
much time to react. Ginnivan, how's the shoe?
Nah. O'Sullivan.
Good player.
Yeah, I like O'Sullivan.
Oh,
Humphreys is a good player too. Another WA boy.
Yeah.
A bolter,
Who's that?
if you would. Not
Was
really
he?
a bolt.
No, just
Because
I don't know what the word is. Surprise pickup.
They
Late
national
gem.
drafted him though, didn't they?
Yeah, 66, 68,
Yeah.
something like that.
Who's that?
Lawson Humphreys.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't that-
Overage too.
Wasn't there like a pick swap? Good mark by Cameron there. Wasn't something with the Lawson Humphreys pick where there was like a deal going on and Geelong really bartered to get the pick that ended up being Lawson Humphreys?
Yeah, it was the Sava Radaglia trade.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and everyone was like, God, like they're just being so hard to deal with. They want this
Yeah.
like late, fourth round pick or something.
Yeah, okay.
And they really were hard that they wanted that pick and they ended up getting Humphreys.
They were hard that they wanted it.
Yeah, not my best
No,
adjective
I liked
there.
it. 15 goals, led 100. Can he do it?
Jezza.
Tell you what.
Oh, that is so pure.
That's a great goal. And
wow.
we're back to 9 points.
He's so clutch.
He could not have kicked that better if he tried.
No. That was a perfect goal. And that was number 86 for this season.
I feel both these teams are now into the game. Like that, you're not seeing those unforced errors.
Yeah.
Like in the first quarter.
They've got up to the speed. You know what I'm noticing though? Hawthorn are just responding to everything the Cats throw at them. Like
Yeah.
even if the Cats get one, the Hawks are just like, bang, next clearance, goal.
Absolutely.
Back on the draft chat, Norton was a top 10 WA pick.
Oh,
Griffin
yeah.
Logue, all-time stinking pick.
Griffin
from Freo.
Logue.
Yeah, that
Logue.
was.
I'm gonna make myself really sad. And what draft was that? Was that 2016 or 17?
Logue.
Yeah,
16, yeah. Joyce had just messaged me saying, you're joining the beard club. My life's a mess and I haven't shaved in a while.
Yeah, I need.
I'm going to shave in the morning.
We can shave together.
True footy.
Shaved together. That'd be so weird.
No,
Yeah, that'd be so weird if we did that. We
Mickey.
haven't before.
Griffin Logue was taken with pick 8. Will Brody with pick 9.
Smash mouth. Yeah, Will Brody, Gold Coast
wow.
Suns.
So he's from WA originally, is he?
No, Vic Country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why was
Coast
he brought up?
Suns.
Yeah,
He was pick 9. Oh, yeah, great question.
I thought you were talking about WA players.
Yeah, I think he's going through the 16 draft.
Yeah, I was just
Ah,
looking at
okay,
who
okay.
we could have taken instead of Griff Logue, but it didn't really seem like that good of a draft. I didn't realize Jack
Petrevsky
Scrimshaw played for the
Seaton,
Gold
WA,
Coast.
pick 6. That was a
Oh, yeah.
howler. That was an absolute
Carlton.
howler. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never knew Jack Scrimshaw played for Gold Coast.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was a
pick.
high pick, yeah.
Good player.
I think he's a good player.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Shea Bolton went at pick 29.
Yeah.
That's a nice pick.
Sean Darcy, pick 38. Come on.
Yeah, it's a good
Those
pick.
picks are so
Brendan Cox.
satisfying.
Brendan
Like,
Cox at 41.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think we had a good year that year. We had Rioli and Waterman
Darcy Cameron, pick 48.
and Venables.
I feel like players like Cox, like you can sort of see how they would slide.
Gross.
Like you can see how. Right. Like, I just mean from as like a bit of a key position player. Not necessarily like he doesn't scream like super high quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Even
like
now-
does the basics of a key defender.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I actually liked him in that draft year in the context of a second round pick.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's a story.
And the
Jack
Eagles,
Martin.
Eagles were all over Sean Darcy as well.
I feel Shea Bolton's one where you go like, how did he slide? Like, how did he get to 29?
Yeah, I think he was a pretty inconsistent but like exciting forward at the time.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he is now.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't think like I remember him as a prospect, and I don't think he was showing the elite traits he shows now.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Can you remember going to that Dreamtime at Optus game? When
Yeah.
he kicked like 3 goals in 10 minutes. That
Yeah, he
was
kicked one of the goals of the
freakish.
year
Yeah.
that day. It was in the like 15 meters out, but I feel like he ducked out of trouble like 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Aim on.
You'd still, if you redrafted that, you'd take him well ahead of a lot of those guys, I imagine.
Yeah, that
Maybe not
first
ahead of
round
Grifflo.
had some average reading.
Will Brodie.
Sam Petrevsky-Seton, Will Brodie.
As if Will Brodie was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
That's crazy, isn't it? I bet he was just racking up like 35s and stuff on the reg, and they're just like, we have to get him. He's super slow.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
5 minutes to go in the second quarter.
You know what? He was, I reckon, like a top 2 chance for most of that, and then he slid late.
No way.
I reckon that's what it was.
Those players tend to do that though. Those like accumulating midfielders, like they always start the season really highly touted.
Bit of Dyson Sharp about him.
Bit of Dyson Sharp.
Is he this draft? Dyson Sharp?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of last year, like
Smiley.
Smiley a bit. Yeah, those bigger bodied, slower guys.
Yeah, Smiley was a pick 1 contender, I reckon, at some point in the year.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In fact, I think at the start of the year he
That's
was.
not 15.
Yeah, I reckon last year's draft, probably if you went back to early in the season, it would have been one of the bigger like
Shifts.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Lawler did come late, didn't he?
Lawler came quite late.
Taru
came very late. Even like Travalia wouldn't have been considered amongst that company. And you had guys.
Langford was later, I reckon, too.
Langford was quite late. Langford was an academy player.
Oh, Dempsey.
Oh, that was
the Murphy Reid handball.
Wow.
Stengel goes bang.
Back
Quality.
to 2 points. Game's now on Geelong's
You know
terms.
who's really lifted in this last little bit? Jack Martin. He
yeah.
had 3 disposals in that chain.
Yeah, and he could just kick the last behind as well. Yeah.
Wow.
To be fair, actually, just going back to the WA top talent thing, we didn't have top 5 picks, but you know what we did have? We had 3 of those mini draft selections that went to Gold Coast and GWS. So Jesse Hogan, Jager O'Meara, and Jack Martin. And they were all like top. If they had gone in the national draft, they would have been like picks 1 and 2.
Can you remember a WA year from a champs perspective where WA won it and were like a really, really strong side?
I don't follow it as closely as you do. I want to say 2014 we might have.
Yeah, okay.
Only because I feel like Alec Waterman, he was like a father-son for us, like before Jake. I feel like WA might have like pipped it that year.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. 2010, I don't know if we won it, but we had Swallow and Bennell.
You haven't won it recently, have you?
Nah. I actually don't know off the top of my head.
I'll have a bit of a look. This game is hot. Just under 4 minutes.
I might be wrong about 2014.
Clark coming off half back. That's interesting. Oh, that's got to be a free kick.
Yeah, a bit of a manhandle.
Champs winners.
Was that not a free kick?
Nah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're letting those go, I think, just because of the big final element.
Well, you still call the rules of the game.
Yeah.
I feel this game's been umpired quite well so far. There's been maybe that Gunston one was a pretty big one.
Stengel just got tackled mid-air trying to mark the ball and it wasn't paid.
Yeah, right. I was trying to figure out
Here we go.
when
This is when you go to the football and see Hawthorn do this, it's so satisfying. Just pinging the ball around the G. You were saying it last week, Dill, like a prime tiki-taka Barcelona.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Marcus Rashford scored a worldie in the Champions League last night.
Yeah,
Did he? Did you watch it or?
Nah, mate, I don't watch that nonsense.
Yeah, not since United turned to shit.
Yeah,
So
literally. And
most
the
of his
time zone.
life then.
I actually can't believe what's happened to Manchester United.
Well done, Geelong. Dangerfield lining up for goal.
Have you seen, like, since Amorim has taken over, we have the worst points tally in the Premier League? Like,
Yeah.
the worst.
Wow.
He's going at like 25% win ratio.
Yeah.
Which is incredible in a sport where your spend is so much higher.
Yeah.
Oh, he's handballed it off. Jezza.
Nah.
This is big. I'm trying to figure out who's won these champs.
Well,
I mean,
WA, is that Division 1? So scroll down.
yeah.
Recent placings. So,
Yeah, you won it in
in the last-
2019.
that's 2007.
Is that when Luke Jackson
2019.
was in?
Yeah,
that draft
it would have
class?
been Warner and Rivers as well.
Yeah, right.
Robertson won the.
Oh, yeah, he won the Lark. That's
Lark.
right.
Brandon Walker was in that.
Possibly,
as well, I
yeah.
reckon.
East Fremantle.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that like a shot after the siren to win it or something?
Possibly.
I'm pretty sure there was a massive game at Marvel between WA and... I forgot who kicked that goal.
I haven't got any more information than just
What year was that?
2019. All I know is Connor Buderick was also named something.
For Allies?
Hunter Harrison medal. Div 2.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
But
okay.
when the Allies were in that.
Yep. And then also the only previous time before that recently was 09.
Okay, so not 14.
David Swallow.
Oh, Liam Henry.
Oh, David Swallow, yeah, because his bottom age year was insane. I remember that. Because
Yeah.
he was built like a man. Dempsey.
Oh, goal.
Oh.
And you also won it in 07. Kale
Maston
Morton.
as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
Regan
I think that
Clark.
bottom ager probably. As
Regan Clark kicked the winner that day. I don't think he got drafted, but
well. No, he didn't.
That was 2019.
yeah,
Yeah, interesting.
Liam Henry dominated. I remember that.
Oh, yeah, another 2019 draftee.
Here you go, the Cats.
Oh.
Game's really been played in their front half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dempsey.
Dempsey.
He's dangerous, isn't he?
Just
Nah,
pops it up.
average
Oh, it's
result.
Newcombe. Hawks need half time, says Pat Kaz.
Yeah, they really
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, they can't actually hang on to the ball at the moment. As much as we called them prime Man City.
Yeah. Oh, dangerous.
Yeesh.
Geelong have definitely settled.
Yeah.
It's been a great half of footy, though.
Those forwards have come into the game a lot for the Cats too, like Brian Myers hitting some kicks. Manor kicked that goal
Guy
before.
Clark. How's your
Brian.
shoe? Oh!
Cameron. Danger.
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 He's built for this
And boy,
moment.
is there.
He's been very clean. and very
Bose. Bose.
He's been very strong over the ball, which is obviously not a surprise, but it's been a factor in this game.
Yep.
It is 5-3 this quarter to Geelong. And I have the most fantasy points on the field with 68, Connor Nash.
Oh, yeah.
Bailey Smith, the second most.
Right. It doesn't feel like Bailey Smith's been such a factor in this game.
I didn't think so either. 9 handballs out of the 16.
Mm.
And more than half of his possessions in the defensive half.
Can the Hawks get one more? Warple, handball over the front. No, Dempsey's had a
There's
massive
still time for a
quarter.
score. We got 23 seconds left. Geelong.
Jai Clark's gone to the half-back flank, I think.
That's a
jeez.
strange
That was
positional move for him.
yeah.
I feel like
yeah,
he
I would
doesn't.
have thought attribute-wise, not the
Yeah,
best
like-
fit.
Not a great kick.
This kick needs to hit a target, and it does not. We got 5 seconds, and the score will be 1 point at halftime.
Wow.
To
what
Geelong.
a quarter.
What a quarter. Yeah, the only thing I can think about with Clark to half back is that he's just manning up one of those dangerous forwards.
Is that they used to have Jordan Clark at half-back and said, he's pretty good. Go
Same
and throw your
name.
hand at it.
Exactly.
That's why it's really funny. Over to you, Dylan.
Carl Amon has 17 disposals, the most of any player on the ground, 13 kicks and 4 handballs. He has been a factor, particularly in the first quarter. I thought he was really good. Bailey Smith was 16, as you said. Zach Guthrie with 16, and Jack Ginnivan is next with 15 and a goal.
Dangerfield had 14 and a
well.
goal. Is it a goal? Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
14 and a
he's
goal.
definitely lifted it, particularly in that last little patch there.
Yep. Definitely like a real factor at the contest, particularly
Yeah.
like that 450 ground ball stuff.
Yeah, it's the difference between a stoppage and a clean handball, and that makes a
Totally.
big difference, particularly
4 kicks, 10
450.
handballs.
Yeah,
So,
particularly like in the Ford 50, he's
Yep.
managed to do that a few times.
I just pictured playing footy when I see Dangerfield. And you know, sometimes there's that guy that just goes in a little bit harder than everyone else. And
Yeah.
it makes you a little bit fearful.
The big fat kid in the goal square.
Yeah.
That you're just like, oh, he's not good, but I don't want to tackle him.
And he's going to hurt me.
Yeah.
be honest,
His
Dylan,
body will hurt.
That's
Yeah.
every player I've ever played football. I have not put
You
my
know,
head
some
over it.
guys, though, like you make contact with them and they just physically, like they hurt to touch
Yeah.
almost. Like there's a bit of bone, there's
Yeah.
muscle.
The ones that scare me the most are like the unco kids that don't actually. They're like,
Oh, okay, because they're
you know
not in
what I
control
mean?
of
They
their
just
body.
go so hard at it because they're just like not scared to get in there.
Yeah.
Like our best player at Wattle Park, the Candyman, never played footy before. Played rugby and soccer.
Who's the candy man?
He plays for Wattle Park, the
Okay.
Almonds, Div 12, and he was our best player just because he went in the hardest. But like, yeah, we're streaming the Brownlow on Monday, 2 days from now. Should we get into some Brownlow medal predictions, fellas? How do we see it shaping up?
Yes.
Brownlow?
Yeah.
It's Brownlow time.
Brownlow
Let us know in the comments before we start, who do you think is going to win the Brownlow? Who is going to be the top 5? Because I feel like we have a really interesting count this year. I feel it's going to be interesting. I reckon Brownlows up until now have been decided by players who win the ball at stoppage. They win a really high amount of contested possession. And I feel like the game's going through a bit of a transition where those transition types, those more outside types are having more of an effect on the game. And I think that's, if you look at players like Bailey Smith, to some degree, a little bit Noah Anderson as well, maybe Jordan Dawson is another one like that. So it'll be interesting how much the sort of like the stoppage mules, the bulls, those kind of players are high up the board like they have been, or it's going to be a bit of a change.
Yeah, I mean, like out of the last 5, Cripps 1-2, Neil's 1-2, Wines is 1-1. And then you got Fife who, he's Brownlow quality anyway, but I think the last 5 sort of indicate there's a clear... Well, I suppose you can probably include Fife. There's a big trend there of that first possession clearance midfielder.
Yes, and you would have to say, on at least on some level, I know we've kind of disagreed about that a little bit, but Lachie Neale and Patrick Cripps, perhaps maybe like one of their Brownlows, it didn't feel necessarily like they were the best player in the competition.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, the ridiculous trend now of like record-breaking seasons by these guys, and we're hitting Brownlow counts of like in the 40s. It's a quirky one.
What do you put that down? Do you just think that's the umpires maybe getting a little bit lazy with it, just like I'm just ticking boxes, or do you think it's maybe the quality overall like of teams getting a bit more condensed in the top end of the team, like sort of a fewer players doing more?
It seems like the umpires these days are getting a little fixated on the guys that they see at stoppages.
Do you think that's a media thing then?
A media
Oh,
thing?
sorry. I thought you were going to say, I actually preempted what you were going to say then. I thought you were going to say that like big personalities. Like, for example, like Dacos, big star.
Right.
Patrick Cripps, big star.
That definitely has its impact as well.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if Cripps and Neil, I suppose maybe Cripps, but Neil probably doesn't have that star factor prior to his Brownlow.
They're well known though, aren't they?
Yeah.
I know what you mean though. I think the one that comes up for me this year that's in the favourites, I will just read these off as well. Nick Dacos is the favourite, $2.50. The next is Bailey Smith. So I think that has to be a little bit to do with how much of a star factor he is, just as a personality
I suppose
as well.
that's where the money's going to, right?
Yeah.
It's a reflection of where the money goes.
Yeah, exactly. And just, he stands out and that sort of thing as well. Jordan Dawson is next in third place, $6.50. Noah Anderson, $7. Matt Rowell, $13. Rounds it out.
Right.
So what should we do? I reckon we could potentially talk about our top 5.
Yes.
Do we go through 1 through 5?
We can start with the winners and then maybe go through our 5s.
I think it's going to be Noah Anderson.
Really?
Do you?
Yeah, I reckon
Interesting.
Anderson takes it out.
I like that.
He's just
Talk
he
to me.
kicks like 2 or 3 from the midfield most weeks, bursts out the front of stoppage. Like he's one of the most damaging midfielders in the competition.
2 or 3 is maybe over-egging it. I think he's about 0.7 goals a game.
Oh, I've seen him kick.
Maybe he didn't kick 66 goals this year.
Well, he kicked one against Brisbane last week. That was sort of epitomised his games, breaking out of the middle.
Yeah.
And against Essendon, he would have got 3 votes late in the season, which could have,
that is the litmus
bumped
test.
him.
So he is
It's not the litmus test, but
joking.
like what I'm saying is, if it comes to round 23 and the votes are tight, Noah Anderson will get 3 votes, and it could have won in the Brownlow.
So he is your winner.
I think so.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So
I could just say Dacos.
should I throw a rebuttal in here on Noah Anderson winning the Brownlow? He's not my winner. I think he'll be up there, at the pointy end, but votes
Rao
being
factor.
taken, Matt Rowell. And I almost feel like, if you look at last year at least, I think Rowell polled 18 votes and Anderson polled about 12 for the count. So it's interesting. Noah Anderson has definitely gone to another level this year, and maybe Rowell's stayed a little bit more consistent to last year, but he's gone to another level as well. It'll just be interesting how that happens.
They've
Gold
also
Coast have won more games.
Yeah.
I was about to say that, yeah. So interesting. They will take some votes off each other, no doubt, though.
He'd be a very worthy winner.
Yeah.
I will say that. It's not my prediction either, but I would like to see him win it because I think he's genuinely one of the better midfielders of the competition.
I've also done this without like going through like the Brownlow predictor. I've just like done
Yeah,
it from like
yeah.
who have I thought has had the most impactful.
I think he's had a pretty like consistent season as well. Like you couldn't identify a part of the season where like he really dropped off or he started strong and then died or something like that. So yeah, interesting. Jesse.
I'm going to go basic. I've gone Nick Dacos, and I'll be able to flesh out the rest of my top 5 and justify each of it. But the difference with Dacos is I don't think he has the same competition for votes as some of these other guys. And that is true of someone like a Jordan Dawson as well. But Anderson and Rowell will take votes off each other is my belief. Particularly in the second half of the year, Rowell came home with a wet sail. But Dacos, as far as midfielders go, I mean, who else comes to mind as a regular Brownlow vote getter at Collingwood? I mean, some of their best players are not midfielders. So, you know, I just think in terms of that weekly impact, the fact that Collingwood won so many games, we will probably see a downturn in his votes as Collingwood go through that streak, and we could see someone else pip him, but that's who I've gone.
I have done the same, Jesse. Now, I've got a little bit of a smoky as well that I want to mention here, but I think Nick Dacos, like you said, he's the most balanced over all of the players. Like you've got those Rao, Sarong types who probably do most of their best work on the inside, but Dacos has that best balance of inside out, like 30 disposals, which is really high volume, which ticks that box. High meters game player, big kick threat player, but the score involvements, 8 per game, 32.7% of his scores turn into of his disposals, turn into score involvements as well. So the only thing you could really mark him down, he's a little bit on like ground ball stuff and contested possession. He's a little bit down on some of these other guys, but then he makes up for it with his clearance stuff, 6.2 per game, and his first possession to clearance is 78%.
Yeah, wow.
So he kind of just ticks every single box.
Yeah.
He's got that star factor, which I think is important in the Brownlow as well. So he just doesn't really not tick any boxes. But I do want to mention, I reckon a big smoky is Caleb Sarong.
Yeah, I see that. Again, if we're going through these types, that first possession clearance midfielder, he fits the mould of all the other previous winners and probably doesn't have that competition. I suppose I know Brayshaw had a great season.
He was top 5 last year, but see, Sarong had games this year where he was like best on ground, missing. Best on ground.
But that'll be okay for a Brownlow.
That's good. That's true. Yeah.
He'll poll 3 a lot.
He'll poll a lot of threes, and also Fremantle like clearly won a lot more games this season. What'd you win in the end? 15?
Yeah.
What'd you win last year?
Not 15.
13.
I don't remember him missing any games.
He's a pretty proven vote getter.
He's a proven vote getter, and there's parts of his game that are just so much higher than anybody else's. Like his contested possessions, like 14.4 per game. The only one that comes close to that is like a Matt Rao, which is that's always a big, factor. Indicator, yeah, exactly. Ground ball 9.3. And he's clearly the best clearance player, 8.2.
Yeah.
First possession to clearance, 81.1. So that's even better than a Dacos.
Yeah.
So he's got that. His only negative is scoring, but I don't think scoring comes into it that much in the Brownlow. The umpires don't, forwards aren't really a factor.
The only player I can think taking threes off him in wins is Luke Jackson. I think Jackson will beat him. But other than that, I don't really think.
Well, Brayshaw and Young. I know Young wasn't there much, but when he did play,
I'm just thinking back to games this year. Brayshaw might have got best on once or twice, but other than that, I feel like in our wins, like Sarong is our main guy getting it done. So
I think it's a really good shout for a Smoky.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one, and I don't think Brayshaw, as much as he's like a really good player, I don't think he's going to be a major factor in stealing votes this season.
Sure, yeah. I
agree.
I like that call. I could see that happening.
I actually haven't even got him in my top 5.
So that's kind of my 1-2.
Yeah, I kind of regret not doing it.
I've got Dacos second, so I've gone Anderson Dacos.
Yep.
Yeah, fair.
Do I round out?
Yeah, just go through the 5.
I've got Dawson from the Crows, had a massive year. Bailey Smith at 4 and Matt Rowell at 5.
I like it. I went Dacos number 1, obviously. Jordan Dawson's second. He's expected to poll in more games than Dacos, but perhaps less threes. But he's also another player without midfield competition in Adelaide, which I think will bode well for him. Bailey Smith in third. He could win it. And I guess the argument's against him. He's not your typical extractor type. Again, he'd probably run similar contested ball numbers to Dacos, I'm guessing. Maybe like 2-1, Bailey Smith.
Oh, no, yeah, he's like contested. Bailey Smith's contested stuff is really good.
Like 33%. Yeah. I just mean in terms of how many.
Oh, how much?
Yeah, how much?
Where have I got Bailey here? So he's at 35.6.
Yeah, okay. So similar to Dacos. So I just mean the argument against him. He's not that Cripps, Neil, Caleb Sarong type.
Yeah. The difference with Bailey Smith, which I always think is a bit of a factor in this, is his sort of like his work around the stoppage. He's not as crafty as some of those other guys. And I think when players are really technical around stoppage, the umpires kind of see that. Like his first possession to clearance, Bailey Smith is only around 70%. So he's about 10 under those top guys.
Yeah. Yeah. He's expected to finish the year with three vote games. So we could see him make a late dash.
Yep.
And I think there will be some votes given to Max Holmes, Jeremy Cameron in particular. But I think just the positional discrimination there, I think might see him not finish in the top 2. Then I went the Gold Coast boys, Anderson and Rowell. They're competing with each other, but I think will poll well. But having now done this in your Sarong argument, I wish that I put it in there, but I'll go Real 5, Anderson 4.
How much of you wanting to put Sarong is that you're scared that he's going to win it?
I couldn't really care less.
I don't think he'll win it.
I wouldn't. It's a nice moment for Fremantle if he wins it. It's not a huge bragging point. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm scared of it happening.
If Sarong wins it, I will be on the... Sorry, there's the Tom Stewart concussion again. That just looked not like a concussion at all. If Sarong wins the Brownlow this year, I'll be on the Dylan Alexander. The Brownlow is cursed.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't even think Sarong had an All-Australian year, to be honest.
Yeah, you said that. I
really
remember
doubling down on the I'm not a Freo fan.
I've just like made you into a hater.
He was just too up and down.
Yeah.
Well, not up and down. He just got tagged easily this year.
Okay.
And maybe he did have.
I just think he does, like Sarong, he just does what he does really well.
Yeah. And he fits the mold of a Brownlow Medal winner. Like Pritis back in the day, 2014. No one thought he was the best
He's
player
a better player than Pritis, I think. But
yeah.
like it's a specialist.
Yeah, exactly. It was an eyebrow raiser.
Part as well. Great haircut on Brownlow Medal night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Always
true.
Scrubs up well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, where did you have Dawson, both of you?
I had Dawson second.
I didn't have him in my top 5.
I didn't
Wow.
3.
I did not have him in my top 5.
The AFL.com.au Brownlow predictor has him first.
Has him first. That's
Yeah.
really interesting. I just don't think the style, the way that he plays, really stacks up for Brownlow medals.
Sure.
Like
That's
he's low disposal, 23 disposals per game, where a lot of these guys are from about 27 up towards 31, 32 if you bring in Bailey Smith.
That's true.
His clearance stuff isn't great either, only 4.4 per game. So again, compared to like a Sarong, he's only about half the amount of clearances. Not a great first possession to clearance player. Not really much of a factor from first possession either compared to these other guys. So he's not really a stoppage presence. He is a bit of a contested ball presence. And he's more of a scorer and a contested marker. And again, like he is all over the ground and he's around the ball. But I don't know, like has anyone ever won a Brownlow being a sort of a utility type roamer that marks the footy and kicks goals?
Nah. I reckon it would have been.
So it's interesting. It
was Adam Goods that? I think that's probably underselling Adam Goods, but he won a couple.
Yeah, Adam Goods was better than Dawson, but
definitely,
at the same time, it's a good point. Yeah. But in modern times, I just feel like it's gone more and more to that type. So
definitely.
I feel like he would have to buck trends.
Even a player like Ben Cousins doesn't win the Brownlow now.
No, well, that's kind of Bailey Smith.
Yeah, that's a great call. I was about to say that.
That hard runner.
So we'll see how he polls. But like the Brownlow votes have moved away from that type of player.
Eli in the chart says Heaney and Naz are Smokies. Do we see them polling well?
I think Naz is going to poll really strongly. He has to get 3 voters, but was there enough of them to give him enough votes, I suppose?
He's expected to get 5 in a row, according to AFL.com.
5 threes in a row.
5 threes in a row, like Steph Curry. And pause for effect. It's a basketball reference.
Yep.
But I don't think there wasn't much in the first half of the season. There wasn't much in the first half of the year, so I don't think it'll be enough to win it. But he'd be a wild card shout, and I reckon there'll be some entertainment if he does.
I would absolutely love that.
Yeah,
because his back end of the year was so good. I just feel like I think he got last year about 10 votes.
Is he expected to get 25 this year? Again, it's just a projection. And I think the winner had 33. So like it'd be a pretty big discrepancy there if he actually won it, but he's not a million miles off either.
Yeah. Oh, that would be absolutely amazing. Who else did you mention there?
I didn't. I just said
I thought you said Nasir and somebody else then.
It wasn't me.
Should I go through my picks?
Yeah, if you haven't done your top 5, please do.
So I've basically gone Sarong Dacos. I think Nick Dacos is more likely to win it.
Yeah.
But Sarong's my kind of next guy.
I like that.
Matty Rowell at 3.
Yeah.
Bailey Smith at 4, as I said, just the star factor. He kind of just is football at the moment. Hugh McCluggage at 5.
Yeah, he'll be close to the top 5, definitely.
And then I had Nass as the outsider at 6.
Yeah, that's about right, I think.
Gus Brayshaw, what did he finish? Top 3?
3rd, yeah.
Did he really?
Out of nowhere.
I think it was 18 when Mitchell won it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
When Mitchell won it?
Tom Mitchell.
Oh, Tom Mitchell.
So at that point, how was Frio's midfield looking? Like who would
Gus Brayshaw, not
Angus.
Andrew.
Angus Brayshaw. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Who's going to be your club's top vote getter this year? I think this will be fun for West Coast.
Oh,
Caleb Sarong.
Yeah, I know yours will be Caleb Sarong as a Monty. Would it be Sheasel?
I'd assume that it would be.
Sherry's probably not going to.
Yeah, it's a hard one in poor teams because I think the clearance guy, it maybe like goes away from them a little bit when you're not talking about the winners and you're talking about like someone that's going to get about 10 votes. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think Sherry was our best player. It'd be him or Sheasel. They tied for the BNF in recent weeks. Yeah.
I had a look on West Coast Predictor. I've been saying for weeks, West Coast will poll a record low of Brownlow votes this year.
What makes you say that?
Just a hunch.
Can you think of any games like you're very religious with how you watch them? Like, can you think of games where you're like, oh, that guy played, other than just like I thought he was good? You can't think of any
not in
stuff.
those terms.
Well,
like,
actually, they only won one game this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Acting surprised.
No, I'm actually thinking like, is there any game where an Eagles player would have polled one?
Oh, we'll poll some votes in general, but on the AFL website, Brady Hoff was credited with the 3 votes against St Kilda, and I don't think any other player was given votes, so they gave them to 2 Saints players. So Hoff, Tim Kelly, and Harley Reid were equal top with 3 votes each.
Could Jinby get one here or there, maybe?
Not a Brownlow vote. No, not that type of player. I think Harley is probably Harley or Kelly.
Lol.
Yeah.
Surely Baker will pick up a few.
I don't know if he will. I don't know if he's that sort of player.
What was his primary role for the majority of the season? He was sort of that running halfback,
Yeah.
Bit of a utility.
But and then he played forward mid toward the end of the year. But
yeah,
it's actually really hard to split who's going to do it. I'll say Harley for the lols. If it's not him, it's probably going to be Kelly.
We've got 111 watching at home. Make sure you guys leave a like on the stream. Get your Brownlow predictions in the chat.
Please do.
Rogi's not happy. Reckons the Anderson disrespect is crazy.
Hey, Rogie, I chose him to win the bloody thing.
You chose him to win it. I had him
Yeah.
4th, and you didn't have him in the top.
I didn't have
6.
him in the top. Yeah. That's more of a history thing. Like I'm a big Anderson fan.
Yeah. Again, we are 2 people who don't really rate the Brownlow as an indicator of quality. So for us to predict him not in the top 5 is irrelevant to what we think of him.
This Brownlow, it might come out and, Nick Dacos wins it, Anderson comes 2nd, Bailey Smith comes 3rd.
Yeah.
And I feel like that'll be in the face of how it usually is with the players that are up the top end.
Rain coming into Melbourne.
Things are changing.
We have a massive
Is it really
half
raining?
here.
Yeah. Destiny on the line.
Could we get one notch
hi,
of volume?
Destiny.
Absolutely.
I feel like I'm there.
Have you finished your shift as a stripper? That's Destiny calling.
Here we go.
Subscribe to True Footy.
The number 2 umpire is about to bounce the ball. Meek versus
I reckon that's Nick
Blitzers.
Foot.
Nicky Foot. Ooh, Blit. Oh, danger.
Oh, danger.
Extraction.
Oh,
God, the plyometric strength from an old man there was impressive.
danger
out.
signs on the show here for. I don't know what I'm saying.
There's a clip from one of mine and Jesse's earliest collabs. We played a game called AFL Bullshit.
Oh. Goal.
Did you say
goal?
Did you say Motlop?
No, I said Martin.
Okay, fair enough.
They have similar haircuts and both have... What
No,
numbers?
I see
Martin?
you're right. Oh, not good with numbers.
I feel like they both have the number 8 on their back.
Yeah, I think they're both number 8. You're right.
They're both number 8. All right.
Laugh
it up.
Go.
I feel like this game's starting to get... it's not out of hand on the scoreboard, but the Hawks are dying a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's
Martin's
started
9.
how the last quarter finished, and I think Hawthorn would have loved the first one here. And it happened so quickly as well. So it does feel like it's getting away from the Hawks. I agree.
Brian Myers is becoming a serious factor. Half forward flank. Such a weird kicking action, but so effective.
Yeah.
Dangerfield is still going. He mowed down Fife in the champion pantheon years ago. Champion and pantheon, not words I've ever used in quick succession like that.
No.
I agree. Here he is at centre bounce again.
Oh,
Dangerfield.
wow.
He's an A grader.
I had him in
turnover.
Did we have him on our list on Instagram?
Nah, I had to try and come up with a consensus list, and also I whittled down a few. So you said Danger.
I did.
I would have been happy to have Danger in.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too,
think I
but-
had him in mind, but
Me too. I just didn't put him on the post because I needed an even 40.
I actually think like if you just took his 2025 season, it's probably A grade.
The cats are purring.
Yeah.
That's a poor kick.
I don't think there's too
What
much
are you
doubt
doing, Battle?
about Dangerfield.
Do you remember there were a few games that he had as a kind of like a third tall forward earlier in the season, probably between rounds.
Battle?
No, Dangerfield.
Oh, sorry.
Like just incredible.
Yeah, that like powerful half forward. Just he was unreal.
Josh Battle was recruited as a key forward.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I reckon in his draft year that's what he was. I don't know if he ever played there for St Kilda.
I've always known him as a intercepting back. But
Yeah, I think he was an undersized key forward was my memory of him.
Dangerfield has evolved into a better player than Nathan Fyfe, but who would you take in their prime? Fyfe or Dangerfield?
Fyfe.
Probably 5, yeah.
Yeah.
But Danger had the... I don't know. Danger just did it longer, I suppose.
Fyfe was more like kind of, I don't know, like transcended the sport more for the time that he was such a different kind of player.
Yeah.
Where I think there's been other players like Dangerfield.
Yeah. Mind you, Dusty, I thought, was probably the best at his prime of that group.
100%.
Yeah.
Dusty's the best player.
2017 in particular.
Yeah.
Because he was high volume back then. It seems like later in his career, he went a little bit more impact, high half forward. Not high half forward, but like a striking forward.
Oh, Danger.
Yeah. I think as a high volume player though, Dusty really only had 2017, was it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was that 1 year. He was getting like 37 every now and then.
Danger again! Finish your work, son!
Goal.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow.
He's just got it.
Wow.
He got it.
He's the difference between the two teams right now.
When did actually Dusty come into that argument? I thought I was doing Dangerfield versus
I
Fyfe.
wedged him into that.
And then everyone was like, but Dusty was better.
You're right, but all three of those players are intrinsically linked because they won amazing Brownlows one after the other. So there was that particular era. But you're right, you weren't mentioning him at all. In fact, I think Druzy brought it up.
I didn't bring up Dusty.
No, you brought up Fyfe.
Yeah,
I brought up Dusty.
Some Swabs in the chat did the Danger versus Fyfe comparison.
Right.
Fyfe never really had that breakaway speed. He's probably a similar mover to Paddy Cripps, I'd say.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like strong boy ting.
Yeah. His contested marking is probably the best of the three, but all three were pretty good, I'd say, like as contested marks.
I'd probably say, one-on-one. Oh, Danger's as good as Fyfe, contested mark. Oh,
but not the leap.
Yeah.
I think that's what Fyfe had over both of them.
Danger has a spec. Fyfe was better, yes.
Yeah.
But I feel like Danger had a spec in him.
He's a specky? I don't know. He's a great one out key, undersized key forward, really.
I feel like Fyfe was a different, like when he burst on the scene and started to become really good, it was like a different sort of player that the AFL hadn't had before.
Yeah, it was like Petrarca before Petrarca almost in terms of that like...
No, he's more athletic than Petrarca.
Yeah.
I presume you didn't mean like same profile of a player. You just mean like the impact that he had.
I think it was just like his stoppage craft was just so satisfying. Like couldn't be tackled.
Yeah, Fremantle were a different team when he was like not right.
He also somewhat... Say what you want here, Jesse, but he made Freo relevant.
No, I'm joking. I agree.
Thanks, bro. This has been all Cats for a while now.
Yeah.
Close. He's played on from a mark.
That was brave. Wow.
He's come out and he's kicked a goal.
Wow.
I'm not saying this was that, but that reminded me when you're playing FIFA against your mate and you're a few goals up and you just pass when you probably shouldn't have.
Or like you're trying to skip after it goes out for a goal kick and you've accidentally...
shit. Yeah, true. That seems like a bad decision that came off.
They just found Jeff Kennett in the crowd then.
Wow. This game is starting to get one-sided, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. It's been one-sided now for probably halfway through the second.
Yeah. It's just the scoreboard that's now starting to reflect that.
I'd love to know what the Cats have done differently. They're definitely set up behind the ball better than they were before. But like, what are we seeing here, Dill? What do you reckon has changed the game in this last quarter?
It sounds really simplistic, but I do feel like Hawthorn just are lacking energy at the moment.
Definitely.
They seem to be running on... I'm making a lot of cliches at the moment. They're running on top of the ground. They were at the beginning, and now it's kind of the opposite. I think that's a big factor. There's definitely... When Hawthorn are on the ball...
Oh, nearly.
Look at how much energy Geelong have.
Are going in the way of the Cats.
Yeah, and Hawthorn are still getting their hands on the ball, but Geelong are just there. They're just positioned in the right place. And I think they looked a bit disjointed in the first quarter. Like they couldn't they weren't really intercepting the ball. Getting
Serious
those,
alarm bells for the margin of this game.
Bailey Smith
Yeah.
from 50.
Because this was 1 point the margin at halftime. And we're already out to 20, and it doesn't feel like the momentum's going to shift back
They've
anytime
kicked
soon.
3 in the
Yeah.
first 4 minutes of the quarter.
that was a nice little step by Bose. That could have come off.
Sounded good.
How do the Hawks respond?
Woody says
By
Cats are
kicking
winning
some
the
goals.
stoppages, but like if you look
Yeah.
at that last stoppage, Hawthorn got their
Newcomb
hands
won
on the
it, yeah.
they won it, and the Cats are just I don't know, they're just in the right place
Yeah.
to make those little intercepts. Those midfield intercepts are so important.
It was just intercepted that last clearance. It was actually a good work by Newcomb. It was just well pounced on by, I think,
Yeah.
Myers.
I think that can be like an interesting mentality shift in AFL too. Like if the other team's getting their hands on the ball a lot, you can kind of just go into that mindset. We don't have to win it,
Yeah.
but we can win it back off them.
Yeah.
Particularly if one team becomes too predictable with what
Yeah.
they're going to do.
That's holding the ball nearly. Put the ball in the
Oh, what a chase
ground.
out.
Warple is helping out the team he's playing for next
Yes, insider trading.
year.
Gee, this guy's a good player.
Myers did well to get back to his feet there. How's the kick
Oh,
inside 50?
It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Perfect.
This is almost, no, it's not game over, but it just feels like it's past the point of game on.
If he kicks this goal, I think it's over.
It's just about, yeah.
Oh, he's
This-
so good, man.
This is like when a grand final starts to become shit.
Yes.
You're like, oh, it's really not happening.
They are actually terrifying when they get on a roll.
Yeah. They're an
13
unbelievable,
goals to 100.
unbelievable football club.
Birdman says the Hawks are trash. Yeah, they are. Get them out.
Hey, our draft pick's back to 16.
Look who's
We could
winning
have
now.
had 8. I'm going to go tinkle because I do that a lot here.
We've talked about this before, Drews, with Jeremy Cameron. I remember Cookson was on the stream and Cookson said something about Cameron, like is his sort of legacy as a player, because he hasn't won that many Colemans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is it as high as it should be? Where do you put him in that conversation?
Well, it's like the Bond not winning Brownlows as a midfielder, but he's still accepted as one of the best players of the generation. I feel
Yeah.
like Cameron, if you watch football, you know that there is probably not a forward in the competition that can do the same things that he can do.
Yeah.
He is a mercurial forward.
As someone that likes the draft, I find a player like Cameron very interesting as well, just because there's not a lot of players like
You
him.
love the sexy X Factor players. That's
I
what I've
do.
started to learn about you. You're not
Yeah.
a player with a X Factor. With
I don't like
beautiful
boring players because like there's been many and there'll be like
Yeah.
a lot more of them to come. I know they're the bread and butter, but I like guys that break the game open and take those big moments. I think Cameron's absolutely one of those.
Who are the top sexy X Factor players in the comp for you?
I mean, right now watching this final series, the one that comes to mind straight away is Cam Rayner. Did
Yeah.
you see his game against the Suns?
No, we were at the pub.
He
I saw
broke
this.
the Dusty Martin tackle record. Like they just could not lay a finger on him.
Oh, really?
He
What,
like the broken tackles. Yeah.
He broke the broken tackles record.
Yes, which was the broken tackles finals record.
Yeah.
Which was held by Dusty
There
previously.
you go.
Yeah,
Actually living up to the hype.
yeah.
sick.
I think he's incredible. Zach Bailey's an X Factor player. 2 Brisbane guys. Jeremy Cameron.
Will Day when in this final series, obviously, but he's
yeah.
just got that. Yeah.
Jesse's yelling out Harley Reid from the bathroom. No, Will Day. I mean, Will Day's obviously got to do it in bigger games, I think, to be like considered that player. But yeah, it definitely shows signs. I mean, Watson's had a pretty good.
Yeah.
He's been a little bit fumbly in this game at times, but in the last game he was big. Guys
CJ
that hit.
coming on.
Oh, is he the sub?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, guys that basically take those like small chances
Yeah.
and turn them into goals, I think is the most valuable thing in finals.
Oh, no. Throw it in. He says, Sam Darcy says Eli.
Yeah, I love Sam Darcy just because he's such a freak.
Cameron will go down similarly to Richo. Won't have the awards, but the streets will remember. I feel like he's a few levels above the streets. Won't forget Jeremy Cameron. You know that like the streets won't forget, like Premier League thing.
Yeah.
The streets.
No,
won't
he's
forget
Abdel
Tarat.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to think where, like, I mean, I never really saw him as a player that was like I didn't see him as the guy that was, what do you say, like hadn't achieved like those things, like undervalued or anything like that. I always saw him as like one of the best players in the comp. Just interesting.
Sicily. Can they get something here? Oh, Gunston.
Gunny.
He has had Jack Martin's number all night long.
Those are rumours.
Such a smart player. What do you think about Cameron, Jesse?
Streets won't forget him, that's for sure. No, he's great.
The Reals, mate.
Well, I mean, there's a bit of a Geelong element there. If he played out his days at GWS, I don't know if he'd be considered a great. Sometimes we romanticise players because they're involved in really successful teams, but he's an outstanding player.
Do you reckon Toby Green would be one of the best players in the comp if he was at like it? Well, not one of the best players, but would be spoken about.
I think he is spoken about like that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think he...
Will
more so
the
than any
streets
Giants
forget
player.
Were you
Certainly
thinking
not.
from the fact that he's from GWS? Or?
Yeah, like, is he underappreciated because he's at the Giants?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
No, I think he gets his adulation.
Yeah.
Were you guys talking about X Factor players before? I yell at Harley Reid every time I pee.
Yeah, no, we were.
Okay.
I just said, Druzy just made mention of me liking those kind of X Factor big game
Did you
players.
see Jesse's comment? He said, I just yell out Harley Reid every time I pee.
I don't get it.
Who's saying like...
It doesn't matter. Let's not dissect it. Let's not analyse it.
God.
Harley Reid.
We have fun. We got 108 people watching at home. Thank you guys for tuning in.
That might drop after my Harley Reid joke.
That's what they come for. Let's be real. Who kicked that last one? Oh, Gunston.
Gunston. Yeah, back to 20
Swarms
points.
13.
Danger with
The-
another clearance.
The game needed a Hawthorn goal.
Absolutely.
I
it did.
actually hope
Good
they
intercept
kick
from
the next couple
Battle.
now.
They need some momentum here. Swabs 13 says, has Cameron gone past Kennedy, Rewalt, Hawkins trio?
That's tough. He's certainly in that conversation. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe
Macca.
McDonald, bang.
maybe about the same level of talent, in my opinion. Pretty hard to separate.
No, higher levels of talent than all of them, I reckon.
Kennedy,
I'm not sure I
West
agree.
Coast,
In
West
terms
Coast
of-
Kennedy.
Yeah.
In terms of X Factor, Jeremy Cameron is a more highly talented footballer. Like he can finish in more ways than...
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
What, you think JK can finish?
Jake, that was his probably best asset.
Who?
What?
JK.
Ways to finish?
Yeah.
I think what you mean though, Druzy, there, just to clarify, when you say ways to finish, you mean that he can be a factor in the air. He can take contested
He can take
marks.
3
He can-
bounces on the wing.
Yeah, he can get it
Yeah,
on the
trip on the
lead,
box,
and then he
true.
can also get ground balls and kick snaps
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was more of the.
I feel like that was JK's thing as well.
Really?
Yeah.
thought he was more of
maybe
a-
not ground balls as such, but lots
Yeah.
of snaps and his goal sense was his number one asset.
Yeah. Okay.
In general play as well, as good as
No,
Jezza?
not running down the wing and taking 3 bounces.
But like
no,
in-
I agree with that.
At ground level, inside 50. in
Maybe
general
not.
play.
It depends what you mean by ground ball.
See,
Do you mean
I think-
literally the ball on the ground, or do you mean just like
Just in
loose
general
ball?
play, yeah. Loose
I mean,
ball.
Cameron.
No, his general play goal kicking was very, very good.
I think Cameron, though, to be fair on what you're saying, Druzy, like Cameron, like genuinely at times plays like a small player.
Yeah. No,
Whereas-
I don't
where-
think JK did that.
Yeah.
To the same extent, I agree. But JK also probably did better work for a middling team, whereas Cameron did a lot of his best work in teams that won the premiership or played in the grand final.
Kennedy felt more, for me, as an outsider, like more of a classic forward.
100%.
And just somebody that was like really good at it. Just
Stengel holding the ball.
Wow.
Hawthorn footy. Hawthorn are wrestling some momentum back. They've kicked 2 in a row.
I'm not making the strong argument that JK or Rewalt were better. I think they're all pretty similar level of
For
talent.
what it's worth, JK is my most he's the Eagles player that I liked the most.
He is kind of likable at him. He's hard to dislike, I reckon, JK.
He was
Same
just
as
such an
Prentice.
honest footballer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a reliable, his best asset was like you said, his goal.
Very
Yards.
humble and unassuming as well.
Yeah.
I think that
one of those guys, I think, too, when like he comes up against your team, you're like, how did this fucking guy get us again?
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
always.
He was always good at impacting the game with 5 possessions in a quarter, but
Yeah.
not because he went missing as such, but it just means that's all he needed,
Yeah.
and he would win games for us.
We got a
So.
donation from Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
Oh,
Thank you,
Legend.
Kelly.
Hawks got a second wind, says Birdman. Yeah, and they're coming
Yeah.
with some momentum as well.
Yeah.
Riff says Kennedy was competing with the best forward ever.
Quinton Lynch.
Jack Darling.
Mark McGrath.
Yeah. I mean, those were all very good forwards.
Yeah.
Least of all Lynch, with all due respect. He was the least talented.
He had the best mustache.
Yeah.
Lynch was
Yeah,
always
mustache
like
would be
in that really successful period for West Coast in the early 2000s. He was always sort of like your best forward, but you felt like he could also be dropped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he really
Yeah.
towed that line.
In terms of talent, he was definitely the least talented out of Darling, Kennedy, and McGrath.
But he was
by
like,
far.
he was structurally super important at the same time because I'd always, they talk about his relevance as sort of a key. That was probably, at that point, I guess, was Kennedy actually in the team at that point?
Nah, I think you got the last little bit of Lynch by the time Kennedy was
Dempsey
good.
keeps his feet.
Oh, nah, doesn't have the legs on that. It is a behind.
We've mentioned it a fair bit this quarter, but Dangerfield's playing like year 12s versus year 11s right now.
Yeah.
It's just that guy that lifts to the level in a big final.
You
And
think
that is so worth its weight in gold.
There's so many similarities between, I'm making a draft reference here, but Harley Barker and Oliver Dempsey. It's actually frightening.
Yeah. Ah. Whew, I thought that was Harley Barker for a minute there.
What's the maker? Wow. Should have said that into the mic.
Oh, dear.
You'd think, this is what makes Dangerfield so great, right? Like he can impact a game at this level at this age.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy. Like just
Yeah.
slow down, bro.
Yeah, you just chill.
He would be the exact player that 5 years ago you would have said, I would have made a comment if I was doing a stream 5 years ago and said, like, Danger won't be a factor in like 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because of the athletic type and
Yeah.
stuff. It's just not the sort of player.
It's a safe bet, though, to pick out a 35-year-old and say, 2025, nah, he's not going to be a
Yeah,
factor.
but you know what I mean? Like if somebody said that about Pendlebury,
Yeah.
you would actually bite back and go, like, what does his game rely on that being
Yeah.
35, he won't still be a factor?
That's true. You think with Danger, his explosive pace was his best feature, really, at
and
his
it still
prime.
is.
Yeah, it is. But he's also got that strength and competitiveness that hasn't really...
Yeah.
It just seems like as he's got older, he picks and chooses his moments, which is perfectly acceptable because,
Yeah.
when he does deliver, he does this.
Oh, chopping the arms.
Go Impy. Go Impy.
Impy. Imp. Where did you
Impy.
come from? Where did you
Oh!
go?
The half
Stop
man.
it. Wait, did that go through?
Yeah.
Oh, it hit
Oh,
the
he hits
gritty.
the gritty.
You're way too old to be doing that, bro. I'm sorry.
They call him the Tyrion Lannister.
Why is that?
The imp.
The Imp. Yeah.
I don't know that.
Oh, you didn't read Game of Thrones or watch it?
Graham.
You didn't. Oh, I can't believe you dropped the read.
I did say that. Yeah, that was a bit of a flex.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't read The Phantom
You
Menace?
can't read it.
No,
I actually did read Game of Thrones, so I can
Did
say
you?
that. Yeah.
wow.
Well, the first 4, then it lost me.
I'm an adult virgin.
No, it's valid.
Oh,
I sang
Hawthorn-
Jewel of the Fates last week.
Hawthorn have bounced back. How long can they hold this momentum though? You know how much like energy it takes to just get back
Yeah.
in, just back in the contest.
Yeah.
I thought
That
that was
was
on.
impressed me. What do they kick 3 in a row?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually... Yeah.
What are we at?
Currently working the night shift. Is it a good prelim final? It is.
It's excellent, I would say, at this point.
Yeah.
Which player wins it for the Hawks? Over to you, Dylan.
Ooh, I mean, the obvious choice is probably somebody like Ajay Newcomb, but I think Nick Watson and Dylan Moore have gone out of the game
Yeah.
and really need to bounce back here.
Nah, Moore won a very important contest.
Did he?
Just
I must have
for
missed
that
that.
goal.
I feel like he was really good early. Watson hasn't been.
I'll just give it to Danger and let him cook.
What happened there?
I don't know. I think the umpires just like him.
Bailey.
That'll be Mark.
Wasn't it?
Oh.
Important hand there from
That was
Weddle.
Cameron too.
Martin in front of the members.
Martin's done
Bose from
well.
the pocket. Oh, it stayed in.
Oh,
The players
how's the
are
bounce on that?
discombobulated.
Jezza.
Oh, no way.
it.
Oh, no, he did
pay that
well.
hold in the ball, please.
Yeah, you got to pay that.
JK wouldn't have done that. no, I'm joking. But I don't think that's ball. He got rid of that. It was a clean handball. You got to bring the player down.
Yeah, you got to stick
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
true.
I think he did really well. 107 in the chat. Thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you again, Kelly, for the donation. And chuck a like on the stream would be much appreciated. Just gives us a little boost in the algorithm. If you're enjoying
Bailey
it.
is up and about.
Pressure factor 252 from the Hawks.
Wow.
Wow.
Lloyd Meek just takes it out of the ruck.
I don't know
Turns
if
it
you
over, though.
saw this, but when Fremantle played the Bulldogs, they had a pressure rating of like 286.
No!
Oh, no.
Get rid! Oh, 286.
Yeah, it was the highest I've ever seen a pressure rating was Fremantle against the
Wow.
Bulldogs.
Yeah, that was immense. That second quarter,
Yeah.
hot.
They're out here, Hawthorn.
Here we
They're
go.
out.
Battle. CJ. Oh, he's come on as a sub and he's fumbled with his first
Oh.
touch. Did he have the footy?
That's a good question. This could be his last game for them.
Is he out of contract?
I'm not actually sure if he's out of contract, but there's a Carlton rumour.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is close to ball.
Did he have?
Because he lost possession and then got it back again. I think it's player. It's like kind of ball, kind of holding the
Yeah.
man as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit that like David Swallow areas in the elimination final.
That's true, yeah. Now that was justice.
100
But for
on the
different reasons.
That was the footy
stream.
gods.
Birdman says the Cats are just bombing it into the forward line. It has looked a little bit like that. But
Yeah.
the Hawks have, I think I said before that they've lost energy. They found it again.
Yeah, definitely.
The Cats are right up for it though.
Oh,
They are.
danger though.
Danger.
Oh, that's
Keeps it
actually
in.
paid off. Martin.
Single.
Wow,
Bang!
that was Martin, wasn't it? Yeah,
Martin.
it is, yeah.
Oh, I've got them
Druzy
confused
can't get them
lives,
right.
bro.
I thought it was Stephen Motlop. That's a reference to when you said, I thought you said Motlop earlier.
They have similar haircuts and they wear 18 and 19.
No, I see it. They actually, when you pointed it out, they do kind of have similar haircuts.
I feel like that was a huge error from CJ.
Goal assist from
Yeah, he had a
Banter.
couple of bad moments there, didn't he?
Like, they were out.
Is this the best single quarter display from any player this final series from Patrick Dangerfield?
I
Right?
thought you were going to say like the best quarter from anyone ever.
Yeah,
Just like-
I don't know.
I don't know if you read round one.
in this final series,
Harley Reid,
He's
Western
kicked a goal.
Derby.
He's got like 4 clearances from the centre this quarter. He's just got a goal
Yeah.
assist.
it's pretty
This
good.
final series, yeah, I would agree, probably.
I feel like there's a slight bit of recency bias. Like I'm trying to think.
Well, we're just talking about this final series.
So
There's
there
only
has
been
to-
7 games.
yeah, I actually started to believe my own joke that I'm like Dusty Martin
Yeah.
back in 2017. Yeah, it probably had, I think Rayner had a massive game against the Suns, but
Yeah. Our viewing of that was a little disjointed with that pub.
Oh, Bailey Smith's going a bit.
he's angry, isn't he?
He is. Druzy cancelled. Get out of it. Nash. God, he's had a massive game.
Yeah, that's gone out in the full though.
Runs a good live stream though.
Does. He does.
Not that I run this at all. I'm just here for the comments that derail conversation.
Newcomb against Crows the first quarter last week was impressive. Yeah, I do. I feel like at the same time though, he's been really good in this final series in general, Newcomb, but Dangerfield is having like a serious moments game here.
Yeah.
This is a game that you'll always remember. Like, remember Patrick Dangerfield in that 25
Yeah.
yeah.
To do
Yeah.
it at 35 years old.
Shout outs to Kelly saying you guys are welcome for the dono. Doing awesome.
Oh,
Appreciate
thanks,
ya.
Thank you, Kelly.
Legend.
Who's more likely to have a breakout year in 26? Hewitt or Reed?
Reed.
Warpool, inside 50. That is a high up and under ball. That is,
Yeah, I
I
hate
want to
that.
play for your club next year.
Yeah, that was
He
that.
is-
He's had a mare in this quarter.
Head has gone west, or particularly southwest, to Geelong.
Good tackle, CJ.
Go, Siege.
Make
Go,
amends.
Siege.
Make amends.
Go, Siege.
Oh, well done.
that's the
Oh.
speed from the boy. Ah.
Just didn't have the composure.
You have the belief there, though. I've never seen him.
I like that.
That was great.
That was a net positive.
I was really scared that the umpire was going to say too far
Yeah.
because he took a lot of steps. Didn't really go anywhere for the first part.
Oh, he's pushed to the kick.
And Shoal.
Never let Druzy tell you that Bailey Smith's a good kick again.
Bailey
Yeah.
Smith's kicking technique is horrendous.
Yeah. This quarter hasn't been great. It was also a sloppy inside 50 from him about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I saw Jesse working at Bunnings. # brush with fame.
Hey. Did you say g'day? Who was it that said that?
Swarbs.
Oh, g'day, Swarbs. Because every now and then I've had a convo with someone. So I'm just wondering if I spoke to this particular person.
Chol can kick this as Birdman.
He can.
He usually likes the short run up.
It can.
He can.
Nah.
Good pass.
Oh, bad result there. Slapped back into the face of goal. Bailey
Bailey,
Smith cleaned up by Newcomb.
Textbook drop punt.
I think it was Newcomb.
Lace out.
Oh, well done, CJ. CJ the DJ.
Oh, is that
That's-
ball?
yeah, it has to
yeah,
be.
hit the ground. Surely it's ball.
That's danger amongst that again.
CJ's been told to drive your legs and take the game on as a sub.
We got a roommate at the moment, lad from England. And
Shout out to the Ollie Beer.
Yeah, the Ollie Botus Brewing Company. Brewery? You know what I'm saying. And he's just like arbitrarily picked Hawthorn as his team and he's just started dropping we.
Oh.
He started saying we. He's been here 5 minutes.
So he's not a footy fan?
No, he came from England.
No, he's English.
Like a couple months ago.
Yeah. So he's adopted Hawthorn.
Wait, your roommate's English?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has that changed?
Yeah, my mate Jack's in Europe at the moment.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Ollie's staying with us for a little bit.
Hopefully
Gotcha.
the real estate
Okay,
isn't
so he
watching.
started dropping we.
Yeah. It was a very hard sell to get him to support West Coast.
Yeah.
So are they a good team at the moment?
Yeah. He literally chose Hawthorn because Hawks sounds cool. He's like, I go for the Hawks. That sounds cool.
Actually, direct quote. He's like, I like their jumper and their logo. It's got a cool eagle. I was like, no, wrong eagle.
It's not even a hawk in the logo, is there?
In the logo?
On the jumper, you
Oh,
mean?
Yeah, there is.
I
Yeah.
was thinking
Not
of
on the jumper.
Yeah.
That's actually
It's got
really
a cool
funny.
eagle.
When is that acceptable for a new fan to say we?
No, it's completely fine. It's grating.
No,
at
I
the
think you
same
got to
time.
go. I think you got to go to a game or own merch. But I'll allow it for Ollie. He donates his beers.
You buy a scarf the first time, you're like, we.
Oh, Watto. Nice bit of pace. Nice handball.
Oh, they're on. They're on.
He's sort of hit a
Punch it
target.
on.
That's the imp.
Punch it on. Oh, you can't let SDK come through that. Come through and get that.
They
even.
look gassed now, the Hawks.
Good field position this last 10 minutes from the Hawks. They're down by 16. Need to just chew a couple back here. Or as they say in Star Wars, chew back here. That was fucking
That
really
was
bad.
like not even in your bottom five for the night. I didn't mind it.
Theo Marsden's watching from London.
Hey.
Get a pint at
out.
Spoons for us, mate.
Oh,
Yeah,
well done, Sicily.
I miss spoons.
Oh, that's a throw.
Yeah, it was a throw. Hey, got away with one.
Just a bit of sharing. Gee, they've been good at that. Like in the
I feel
last
like
couple
Geelong
of
are going
quarters.
to get one here and just put a
Yeah.
dagger in the heart.
Yeah, they're out.
Bows.
They got
This
Stengel
is-
/ Martin. It's Martin, yeah. It did look like either of them, like from the wide shot.
That's out in the
Oh,
full.
it's out on the full. Did he get a
Danger
hand to it?
touched
Oh, he's
it.
paid
Oh,
it.
no, that's out on the full. It was out by a mile.
Yeah, I thought it was out of bounds, to be honest, but they're throwing it in. 2 minutes 51 remaining in the quarter.
Are the Cats giving
Let's see
the
that.
Hawks false hope?
That's out by a metre.
Yeah, that's out on the full for sure.
Dangerfield gets the rub of the green from the umpires, doesn't he?
He really does. They've loved him tonight. Hawks need one here, I think.
Probably need 3. But yes, you're right.
Like just before the quarter, I mean.
Yeah.
No.
2 minutes 40 to go.
14 free kicks to 7 in favour of the
Geelong,
Cats.
yeah.
Bailey Smith,
Cameron.
Jezza.
Go.
No
Kennedy,
way.
like,
Wow.
wow.
He's
How
a
good's
freak.
that?
He's a
Yeah.
freak. But he's ruined the game.
Yeah.
That was off like 2 steps.
How good. Yeah, that was
Wow.
outstanding.
That is incredible. A little off topic, but if you were re-choosing, imagine that you were from a different country, even a different planet. You're an alien, an extraterrestrial coming down to Earth, and you had to re-pick an AFL team. How do you think you would go about doing it? I feel like
need to learn the rules. So.
I feel like though you
Speak
would
the
have to pick a
language.
team that was in the final series. You would ban. You would,
okay. I thought you meant like pick like a whole 22 of players around the league, but you're talking about how
No,
do you
no,
choose?
no.
to-
No, like choose a team to support.
Yeah.
I think you need a reasonable balance of
success.
hope and hope and and success.
I think the branding comes into it a lot as well. Like, I feel
Okay.
like lots of fans just support the Bombers because the Bombers sounds cool. Black
And
red.
the jumper's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I support Perth and the waffle, and I'm like, that's a cool jumper.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah.
that plays into it.
But the context
Yeah, the
switches to the AFL. I'm like, nah, I don't like them.
Who would I support? Probably Freo. If I'm an extraterrestrial, I'm a flying purple people eater. So maybe I'd support West Coast.
I don't get the.
One-eyed
No, I know the song, but what's
Yeah.
the connection at West Coast?
like purple people eater, like
Yeah.
rivals, West Coast. I don't know.
I think City matters.
Good.
Just to go back to that, I mean, this is a really important topic with
Yeah.
2 minutes to go in the third quarter, but
Of the prelude.
I reckon the City would matter. Manners kicked a goal.
Oh,
Wow. Mind your manners, say Hawthorn.
Oh, no.
God, what a game to be at.
The Cats are out. Time to bring him back in.
Oh, dear.
You're an outdoor cat.
Birdman says Australian sport has to be some of the worst officiating. Yeah, I mean, that was just a good goal, though, wasn't it? But I assume he's talking about that Dangerfield mark.
Sean Manor, the young player of the year at 32.
Yeah. How old is he? 28?
27, I think.
27.
What
yeah.
a finish.
Yeah, it's nice. He's had a pretty good game.
Game over. Time to do another mock draft. We will be doing a bit of draft content post-stream. Stick around.
We will.
If you don't get around the Giants, you're not all there. I wouldn't support a team that wears orange.
Wouldn't you?
No.
I was actually just thinking, that would be a team that would appeal to me a little bit. The Giants.
I can't even.
I don't really like the jumper, if I'm honest.
Don't you?
Yeah.
No, neither. Geelong are scary good. Says.
It's hard for me to separate bias here because it's been so deeply entrenched in my brain.
You know too much.
But I love West Coast jumper. But like,
Oh, really?
I can't. Yeah, I love their colours, the royal blue and gold. Like,
There's no way I'm picking North if I get a do-over. There's no
Yeah.
way. Would you?
I love West Coast blue jumper, but I didn't like our navy, so maybe that is valid because I was against an Eagles jumper. But now we've gone back to royal blue. I think that's beautiful.
Is there any chance that you would like pick the bottom team that won one game for the season if you were coming from?
That's a really good question. No, if I came right at this moment in time, I don't know. The other teams I find like attractive visually, Sydney, Western Bulldogs.
I feel like
Really, the Dogs?
I like royal blue jumper.
yeah, okay.
That's a subconscious thing.
I feel like you'd want to get like I do think the geography comes into it a little bit. Like you'd
Yeah,
want to pick a
definitely
place if you were like say traveling or something. You'd want to pick a place that you liked.
Yeah, so Ollie was always going to pick a Melbourne team for that reason.
Yeah.
So he went from one of the powerhouses.
Gunston has missed a shot that he had to kick.
Yeah.
I think it's over. .54 seconds in the third quarter, a 27-point lead to the Cats, and they've just been a bit too good, haven't they? Overall.
Sorry.
Holmes is bringing us back in, kicks long, 50 seconds. Hawthorn probably their last chance, but Geelong could get a counter-attack here. Bose has been good.
40 seconds isn't definitely enough time for a goal here. In fact, Brad Close is going to take a mark. Will he have a cigar?
Do you think there's been some like that big moments where the Hawks just haven't quite been clean enough?
Yeah. See, it was the opposite story in the first
D'Ambrosio.
quarter. You know, and even Watson's goal. Like, they were taking these big moments. Mitch Lewis.
Yeah.
But they've been swarmed since then. It does feel like this game deserved to be close. And
Yeah.
speaking of, Bradley. Oh, he's kept him in it.
He has.
A singular point.
There's Catman or Catwoman. Blake Hardwick
Is that
bringing us
Halle
back
Berry in
in.
the crowd? Or is it the capital of Nepal?
Oh, yeah. It took me a while.
3-quarter time. And this might be the last quarter of Hawthorn's season. We'll see. They need to make up 5 goals in a quarter. And I think they've been good, but I don't know if they have. They need to kick 6, 7 maybe in this quarter. It's possible. It's a big ask.
How many did they kick for the game? They have kicked
9.
9 goals, 7 to 13 goals, 11.
Now that would be the biggest finals boil over ever if Hawthorn won from this position.
Oh, I don't feel like we've seen, like in a prelim or something like that, have we seen anything like that for a while?
Collingwood Richmond. That was a pretty big boil over.
No, not a boil over. Sorry, a comeback. You know, like you always hear about 1997, was it? Where the Crows came back against the Dogs in a big prelim.
Oh, yeah.
93, I think the Bombers did too.
Okay.
I feel like that just used to be.
I mean, Nick Davis 05, that's a semi.
Yeah,
but
that's
that
massive.
was pretty
Yeah.
extreme. There was like 4 goals in the last 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. It would take an extraordinary comeback to win this for the Hawks, though,
Yeah.
given how far down they are.
Yeah. The Cats just seem to have answers.
After 3 quarters, the impact of Jai Newcomb, that was a big talking point coming into the game. 4 clearances, 15 touches, probably not as much of an output as he had last week, and last week he was best on ground.
No.
Warple's been underwhelming.
Geelong are
say.
just the masters at, if they need to shut someone down, they just seem to have the tools for it.
100%. That's what I was saying pre-game. I was
Yeah.
like, you look at their list and it's like, yeah, there's undoubtedly stars on that team. But like you look at the back six, it's like O'Sullivan, O'Connor, Guthrie, Henry. And you're like, oh, there's holes there. You can like Mullen on the wing.
Yeah.
Like, they're not superstar names, but they're all players that can do a job to thwart the impact of the opposition's weapons. So
Yeah.
I haven't really been able to see who's going to Newcombe tonight.
It's mostly been Atkins.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been following it like post stoppage, but he's been taking him at stoppages for sure. It's not like Newcomb's been terrible or anything like that. I think there was like in the middle two quarters, definitely like Geelong were just winning the ball back so comfortably. And I feel like there has been a bit of a clumsiness to Hawthorn's game tonight, just around the ball. Like D'Ambrosio had a big fumble there. Warple's fumbled a couple of times. Even Nash, who's had a really good game.
Yeah.
There's had like just a couple of moments, the CJ one as well, where you just had to get and go.
Yeah, 100%. Small moments.
Yeah.
100 in the chat and only 30 likes. Support the boys, says Sonia.
Get
God, I
around
couldn't
it.
have said
Thank you,
better
Sonia.
myself.
Good to have you.
We got Khaleesi Page back, Swabs, Eli, get in the chat.
I mean, the Cats 50 inside 50s to 32, so they've completely controlled the territorial battle.
Actually, Swabs pointed out the Eagles in 06 prelim. That was a big comeback. I was there. Adelaide Oval. Amy Stadium.
How much did you come back from?
It's probably only 3 or 4 goals, but it was a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
That was a good one. But it wasn't like severely dramatic like this would be, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay.
And certainly not on Nick Davis levels.
Nick Davis.
If that doesn't happen, we could have won the flag. But I digress.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if 5 kicked straight in the first quarter, we could have won the flag.
Doubt it.
We would have been robbed of one of the great grand finals, though.
What, 05, 06?
Yeah, 05.
Oh, true. Sorry. I'm
Sydney
with you.
and
Yeah.
West Coast.
Yeah.
If Sydney didn't qualify, yeah.
Richmond came
We
back.
might have played St Kilda. Because it would have been Geelong St Kilda prelim. Or we could have played Geelong.
Richmond
Anyway.
came back from 4
Yeah.
goals down in 2020, says Birdman.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Who was that against?
In the prelim or the grand final? In the grand final, they did come back from a bunch of
But
goals
they played
down.
the prelim that year.
No, it wasn't GWS. Who made the 4?
This is 5 goals, though.
Geelong, Richmond, Brisbane. Brisbane lost to Geelong in the prelim. So who was the 4th team there?
Who did Richmond beat together?
Dangerfield stats coming up on the screen. He's absolutely killing it. I've just had a look at the team numbers for tonight. Centre clearances are 15-3 in favour of the Cats.
Wow.
17-3.
15-3.
Oh, 50. Brother.
Yeah.
Port
The-
Adelaide was the answer.
The round the ground
They come from
stoppages.
behind to win that? Sorry.
I think they won by 2 points. I can't remember the comeback. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say the stoppage clearances are actually even, but the centre clearance is 15-3.
Yeah,
That
wow.
is-
You're never going to win a game when the clearance differential out of the centre is that great.
No. That's massive. Massive. How are those uncontested marks looking?
I heard you talking about Rayner breaking the record for broken tackles in a final.
Yeah.
McCluggage ironically set the record for tackles in a final in the same game.
Wasn't that Dunkley?
Dunkley, sorry, not McCluggage.
Yeah,
yeah, Dunkley.
Yep.
It's
18?
like 18, yeah.
Yep.
Those are prettiest numbers.
British numbers. Yeah, he loves a tackle, didn't he?
Yeah. I love my West
When
Coast
you-
references.
When you think about the stat of a tackle, you kind of think about Josh Dunkley, don't
Yeah.
you? Matt Rowell, maybe.
Yeah.
Who are the best defensive mids? Like-
Tom Atkins racks up a ton of tackles.
Yeah, he does. Actually, he's probably the number one in the comp.
Yeah.
Actually, now that you say
I
that.
think he is.
James Rowbottom, Willem Drew. Connor Nash probably does as well. Just doesn't play midfield all the time. You kind of need to be in the centre bounces and stuff to get
Yeah.
those like inside tackles.
I think Graham would be ours.
Yeah.
That's his role anyway.
Jack
Swab
Steele.
says Brayshaw.
It's
Yeah.
it's usually those first possession types. Either
All right,
their
Hawthorn.
defensive mid or their first possession mid.
Yeah, I feel like
Cully used to rack up a ton of tackles.
I feel like there's usually most teams now have a difference between their first possession player and their highest tackler,
Yeah.
but there's definitely overlap. They're usually the next closest to the first possession guy. Brayshaw's a bit of a different one because I don't see him as like a big bodied like James Rowbottom, Josh Dunkley type defensive mid. He's more like a transition defensive mid.
Yeah.
He's like an interceptor,
Yeah.
chase down tackler.
Yeah.
Just covers the ground really well. Good runner.
Yes. Hawks not up to it. LOL, says Oscar Wheeler.
I know there's a prelim on the line, but there's also West Coast pick from Hawthorn on the line here. So there's a little bit of a subplot here that everyone's invested in.
Gunston.
Nice.
Gunny.
Yes,
That's a good
sir.
one. Gunny.
See Bruce to his knee last week. Sorry to dampen the mood.
I'm going to pee while you do that.
Bruce, you see him to his
Oh,
knee.
yeah, I did. Yeah.
They
yeah.
replayed that way too many times and posted it all over socials. Such
Yeah.
a gross injury. Poor bloke.
Yeah, that was
Not the way
nasty.
you want your career to end.
No. Absolutely not. Who won the game, did you say?
Box Hill.
Footscray.
Lost to Footscray, yes.
Yeah. They were the top team, weren't they?
Yeah, it was first versus second.
Yep.
Box Hill didn't even play bad. They just couldn't finish in front of goal. Like, that's all it was.
Yeah, I've actually seen them play a couple of times this year. Just like walking past at like Arden Street, they were playing.
Yeah.
And there was somewhere else where I saw them as well. They're pretty strong.
Yeah.
Cody Anderson playing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Um,
wrong.
Just wrong, yep.
Huswaite. He had a good game.
Oh, yeah. I think he finished pretty high in the medal, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, Dangerfield's going to get another free kick.
Oh, he's just having fun out there, Danger.
He is taking the piss.
Has he got another year on his contract?
Jeez, I don't know. I can check that out.
Because would you just win the flag and ride off into the sunset?
Geelong contracts. I always
End
feel
of 2026 he's signed to.
I know, like, I mean, it's up to them, obviously, but like, I always feel, geez, what's Watson doing?
Yeah.
Defending close. Yeah, I always feel like I want to see the kind of like the Michael Jordan mentality where a player kind of goes until they finish. You know what I mean? Like
They're expired.
yeah, like not just sort of do the Joe Danaher where you win a flag and then leave.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see you try to push again, but it's a fair comment. Like he'd be entitled to.
Just be so satisfying walking out on a flag.
Oh, it would, yeah. 2026, his contract expires.
Yeah.
Final year.
Oh, Shannon. Oh, Danger's there again. Can he get another goal assist? Nope. Aim on.
Oh, big 50-50 on the wing.
More spins out of a tackle. Newcomb, where have you been, son? CJ running off half back.
Nah.
Now that's a player who can't kick the ball.
Yeah.
Chain Kuth Jeff.
He's had a couple of nice moments, but yeah, he's just not good enough with ball in hand. Like that one before where he had that like breakaway and then he just turned it over.
Getting a lot of danger flop in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a factor. Oh,
Weddle.
jeez.
He's had a quiet game tonight. Weddle,
Yeah, he
hasn't
has. He has. Do you reckon that's just the like he obviously missed a lot of football this year. He came back in those first two finals, was really, really strong. Just an element of conditioning and kind of running out of gas a little bit.
That could be a factor. I was listening to SEN today, and it's probably smarter analysis, but because he lines up on the flanks, he probably would have had a lot of work to do on like Ollie Dempsey and that type of thing.
For sure.
So like he would have had to play a massive defensive role today, and I feel like, yeah, he's the best when he's running in space with the ball in hand, trying to make things happen, and we just haven't seen him do that today.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure what the territory stats are, but it feels like for the most part, Geelong have had the ball in their front half.
Absolutely.
Particularly for the last, 2.5 quarters.
Yep.
Danger.
Oh, again. Jesus.
They might be home. Not quite yet, but Big goal.
God.
How many's he kicked?
Dangerfield, man.
He
Two?
has
Three?
kicked at least a couple. At
I think
least.
he-
It's coming his way.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a late
He's kicked
smoky.
3.
3, yeah. Yeah, he had 1 at halftime.
Cameron 3, Dangerfield 3. Haven't seen much of Mitch Lewis since his early goals.
No.
Danger's going to finish this game with 30 and 3.
It has lived in...
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, 28, he's had.
That's insane. What a game.
859 metres gained so far. as
Wow.
For Danger.
well. Yeah.
Wow.
How many clearances?
6. Oh,
He's had, did you say he's had 859
Did I
metres?
say 800?
Yes.
400.
Oh.
I was going to
I
say.
was going to
'cause-
say, I didn't feel like he was...
and he'd also had at one point in the
ChatGPT.
game, he'd had like 10
Sorry.
handballs, 4 kicks.
8 clearances, 459 metres gained. So
Oh, still very respectable.
1 Asahi too many.
Delist.
So we're streaming the Brownlow, but we're also streaming the Grand Final next week, lads.
He nearly...
We are.
Wasn't it like he re-signed for this year kind of late last year? I wonder if there's any chance he hangs him up if they win the flag.
having this
Juicy
conversation.
sorry.
literally just said that.
Yeah. But you feel like he's still got so much, not so much, but you know, he doesn't feel like he should retire.
I was just saying that you'd kind of want, like, I want to see him, like, particularly if Geelong did win the flag this season, like, you'd want to see him go again,
Yeah.
and just until you couldn't.
I know he's an
But-
ultimate pro, but what would the motivation be like? You know, you've won the flag,
Yeah.
you've won 2.
And it's a rare opportunity to retire on a flag. Not many players get to do that.
I feel like the difficulty for someone like Dangerfield, particularly like tapping into that athletic type that he is, he has to be so, like, he has to have so much moderation, I reckon, to the way that he trains and everything he does.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of, like, a Pendles, for example, I feel
Oh, well
can
done,
be a little bit
Martin.
more consistent, but Dangerfield, he's so explosive. He just has to be like, he has to rein it in all the time.
Has to be managed.
Yeah.
His role at the club would have evolved so much over time. Though,
Yeah.
like, as a captain now as well.
Yep. I feel like he'd just be constantly pacing himself.
Yeah. Like a pro.
Like
Nice.
a pro.
Oh my!
The Cats are in the
days.
grand
They're
final.
in the granny again.
Dennis committee.
Yeah. You say committee?
Committee.
Oh.
Do you actually think it's been
Dennis,
committee?
How do you say it?
Committee.
Committee. Dennis committee.
You're West Australian. That's
Dennis
a
committee.
Like a
I'm
committee.
triggered by that.
Dennis committee.
There we go.
Dennis committee.
Nailed it.
Committee.
Committee. Committee.
Yeah.
Committee.
I don't
You
know
know
if
there's
this-
only one of him, right?
What?
He's not a committee.
Ah.
What
nice.
did you? I don't know if you're going to bring this up, and apologies if you are, Jesse, in the trade section.
I'll
But did you
accept it.
did you see that Jaden Stevenson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that in your?
Yeah, we'll bring
Okay,
that up
we'll
later,
talk
I
about it
reckon,
later.
yeah.
Someone's just put that in the comments, and
Yeah.
I found that as a
Yeah.
North Melbourne fan, very interesting and triggering.
Yeah, triggering. Yeah.
We were talking about it yesterday, like, and we'll bring it up in the trades video, but the only way back in, like, from getting delisted from North Melbourne to West Coast, you can only, like, what other club's going to take him other than West Coast?
Who?
Stevenson.
Stevenson.
Oh,
If you're getting delisted from North, there's only one way down.
Was he delisted or
no,
did he
no,
retire?
he just retired.
Yeah.
No, still.
Yeah, I think he was playing VFL at the time though.
See, Pat Kaz
Yeah.
thought it was committee as well.
Definitely
Committee.
not. It's committee.
St Kilda, mate. Come on.
Both of those things are actually correct.
St Kilda.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I get that people don't say it.
yeah. It's like
I say St Kilda now because I was corrected in my comments 5 years ago.
about it not being
Saint
Saint.
Kilda, yeah.
yeah. But
It
like,
does sound better to say St Kilda, but it is a contraction of Saint,
Well,
so it's technically right.
no, but it's not.
It
That's
is.
actually the thing. It's not a contraction of Saint.
It is.
No, it isn't.
I looked it up. Well, I looked it up 5 years ago, so
online.
but I'm keen to hear the answer to this.
The
but I'm
place,
sure it is.
the place St Kilda,
Mm.
like usually in life, ST is Saint.
Yeah.
It's for a saint, like a holy person
yeah.
or thing or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm going off on a massive tangent here. But the place, St Kilda, are named after a place, which is St Kilda, which is not actually for a saint. It was never named after a saint. So it is just St Kilda.
But
Kilda would be a funny name for a
but
saint.
yeah, but you wouldn't use the phrase saint because without the reference to a saint, it's just
But there was no saint. There is no saint.
yeah. It
So
doesn't
it's-
mean that's not still the word that they're using.
It doesn't it?
No,
That's
it has to be
true. It would
named after a real
Kilda.
person. Yeah, it would be Stakilda then.
He's got you there.
Yeah, I mean, it still could be the pronunciation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it should be Stakilda.
Stakilda.
We are calling them that from this point on.
Fair.
Stakilda.
We got a dono from Birdman.
That's fair. You got me there. Good logic.
Yeah.
Good rebuttal from you.
This
Jesse.
is why
Thanks,
I went to law
Birdman.
school for this moment.
He said, Hawks rose too quickly, question mark. Need way more on their list. They need so much more depth through that midfield.
They definitely do, but I don't think they rose too quickly. I think the benefits of becoming this good this fast is that players want to play for you.
Yeah.
So they might get Zach
Yeah.
Merritt as a result of that. He only wants to play
Failing
for
Zach
Hawthorn.
Merritt, Petrarca's been spoken about.
Yeah, it sounds like Adelaide might be the go there.
I don't think Petrarca's a great get for them.
Yeah, he just hasn't been the same, has he?
No. And I also think he's a little bit like,
good contest.
I feel like Merritt's perfect because he fits that, stylistically with the kicking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he's fairly quick, Merritt. Like, he's got quick feet. He'd offer a different balance next to like Newcomb and Nash.
Yeah.
Whereas Petrarca's a little bit same to
well
Newcomb
done,
in a
guys.
way.
Yeah, I agree. Shannon Neal's come of age for me. I feel like he's going to have a big year next year.
Yeah, he's a pretty powerful guy.
Yeah, what draft was he? 2021?
I say that. He's had 1 goal and 3 touches.
Yeah, well done. No, he has definitely had a good year.
Yeah.
Like in his...
He's been quiet in this game, but
Yeah.
he looks scary.
Yeah, he's definitely very promising.
Similar to Oscar Baker.
99,000 at the G.
99.
Yeah.
No way.
There you go.
Here's a question. How do the crowds, like, obviously at the grand final, it'll be like 100,000 or whatever. What makes the crowd,
Fluctuate by like 100?
yeah.
Yeah, I have the same thought every year.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I've
surely
never
every
got the
ticket
answer.
is sold.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make sense to me either.
Is it just that some of the corporates don't go?
Yeah, actually, that is exactly what it is, I reckon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. We cracked it.
Yeah. No, that would be it.
It's so frustrating when it's like, this is a sellout at the MCG. You can't get tickets online. And it's like 86,000.
And some like rich bastard just didn't go
Yeah.
Do you know what the all-time record is for attendance?
for any game.
Yeah, in the history of the AFL and VFL.
It would have been back
I know ballpark.
standing room, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Is it like 120?
Grass?
Hey?
Is it like 120?
Yeah, I'll pay that. It was 121, I reckon.
Yeah, okay.
Did they used to sit on the grass around the boundary line, like cross-legged?
Oh, like actually on the ground.
Yeah.
Jeez, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, like,
I
I feel
reckon
like
this
that
would
would
have
have
been
been
like the 1920s or something. It was that long ago. Oh, we got a donation from Birdman. Sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, sorry.
Birdie.
I heard that comment. I didn't notice that was a super chat. Until now.
121,696 for
Nailed
the
it.
1970 grand final between Collingwood and
Oh,
Carlton.
70s. I thought it was longer ago than that. There you go.
I reckon there would have been Donnies on the grass.
I don't reckon they would have been in the 70s, would there?
That was 19. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Like,
I'm with you,
I don't
yeah.
reckon in the 70s there would have been people on the boundary line. That seems too.
Yeah, that does seem a bit rogue.
Yeah.
That would have just been like loads of standing room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, imagine Swan Street on that night. Richmond Club would have been popping.
Going off.
Revolver.
Oh, is that where Jesselingo, you beauty?
Was that in the grand final, was it?
Yeah. There you go.
That'd be epic.
My old man was a Carlton fan back then.
Really?
Yeah.
Like the colours.
Nah, actually, to be fair, I think it was when Peter Pizzusto went to Carlton, so it probably wasn't by 1970.
Okay.
But his VFL team was Carlton.
So did he have like a waffle team
Yeah.
at the same time? And
He followed Buzz when he went over there.
yep.
So I don't think he was a particularly big Carlton fan.
My mum was
Thank God.
Yeah.
My mum was a Richmond fan.
Yeah,
because of
right.
Claremont.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And my granddad was a Geelong fan because of Polly Farmer.
Hmm.
And now I'm a flagless Freo fan.
This margin's flattered Hawthorn in the end.
You reckon?
Yeah, in the end. Like
They clapped back a bit in the third.
yeah, they did, but they never really
Got on
they
top.
never really challenged them at the same time. I mean, they were good early,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I
I
suppose
just
since the first quarter, it's probably like a 7-goal margin at the moment.
yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know. I feel like
I think
Cats,
it's
the
literally
quality
7
of
goals.
Cat, yeah, Oh, is that actually what it
I
has
think
been?
because it was like 21-1.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so
okay.
since then it's been out 7 goal outscoring,
Yeah.
and they've kicked the last 2.
I suppose you can't erase the first quarter, but
No, you're right. Yeah,
like,
but it's just been since then. It's felt
yeah.
much more one-sided.
Is Gunson playing next year?
Yes, yeah, he's got
yeah.
one more.
Yeah,
He signed a 1-year deal, didn't he?
yeah. He's a year younger than Danger.
Mm.
There is a huge delay in this game, question mark. We're at 10:51, 10:50 right now. So,
Never had that issue before.
yeah, and just sync your stream up with ours if you want.
Yeah.
10:42, 10:41,
Oh, Jez?
10:40.
His face is obscured. It is Jez.
Jezza. What's your favourite Jez from Peep Show quote?
Ooh.
Oh, shit, that's hard.
I've got one.
Yeah, I got one too. Here you go.
I don't want to get this wrong. Like, this is not verbatim, but hunt an antelope, knob the corpse.
No, Jez. Yeah. And then not the corpse. Yeah. One of the, I don't know if it's my favorite. The one that comes to mind is when he's tripping acid and the door's broken off the bathroom door and Mark's having epic diarrhea. And he's walked in, and he's tripping on acid and he's like, now I'm just like, you've ruined my party and I'm standing here tripping my knots off watching you do endless pooing. And Mark's like, for goodness sake, Jeremy.
And Johnson's at the door too, right? He's like trying to get Mark because he's locked him in the room.
Johnson? Mark! Johnson! Mark! I love Peep Show.
Eerily
good.
similar to mine and Jesse's living situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm terrible with quotes from TV shows,
I'm really good at them. I have pretty good auditory recall,
Yeah.
but I'm also really bad at visual recall. So I can't remember the colours. I couldn't remember what someone was wearing.
Oh, what are you
not
doing,
good
Joel?
with directions at all.
That's interesting. I've never thought about it
But
like
I can
that.
quote like all the shows that I watch.
Yeah.
With pretty good recall.
I feel like I forget stuff. I used to be better, but I've watched Peep Show that many times.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I reckon I've only watched Peep Show once through a.
You got to do it again
What?
because
Yeah.
That's wild to me.
yeah, you'll notice so many.
I've watched it twice over this year.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 times. Yeah, when I was in Perth, I was flogging it.
Yeah.
It's on
You just chuck it on.
Stan? Not sure.
Yeah, I can't
I've watched
actually
heaps
remember.
of Mitchell and Webb stuff. They do like some more serious sitcoms together.
Yeah, have you seen Back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
I've never met anyone else who's seen that show.
I
but
love
I've
that.
seen Back. They do another one where Mark's the ambassador for Britain.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
you've seen
that
that
is
one?
called The Ambassador.
Yeah,
Boys, hold
okay,
the phone.
yeah.
It's only a 24-point mark.
Yeah.
Can you Matt?
I'm ready.
No.
This at least keeps the door ajar.
It does, yeah. And
I might be
then-
late to the party here. Is that rain?
That is rain.
Yeah, it's been raining for a little bit.
It's probably been raining since
Third
the second
man
quarter.
says
Yeah.
Chol can kick this.
Someone said that last time and he missed. Was
I
that you,
reckon it was
Birdman?
Birdman.
I hope he kicks it.
Bang!
Yeah, looks good.
Bit of belief.
Yeah, I like it.
They get one in the next couple minutes.
Chris Scott.
Imagine.
They've had a tough week, haven't they? The Cats
Why's that?
off the field. Bailey
Yeah,
Smith
yeah.
into Chris
And
Scott.
Chris Scott, yeah.
That was a weird situation.
What happened? I saw the Bailey Smith camera situation and was there more that's come out? Or?
I don't
Chris
want.
Scott got in trouble for having a go at a female staffer. And it
Yeah.
was something to do with a hearing impaired or visually
Yeah,
impaired,
so
visually
like-
impaired guy.
Matt Lee, Spider Lee, he's a blind journalist, does stuff for like Vision Australia and that sort of thing. So he attends the AFL press conferences.
Chris Scott's like, don't you watch the games?
I don't know if that specifically happened. No, but he has like help obviously to get there.
Okay.
And he abused, I think like he might have abused the female staffer who was helping him. And he was kind of like, what's he doing here?
Okay.
Along those sort
Yeah,
of lines.
right.
Just being a real shithead.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. I didn't actually click on the articles, to be honest.
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, obviously when it's a lot of hearsay with stuff like that. Are you still laughing at that?
I just wanted to let it slide.
Oh dear.
Subscribe.
That's poor though. That's poor from him.
Oh, yeah. Or I was a throw from Myers.
Drewsy's lost it. And it's over.
Mohamed Salah with the 93rd minute winner.
God.
Oh, did you say Mohamed Salah?
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Damn, the game's done. Now I'm back.
We had another 93rd minute winner yesterday morning.
Happens
Yeah.
every game.
I think it was Van Dijk this time.
It was. Header,
Yeah.
set piece, Atletico Madrid. Was that home or away?
Home, I reckon. You could keep the first two.
Yeah. 4 and 6 minutes.
Yeah. Was it?
Yeah, they were early goals. Too early. 4 minutes.
4 and 6.
4
minutes.
and
Sorry, I thought you
6.
said 4 in 6 minutes. I was
No.
what?
That actually was bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, it was. Real Rashford at Barcelona vibes.
Yes. What's it like being a Manchester United fan, Druzy, and like
Yeah.
seeing all these players leave and then thrive?
Yeah, the club's broken, Brev. They're talking about sacking Amram, and it's like The Walking Dead. Like every season's the same, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, where are the new bad guys? Here's the bad guys. Oh, they killed off the main guy.
I always I honestly can't get enough of like the Manchester United fan channels who like come into each season with the same optimism. I don't know how they do it. Needs to be
People
People probably
studied.
say that about us and our channels.
Yeah. Oh, speak for yourself, mate.
No, I think it applies to both of us. The optimism part.
I'm not as optimistic, I suppose. So maybe that's why I find it
but I separated
fascinating.
you because you don't have a fan channel as such.
No, I don't. Yeah.
I overheard a conversation yesterday at a pub. People speaking about North Melbourne. Like, I think North Melbourne will start winning next year.
But that's what everyone said this year.
Yeah.
And last year.
I thought they were wrong about this year. Personally.
Yeah, me too. But at some point, North Melbourne will start winning more games. I feel like everybody just wants to get on the point where they, I said they would this year.
It's probably true. They're still one of the youngest teams. And I mean, second youngest, maybe?
Yeah.
Richmond might be younger. But then again, the distribution between those two sides is very different.
I know there's a relationship between being young and winning, and winning less games, being young, but
It's a pretty strong correlation.
Yeah.
Myers is messy.
But
and
Hawthorn would be
Stengler's
quite
summer.
young, wouldn't they?
No.
They're not?
Upper middle tier, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Especially with the recruits.
Yeah. Were they last year?
I don't think they were that young last year. They're still considerably, or significantly, we'll use that word, older
Yeah.
than North.
Yeah, okay.
We'll get into it later, but just give us your quick thoughts on the Jai Simpkin situation deal.
Jai Simpkin. Pretty indifferent. I don't really. That's probably a boring answer, but yeah, I'm not I'm not a massive fan of him as a player. Anyway, I feel he wants more midfield time because we've been playing him as kind of like a high forward type player, but I don't really see what North can do to appease him because we can't really give him midfield time when we've got LDU, Wardlaw, Sheasel, even Tom Powell, I think is probably ahead of him as a young player. So there's not really a spot for him there. I don't this is probably one to throw back to you guys, but I don't even really see where Jai Simpkin's going to go and just immediately get a major amount of midfield minutes anyway.
Other than West Coast.
West Coast.
Yeah.
that's it.
And who's going to pay him $1 million? Is he on $1 million a year?
Yeah, 900, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, so
That's becoming more normal. West Coast have just offered that for Starcevic.
He just
yeah.
offered that for Phil Merriman.
You're pretty salty about that, aren't you?
Yeah, fucking oath I am.
I don't
Did you
think
hear about that? Sorry,
Yeah, he
Dylan.
wants to go
what
with
was
a
it?
good, exciting young group.
Our high performance manager, Frio's from Melbourne, decided I'm going to move back over to Victoria. So ended his thing with Freo.
Yeah.
West Coast swooped in a week before he was going to move back and tripled his salary and he signed for West Coast.
How do you know he
Really?
tripled his salary?
That's what I've heard on the streets.
Oh, that's convenient.
Why else would you go to West
they
Coast?
violated the soft cap and they're paying $1 billion in tax, West Coast, because they're a rich club.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there would be some. I reckon West Coast is still a pretty attractive place to go because if you, particularly for high performance, because if you were able to turn that around, you'd be a hero when
That's true.
when they get back up
It's
the.
different to being an assistant coach. If you're an assistant coach, you don't want to get tarnished by a lack of results.
Exactly.
But you're right. It's the same thing with Matt Innes. Matt Innes looks like $1 million because we had an injury crisis. He came in and presumably did some good work, but now he looks like he turned us around, which
Yeah.
may or may not have actually been the case.
Do you know
Turned
which
you
club
around
he
to
was?
what?
Do you know which club he was going
From
to
an
go
injury
to
point of view.
Right.
in Melbourne? Do you know which club he was going to go to, or was it not
No, he
decided?
said he was going to pursue opportunities over East. That's all he said.
Okay.
He meant Lathlane.
But yeah,
Fremantle.
I feel like in some ways, from a high performance perspective, like West Coast would be one of the more attractive clubs, just based on that trajectory.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're talking about these off, it's not off field as such, but like, yeah, these support
Yeah, yeah,
roles. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That trajectory sucks.
He's not going to get measured on how well the team plays. Also, West Coast is just better.
High performance manager, not
better.
measured on high performance. Hello?
Yeah, that's a stretch, but
But they're
good
they're,
pun.
They're more like graded on like keeping people fit,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
yeah.
Baz.
Goal.
There we go.
Bang. He gets his desserts. He's had a good game.
Oh, it gives it a shush. Come on, mate.
Yeah, it's a who.
That's fair. He would have got booed every time he got the ball tonight. He's into a grand final. He's been one of the best on.
I don't think he's been one of the best on.
Well, he's got 34 and kicked a goal.
Has
Wow.
he? That's an incredibly inflated stat sheet for his.
Yeah.
Most meters gained for Geelong.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right to me. I mean, obviously, when you're doing these streams, you don't catch absolutely everything, but I feel like
When you watch him in person, this is what I was saying, and like Cripper as well. Like you just see the impact they have at ground level.
the last AFL game outside of that one we went to, Drews, so before that, it was back when he was at the Western Bulldogs, I actually saw him play against North. And my takeaway from the game was pretty much like, I think this would be what a lot of people say about Bailey Smith, like incredible athlete, incredible runner, but just a butcher.
Yeah.
Like he had 39 in the game that I saw him play.
He's been clean with his hands tonight.
Yeah, he has. He is clean with his hands. Like good contested player as well. Good footballer apart from
The kick.
the end product, I would say. But like, obviously hits the scoreboard there.
My prediction is looking hot. If Geelong kick one more, I'm bang on.
Oh, your margin. What'd you tip him by?
6 goals.
Yeah, nice.
6 goals. Yeah, I mean, fair. I feel like in some ways the scoreboard's actually flattering Hawthorn a little bit. I got that so wrong.
We didn't actually think Hawthorn were going to win, did you?
I thought it was 50-50 game though. And it hasn't been.
I think I said 25.
Yeah, you guys were both pretty on it. Who are you guys tipping in the next game? Because I'm confident
I'd
of
be
Brisbane.
pretty stunned if Collingwood win.
Yeah.
I think Collingwood's best. I've probably watched more of Collingwood, but we streamed the game when they went up to the Gabba and won. And such a massive part of their best footy this year was their ability to set up behind the ball. And when the ball sort of spilled out into a contest, the pressure that they would bring, like just tackle after tackle after tackle.
Do you feel though like that was like I remember that game? It's like a long time ago now.
I'm referring to their defensive makeup as a whole.
Okay. Yeah, they're a good defensive team for
And
sure.
with Brisbane, I feel like if you can do a job on Harris, what else do they have down there?
Kamala.
Yeah.
Who though? Like, what was that kick there from De Koning?
I feel like Brisbane's defensive makeup is just like Harris Andrews is here. Everyone works off Harris Andrews.
I guess the question is though, like, who do they have to do that job? Because like
Billy Frampton?
no, he'll play back.
Will he though?
Or do you think because Jeremy Howe's come back in?
Maybe they have that option.
They do. I don't
And
know.
I think at the other end as well, like Logan Morris is a great player. I've loved watching him go about his business this year. Can he do it in a prelim?
Well done, Bailey Smith.
Did it in a semi.
Did it in a grand final, but
Yeah.
that was an easy game.
I'm not as worried about Logan Morris. I'm probably more worried about Ty Gallop and who's
Darcy Ford.
I just feel like there's beacons.
Darcy Ford. Yeah.
I feel like there's beacons at each end of the field for the Lions that if you target, it could just stifle them a bit. Brisbane will have the ascendancy in the middle of the ground, I feel. But yeah, I feel like it just, yeah. At the start of the year, I tipped a Lions Geelong Grand Final. So my preseason prediction will be correct if that does come through. But I think it will be a 2010 or 2011 replay and the Cats get it done.
I tipped a Hawks Giants granny.
Wow. That was an elimination final.
It was.
I think I went Geelong Brisbane in one of them and Collingwood Geelong in another because I did a December one. I could be wrong. I have to I'll do my video where I react to my prediction. I'll probably do that in a couple of weeks. But I in my head all year I've been thinking Geelong Brisbane or Geelong Collingwood.
I got the grand final prediction right last year. The Brisbane Sydney.
Yeah.
Which is pretty hot considering Sydney. Did they miss finals?
No, they came
Yeah.
eighth.
Came eighth?
I thought they missed finals
they
in
lost
20.
Lost to Carlton in week one.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, fair.
I think they left their charge pretty late. Though.
Subtle flex.
No, it is a good call. It was a good call.
The thing is, when you do
Next year,
to Freo and
Gold Coast. Nah.
What's that?
I think the top four next year will consist of Gold Coast, Hawthorn, Freo.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're going to be a big changes to next.
I think so.
The next year's
that's
top
a pretty
four.
big disruption.
I reckon Collingwood
Yeah.
will drop out.
Yeah.
I reckon
Yeah.
Brisbane could.
I thought you said Freo were going to slide.
No, I'm scared we will.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
now-
yeah, I just realised that.
now I've had a few beers. We're finishing top four. What?
Yeah.
We're going to win the flag.
Oh.
Yeah, I think definitely Gold Coast and Hawthorn could. Well, depending on if Hawthorn can make some midfield acquisitions.
Well, that's the thing. And that's why it's really hard to do it at this point, right? Because you said Collingwood might slide, but what if Collingwood rejuvenate really well?
I don't know if that's really on the cards for them with the off-season suggestions. Like, there's not they're linked to a player that's going to...
They weren't linked to Houston, though,
They
last
missed
year.
finals last year as well.
Yeah,
It felt like this year was a charge. It was just like, let's rally. Let's make a big push for this.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like Collingwood, strategically at least, are going to go for... Like, they want to do the Geelong thing.
Yeah.
They want to stay up there and, like...
I don't think they're as well placed, though.
They're not. They don't have as much young talent as Geelong.
Yeah, Geelong's list is actually quite balanced with youth.
No, it is now, but
Yeah.
like we've said, like surely at some point in predictions over the last 10 years, you've said Geelong are fucked this year,
Yeah.
and then they weren't.
That's true. But
When
they
you've
missed, they have had some down years. Like 18, they went out in week one.
Cats,
Yeah, 15. Well, what I mean is right now they've got a really good spread. And as you said, there's probably been times where they've been a little bit top heavy.
yeah,
But there has been a little bit of a fall away and come back. We're talking about out of contention. For
no, for sure.
prelims, but-
I'm probably saying that it's such an advantage. Like to be in the top four already is such a big advantage. We are done here at the MCG.
Wow.
Oh.
Cats by 30.
It was between our prediction, Jesse.
I was 1 point closer. Wow, their third grand final in 5 years.
JD Eagle says Collingwood Geelong Grand Final will be boring. I would have to agree with that slightly. I mean,
Boring in what sense?
I think just the teams, the clubs.
Yeah. But
The
I think there was
colours.
no outcome that
Colours.
wasn't boring this year, other than Hawthorn winning.
I thought
tonight.
Hawthorn Brisbane would have been quite hot.
Yeah, fair. I'll give you that. Actually, yeah.
Like fun.
Geelong and Brisbane, I think, will be the two best teams,
Yeah.
and I think they'll be the best.
Yeah,
contest.
Geelong Brisbane's. I mean, that's a good grand final.
Yeah.
How long's
But
left
I
in the
mean, Geelong
game?
and Collingwood at
0.
least had a
It's
thriller
done.
earlier this year, like crisp after the siren. Imagine that happening in a grand final. That was earlier this year.
Oh yeah,
So a repeat of that would be nice.
that'd be incredible.
Collingwood are bidding for Charlie Curnow. Says someone in the chat.
First I've heard of that.
Yeah, I definitely haven't heard that.
What is
Yeah.
Danger going to say here? Getting interviewed by Cam Mooney. 31-3.
Unbelievable game from Pat Dangerfield.
We're just listening to the telly now, fellas. Bear with.
Yeah.
Rah.
It feels weird not talking. Yeah, okay, it's not actually that interesting, is it?
Yeah. Oh, full credit to the boys. We knew they were gonna
it's
come
like
out hard.
their pressure was good. I thought he was going to
Yeah.
say something like really
Yeah.
profound.
Yeah.
Xavier Maguire reported Curnow to Collingwood.
Bias.
So take it with a grain of salt. Yeah,
Eddie's
okay.
son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Widescreen TV says who comes in for Tom Stewart next week. That is a big talking point. Do you remember Nick Riewoldt when that rule first came in said that if that happened to him and he got concussed, he'd take legal action?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, like going into a grand final.
Yeah, he basically said if I was going into a grand final and that was placed upon me, I mean, it's very on brand for Nick Riewoldt, but
You'd be such a liability in a grand final if you went in concussed. Like, let alone like all the negative effects, CTE and whatnot. Like, I know someone that's done that and were just a shell of themselves on grand final.
I think that could be variable. In fairness, like I think sometimes that could affect people more and other times not so much, but you're being protected from yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think it's important that it's there.
Lewis says Lions versus Cats grand final and the Lions get revenge. Lions get revenge on what?
The prelim.
Oh, the prelim.
No, but Lions won.
No, then a one qualifying final then.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. I was thinking Lions get revenge on the Pies. But that's the prelim.
Yeah. Yeah.
From the 2023 grand final.
That's right.
A lot going on there. Yeah, Matthew Lloyd and Riewoldt then had a big fight over Riewoldt's comments, Widescreen TV says. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, that was quite a few years ago. Not sure if he feels the same.
Yeah. I think all of our collective awareness on concussion is...
Yeah.
Wow. Nick Watson ended up with having 5 disposals.
Wow. Yeah. I thought he was incredibly...
And an unreal goal as well.
I thought he was incredibly fumbly tonight.
It'd be interesting. Yes, he was. I suppose that's because 60% of his possessions were fumbles, but he did kick an amazing goal. I reckon he had like 3 to 4 at half time. So it's a big drop off.
He had one of those games, where sometimes, I mean, he seemed to get the ball, like receive the ball a lot, like coming off half back. And he's getting those like handballs and like kind of getting the ball on like the half turn.
Yeah.
In soccer. And you're basically like, you're kind of waiting for that contact to come and like sometimes it's not there.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not a happy place to be.
That's true.
Gunston.
What does run from Hawthorn though, from 8th?
Yeah.
Haven't really spoken about them, but...
No, I think they could be very
good
satisfied.
away wins in finals.
Yeah.
So...
they're taking a step this year, that's for sure.
I mean, for Hawks though, like what do they... Like semi-final last year, prelim final this year, but finished 8th. So they didn't have the ladder position, I guess, to back that up. What do they need? Well,
I think the ladder position piece... I suppose last year they did lose games early, but...
Yeah, first 5.
I think that the evenness of this top 8 to 9 this year, it just throws it out of whack. Like whether you're 4th or whether you're 8th, there wasn't a big gap this year. As we saw, 8th knocked out first for the first time.
Absolutely. I think they deserve to be in that that top 4 grouping. I guess like they were at the same time. It felt like after watching this game, I know I rated them really highly before, but they've lost this comfortably in the end. So what do they need? Can they just...
Probably just
rock up again.
Time, to be honest. Like obviously we spoke about their midfield deficiency and probably that key forward presence in this game. I mean, Mitch Lewis was a factor early and then faded away. Paul Shadir out of the team. They don't really have that Jeremy Cameron equivalent. Not that many teams do, but you know what I mean.
I suppose Gunston the argument would be Gunston.
I suppose you're right, but that is also still something they're going to need to replace.
They don't really have like that
later.
Crash. The pack crasher.
That's right, yeah.
No, they don't have a pack crasher, do they?
Contested marking.
You sort of hope that Lewis would be that guy, I feel.
Yeah.
Do you mean when you say like mobile enough almost?
Yeah. Do you mean like when you say a pack crasher, like sort of in that way of like Kauchadir, where he can sort of like run and jump at the ball, or more of a like physical presence?
Almost like a mix between Mitch Lewis and Kauchadir. Right.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm talking shite here, but...
Maybe he's someone who can bring the ball to ground as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, who brings the ball to ground to them? Because I feel like Chol sort of always tries to mark the ball clean. And if he doesn't necessarily have the most elite follow-up.
I think what you're describing, they would say that that's Chol.
Yeah, fair.
It's just not, though, is it?
But it's whether he's good enough.
He's not. Like, he's a good silky forward, but you don't see him throw his body on the line going, like, halving a contest consistently, I don't think.
Woody asks, is this Lewis's last game and then they can get merit?
Is the idea that he gets to Essendon?
I guess.
Is that the assumption?
Yeah, Lewis to Essendon, I suppose. I don't know Essendon would want more than that, but...
I know Melbourne was keen on Lewis, but...
Yeah, I don't know if I rate him that highly.
Key forward and a real running half back. I don't think they really need a running half.
They don't need a
back.
running half back at all. They got tons.
Yeah, a key forward potentially, and it's that midfield depth. It could literally just be Will Day and Merritt. That's what
I reckon.
what
If you
TV said.
went through all of Hawthorn's running defenders, they would have the pick of the AFL's running defenders. Like, I mean, Weddle you could say is a winger, and he might become a midfielder, but he's that type. Impey, Amon.
Massimo kind of plays on the wing.
Massimo, but yeah, like
Well, maybe they're not running defenders. To be fair, maybe they don't. Maybe they need just one half back that can run a bit more.
Grimshaw.
Well, yeah, Scrimshaw's a good ball user. Impey's solid.
like
CJ hasn't done it consistently.
Yeah.
Maybe he's right.
I don't know.
They've got a solid back six, but maybe that driving leg speed. I feel like Weddle plays behind the footy.
Yeah. D'Ambrosio's not slow. Like Impey's a bit of a driver.
Yeah.
And Amon as well. Like I think they're fine there. I reckon it's the Will Day needs a season. He needs to have a full season in the midfield.
Yeah. They'll lose Warple as well, most likely.
Yeah, I don't think that's a big loss.
No,
that's
but it's
a
just
nothing
another
loss.
midfielder.
Yeah.
I suppose that opens the door from Cam McKenzie, Henry Huswaite, but I don't think they're top
Josh
end.
Ward was quiet, wasn't he?
Yeah, he
I
did
don't know how many
nothing
touches he
tonight.
had. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think they can upgrade on some of those guys for sure.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Like what they'll do to try to get Zach Merritt. But if they got a full season out of Will Day and they got Zach Merritt, I don't think they'll remember James Warple.
Yeah. Remember him.
They won't remember him. They will not. 92 on the chat. Geelong are about to sing the song. Birdman says none like Dan Rioli types. I mean, is that not a bit what Amon's like? Is Amon not a bit? I mean, Dan Rioli's probably got a bit more
Run and carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, do they?
Boys, yeah.
I think Weddle is their best at that, but he
Yeah.
gets thrown around so much.
Tom McCarthy type.
Yeah.
That's who they should target.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seriously, like, you should. He just signed a contract today, but
Josh Ward had, sorry to cut you off, Dylan,
No, it's all right.
8 touches as an
Ugh.
inside midfielder.
Wow.
After 30 in the last one.
wow.
Yeah, and he's a player that you can't hide anywhere as well.
No. That's
He had
really
less
interesting.
touches than Mitch Lewis.
Wow.
Did something happen to him, or did you... Yeah, that's bad.
I was trying to think of a joke there, but I'll just let that one go.
That is bad. But yeah, I think like the point there with the running defenders, like you don't need, like, say the Gold Coast have Dan Rioli, you don't necessarily need that exact type. Like you can pull the functionality out of, I think, what they already have is probably what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because they more rely on ball movement for their...
Yeah, they're more of a kicking team than
yeah.
a driving team out of the back half. Like you need a bit of that, obviously, but like they've got athletic types. I don't think you would say that team coming out of the back half lacks athleticism.
Should we turn it down and talk some trades?
I will tinkle. You know what my bladder's like. Especially you.
Who's your pick for
what
the
does that
flag?
mean?
Obviously, we haven't got the second prelim finalist.
I
said Geelong, Collingwood coming in here, and I think Geelong get it done.
Geez, yeah, like it's hard to go past the Cats now. I think we talked about it a few weeks ago that they were sort of playing the best football. I think the only thing that was against them at that point was the fact that people said they hadn't played anyone.
Yeah.
They've played some teams now. They've beaten Brisbane. They've beaten Hawthorn here tonight. So if they came up against, I'm tipping them to come up against the Lions, and they've just dispatched of the Lions a couple of weeks ago. So
How big of an out is Lockie Neal?
yeah, it's a good question. It's a weird one. It's obviously a lot of experience, a champion player, but then you kind of do think like within that midfield that they already have, like there's a lot of experience in the team overall. So it's not as if maybe the experience piece doesn't matter too much, but I feel like Lockie Neal is a big game player.
Yeah.
Like you know what you're going to get from him. You know he's going to be super clean. And even like watching that, to be fair, like watching that prelim, like Geelong weren't clean from start to finish in that game. I think they were shaky early.
Yeah.
Just having that bankable commodity. I think there's a world where Brisbane could strike back at Geelong. What was your question? Who's the tip for?
Yeah, who do you think?
Who do I think? I think I'm on Brisbane, which is weird because I was like, I was making an argument last week against them, but they just keep winning when they have to.
Yeah. Back to back would be... it's hard to tip against the Cats. In the last 3 months, like, they haven't done anything wrong.
No, they haven't. No, they absolutely haven't. Like, there was really no reason to doubt them in this game. Only that I've been really impressed with what Hawthorn have done. But yeah, like they might just walk it in like they did in 2022, where they just went on they won like 10 in a row at the end of the season, just didn't lose.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll get like, I think Brisbane have shown that they travel pretty well. Like they can come to the MCG and win, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of consistent. Even like if you look at Brisbane's season overall, it's like it's been strange. Like it's been weirdly sort of inconsistently consistent, and they've lost a lot at the Gabba. They've travelled pretty well.
Yeah.
And it feels like every time they sort of like they look like they're about to go into a bit of a shit slump, they get out.
Yeah. They've been able to respond all
Just-
year. Haven't
yeah. But then they haven't been like they've never really, I don't think the entire season they've gone on like a 5, 6, 7 game winning streak or anything like that. They've continued to drop games, but
It's got to be the Cats.
yeah, it's hard to go against the Cats. But I suppose at this point,
Brisbane playing well. That's the issue. I know what happened in week 1, but I think, anything can happen.
Brisbane have got so many weapons. They're a scary team.
That's what I'm saying though. Geelong have many weapon suppressors.
They do. They suppress weapons.
Like how many weapons do Hawthorn have? Like in that front half?
Yeah, that's true.
Gunston.
I would say like Connor McDonald, Watson,
Watson.
Ginnivan.
Chol is effective.
Yeah.
But none of them are like, or Gunston had an outstanding year, but there's like a few different ways to hurt you without a core focus. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty balanced and well-rounded, Hawthorn.
Who does Rogueray go for?
Collingwood.
Well, I'm back in Collingwood, so
Yeah, okay.
I think Collingwood will win tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. I know what you mean though with the Cats. Like,
Kind of want to see it, actually. I think I'll support Collingwood tomorrow.
really,
Yeah.
you want the Cats pies?
This is my first year in Melbourne.
Oh, that's a
and
good
I feel
point.
like a Pies Cats Grand Final and just been in the city this week.
It'd be big.
It'll be fun.
Yes. City
Also,
versus
Rogie's
country.
been a big supporter of the channel.
Rogie's
Shout
awesome.
out to Rogie. Yeah, been here for years.
Just want you to know, lads, I'm feeling the disrespect.
Yeah. Now
Sorry,
we're
Rogue.
overcompensating.
Yeah.
No, I think I will go for Collingwood. Also, Brisbane are the more recent premier, so I mean, you're choosing between the last 3 teams have won the last 3
Yeah,
premierships,
that'd be
right?
what,
Yeah.
3 grand finals in 4 years for the Lions if they make it through?
Yeah. You know what's funny?
Yeah.
If they win the flag this year, they will have been 4 points off a 3-peat.
Yeah.
Shit.
That's crazy when you say it like that, hey?
Shit.
Yeah. Then they go down as like one of the better teams of the modern era. There's a few.
Oh, it'd be,
but
3 grand finals in 3 years, wouldn't it? I
Yeah,
said
3 in a
and
row.
4.
Like that would be an actual three-peat. Like,
yeah,
if,
4 points off a 3-peat.
Yeah,
just
that
that.
Collingwood game.
Barry didn't give away that.
Yeah,
50.
just a side bottom torpedo, whatever it was,
Fuck.
off a 3-peat. That's crazy. That's what their fans will say. Like if they win a flag and then a few years down the track, they'll be like, "Oh man, we could have had a 3-peat."
Yeah. That's incredible.
so nice.
Good stat, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, man.
What are we doing now?
Trade rumors.
Yeah, one thing we do on this channel, very occasionally, is we go through the latest trade rumors. So it's time to discuss in no particular order. So we talked a little bit about Jai Simpkin. The rumor is, not the rumor, the report is that he has grown disgruntled with his demotion from midfield minutes. Naturally, North Melbourne have invested in the draft and have a few up-and-coming midfielders, and Jai Simpkin has been sidelined, although he was a high draft pick himself, relatively, like pick 11, 2016, I reckon.
Yep.
And the captain. And he has been linked to a potential move away. Now, I don't think, to be honest, this story has progressed past Jai Simpkin is exploring his options. It's not a trade request. It's not a Zach Merritt situation. But he's looking around and potentially looking at a club to get more midfield minutes. Dylan, you are the resident North Melbourne fan. I know you said this a few minutes ago. You had some thoughts, but what are your thoughts on the prospect of Jai Simpkin moving away?
Yeah, like I touched on before, it's a tough one for North Melbourne. Obviously, he's a club captain, which I guess is significant in this piece, but at the same time, he's that kind of player, that kind of midfielder that's a little bit like, what does he offer? You know what I mean? So we've got these younger players coming through like Sheasel and Wardlaw and even Tom Powell, and there's others. Colby McKerch is probably going to be wanting to get time in there. So it's probably one area of North Melbourne's team where we have a lot of talent. So Simpkin's been pushed out, and he's an interesting player on the piece of him being a sort of a bit of a dinosaur type player in the sense that I don't feel like he does those other roles like half forward and stuff like that particularly well either. So I reckon there is an element here for North Melbourne where they're like, we pay him a lot of money. You know, in future years, we're probably going to run into some salary cap issues and stuff like that with paying these guys. So we probably just want to get you out. You don't really play that high forward type role or a wing role particularly well. As we sort of bring in some of these older players like Parker and Daniel and Spargo again this year, they're like, we can probably take that hit from a experience point of view and move him along. I mean, I don't think he was ever a particularly strong captain. I mean, obviously a difficult time for the club with how many games they've lost and stuff like that. He's probably just going, I can move on. I can go to a club and win some more games. Like, do you reckon that, like, he's actually going to get midfield time anywhere else?
Yeah. Well, as we said before, I'm struggling to think of a team that would give him like guaranteed midfield minutes
Outside of West
Coast. And it just seems unlikely he'd be willing to move to the West, just simply for more minutes. There's also the contract you've got to absorb. Again, West Coast is a good example of that. Is there any interest from like an Essendon? I mean, they probably could use Merritt potentially out the door. Something as a bit of a stopgap option there. They've already got their draft picks and they presumably have salary cap as well. That's probably the only other club I can think.
Yeah, if you actually look at their midfield though, if they're fully fit, I mean, they've still got to go in there. Jai Caldwell, Sam Durham, Will Setterfield is still on the list. Like, would Jai Simpkin walk in obviously ahead of any of those guys?
I think he walks in ahead of Setterfield.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but not a Durham or a Martin or a.
Yeah. So were they strong enough in that particular part of the ground to not really need another one of those is probably what I'm asking.
Yeah. And I suppose for a club like Essendon, and this is even true of West Coast, but like you got to consider cost. So what is Jai Simpkin worth?
I don't know. Like if I was a rival club, like I wouldn't want to pay much for him.
No.
He's
I think a late first rounder though.
You think that
for a
high?
contracted captain? Yeah, I do. I
He's
think
27?
like peak 18. I think that's probably about right.
I wouldn't pay that if I was a rival club.
No, I'm not saying I would necessarily pay it, but I think that is fair market value.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think for a decent caliber player who...
And we're paying some of the salary in that too, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a position to and it gets you a better trade outcome, you probably would do it. That would be the sensible option, I would have thought, depending on who he goes to.
Yeah. The only other, like when you just look at some of the players that they've gone for in this trade period, like someone like a Port Adelaide seem to be looking for those like experienced types to bring in. But
they've just committed to Will Brodie. Or not, they haven't really committed to him, but I mean, when you get a trade request to a specific club, it implies that there's been some sort of communication there between the two parties. So, yeah, I mean...
Jai Simpkin, this might sound a little bit harsh, but I think he's like a similar level player to like a Will Brodie.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's worth a first round pick. No way.
No, I don't either.
I disagree. I think that is what it should cost.
If Bailey Smith goes for pick 18 to Geelong or whatever.
Yeah, but I think everyone
yeah, that was unders. I
that was
agree.
ACL uncontracted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think just this side of pick 20, I think in a weak draft, I think that would be fair. I don't agree that he's Will Brodie-esque. I think.
He's a bit better than Will Brodie. Like but I suppose he's one of these like smaller bodied midfielders, like pretty good at contested footy. Not too bad a stoppage player.
Yeah.
But he's a poor kick. He's a very poor kick. He turns the ball over consistently. He doesn't hit the scoreboard. Not particularly nifty around goal, which kind of rules him out of that high half forward role. Hasn't got pace. So
really selling him.
Yeah, like I just feel like it is what it is. Maybe I'm going like I'm a little bit too harsh on him, but I wouldn't be devastated by any means if we lost him.
Seems like a player you can afford to lose, which may not have been true 3 years ago.
For sure,
But,
and it's a symptom of us having like one area on our team which has a lot of talent, being the midfield coming through. So that's what's pushed him out.
That's right.
Sam Flanders is looking for a move back to Victoria, Jesse.
Yeah, I suppose the real update here, I mean, Flanders has been floated for a few weeks now, but now he is meeting with St Kilda, Essendon, Melbourne and Carlton.
Real giants of Melbourne there.
Any of those stand out as being the right club for Sam Flanders for his point of his career. Playing probably sidelined a little bit to like mid forward and mid back in previous years, and the former first round draft pick, and in the prime of his career in theory. From Flanders' point of view, who do you go to?
I think Carlton's midfield's still pretty strong. I know they had a down year, but Hewitt, Cripps, Walsh, Chera.
Yeah, you'd still be competing for midfield rotation.
Like as that type of player that Flanders is, like we were talking about it last week, I think. Like he's not got any like massively A+ attributes.
Yeah, I
which
think
is what Carlton need.
The issue, yeah, that's the thing. The issue with Carlton there is you're sort of. I feel like Sam Flanders bringing him into that midfield, like maybe like he's probably a bit of an upgrade. I'd say he's an upgrade on Chera, but like he's not anything particularly like he's nothing different. He doesn't offer them anything different. So like for me, if I was Sam Flanders, I'd be going, I don't really complement this group that well. What were the other clubs?
Melbourne. I think Melbourne's midfield's going to evolve with Langford, Rivers, Cozzy, maybe Judd McVie.
Yep.
Lindsay and Windsor as well.
Yeah.
A couple other younger guys.
So you're looking at St Kilda and Essendon.
Yeah, well, look, Melbourne, though, are likely, well, not necessarily likely, but there's a bit of a Petrarca rumour at the moment. Like, if he goes, there's some need there for a ready-made player in his prime.
Have Melbourne not? They've actually got on the front foot a little bit with Petrarca this trade period, haven't they? And actually said, like, we're open to a trade potentially, which does get you thinking, and then you start going like, oh, what could potentially happen with Clayton Oliver? I do agree with you, Druzy, that they've got plenty of midfielders coming through, but maybe like this would be a bit of a recycle, a refresh, where you're like, okay, we'll move those guys on that are already in there. You know, Viney's probably got another year on the contract to be there as a bit of a development player. You bring Flanders in, you've still got Langford and Rivers and these young guys, and even McVie, if he stays, looks like he's going to go too, doesn't it? But
someone that can
Windsor,
do a role.
Yeah, kind of like, and they're a little bit older, like not a lot of experience, but a bit.
They lack players in that middle age bracket, which is what Flanders is, particularly in the midfield. Like you highlighted Petrarca, you got Oliver there, he's probably over the peak of his career.
Yes.
I think it would be overexposing guys like Lindsay, Langford, Windsor, and whoever we just said, I forget. But you're starting to get to like West Coast levels of exposure if those guys are playing serious minutes. So Flanders to replace Petrarca in that position, I can see the logic for that at least.
Totally. And I think that Melbourne actually have a lot of, in that young group, they have a lot of star factor. And I think Sam Flanders in that sense is a nice piece to go, like he's bankable.
He's accumulator.
He's an
accumulator.
Accumulator, and he's in, as you said, he's in that right age bracket. So it kind of like it could gel. Yeah.
So I think, I agree that Melbourne would be a suitable landing spot. Essendon, we said, could probably use some. The similar position to exactly what we just described about Melbourne, with Merritt potentially out. In fact, that looks likely at this point. There's some degree of need there, and St Kilda are the club that have been linked to like chasing Flanders a lot, and we know that they need midfielders. In general, I think
they'd be a little bit in the same boat too, wouldn't they? The Saints, where
still leaving,
potentially. Yeah. So like a bit. They've kind of got like the McRae and Steele age players, the younger, mega younger guys, and then there probably is that 24, 25 age group missing as well.
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
think he definitely works for them. If they were able to land someone like a Sam Flanders with the recruits that they've held on to, the other ones that have come in like TDK, have they officially signed Aaliyah?
No. Well, no, that's a trade. It's got to be a trade. So
it's going to be a trade.
Same thing with Liam Ryan.
Of course, yeah. So
TDK's, even that's not official. Like once the season ends, the free agency period opens.
They've both nominated though, right?
Yeah, we can bank on that one.
Yeah.
I think Leek, Aaliyah, and Liam Ryan have requested trades, I think.
Yeah.
Or at least are expected to.
Yeah, I think they have.
Yeah.
Just on the Melbourne topic, Simon Goodwin has joined Sydney as the director of coaching. Was talking about Petrarca before. Apparently he was trying to sort of go under the radar with Hawthorn, be a bit more classy about it than Merritt has gone about it, with like the blowing up of the club. Like the Crows are also interested in Christian Petrarca, so a bit of a watch there.
We'll say that, but 12 months ago he kicked up a big stink, or at least that was the reporting.
Yeah.
That was a very dramatic situation.
I feel like
he fronted up to the media though, and he was like, I love the club, I wanted to voice my concerns, whereas Merritt hasn't really fronted up.
Yeah.
He's also the captain, Merritt.
Yeah.
Where he like had a life-threatening thing happen to him in the season. Like a big part of that.
Yeah, that they talked about the trauma of that, to use their words, being a factor in his mindset at the time. So I wasn't actually having a dig.
No, I didn't think you were. I was just I just think it's a bit of a different one to
Fair.
to Merritt.
We'll talk about, keep on the Melbourne thing, because Melbourne have told Stephen May to find a new club for 2026.
Get out, Stephen May. There's a new Stephen in town. His name's Stephen King, and he's not taking any shit about their culture.
It's the only thing for Melbourne that's disappointing, and I'm not going to hold this against them, but I feel like what they're doing now, they should have done 12 months ago.
Yeah.
That's the only criticism. The writing was on the wall 12 months ago.
Yeah.
And they've waited an extra year, but
Clayton Oliver was also probably more valuable last year. I remember seeing reports that he has zero value or zero interest from other clubs at the moment.
Yeah.
So
That's crazy.
It felt pretty obvious.
Fall from grace, yeah.
But anyway, they were hell bent on sticking to, at the time, wasn't it? It was like Brad Green, who was at least the acting president at the time. Stephen May, this one's interesting because he's such a good player.
Yeah.
Right? I think culturally it's the right move. Like he's a weird guy, isn't he, Stephen May? Like he just seems like he just sort of like sticks to things in like a negative way. Like he seems to be bringing a bit of a bad vibe.
I don't think he's a good player anymore. I think he's well over the hill.
Okay.
He's 33 years old.
Like
33.
Same situation as Petrarca and Clary. It's like that window of Melbourne has gone. Like Petrarca and Oliver aren't as effective as they once were.
Yeah.
Lever and May aren't the two key defenders that when you come up against the D's, you're scared to play against. Like their defensive profile during those premiership years was incredible.
Do you think though you could...
Not anymore.
I do agree with everything that you've said there. Do you think you could like re-profile May a little bit from a perspective of he's kind of always played as like a higher intercepting type? Could he like reprogram as a little bit of a deeper lying defender where he doesn't have to run? Because I feel like that's when he gets exposed.
Yeah, I don't think he can go to a club and be the guy like he has been at Melbourne.
No.
So yeah, I think he does need a bit of a role change. I don't know who's going to take him, to be honest. Apparently, sort of the Dogs felt like it made the most sense because they need a key defender.
He's an upgrade on anything that they have.
Apparently they don't want him though.
Yeah, so two clubs in particular that I would have thought might make a move for an aging tall, particularly a defender. The Bulldogs, Collingwood, those two have both ruled out a move for Stephen May, as have Carlton. So
that's crazy to me.
To me, if that's happened, like...
Yeah, it's got some stink on it, doesn't it?
It's got some, we know what this guy's like and we don't want to bring him into our club.
And remember Stephen May famously made those comments at the Best and Fairest about them being Collingwood, which, being better than Collingwood, which I don't think actually is a big deal. Like, it's Best and Fairest. Things you say internally.
Not on its own, but when you know the whole Stephen May story.
Yeah, but I just mean that might be a reason why Collingwood's like, screw you.
Yep.
And they don't
Port
mind
Adelaide?
origin players.
They need a key defender.
Yeah.
Poor
You have to
fans have
question
probably
though,
heard that.
when you're like 33 years old and we're talking about 2026, maybe a second year into 2027, would you move to Adelaide?
Prolong
Maybe
your
if you
career.
really wanted to. He's got a contract though with Melbourne.
But
So he's got his
he is-
money.
He won't. They will actively pursue a trade for Stephen May.
But he has to consent to it, right? So like if it's a choice between him and Adelaide for a year, sorry,
He can just sit
staying
on the
in Melbourne.
books.
He can sit on the books. Worst case, he gets delisted and he gets his money.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, well,
case it's
he
probably
might, he
different.
might just choose to do that, but
Yeah.
he does. I mean, as much as he's like doesn't necessarily have the best character potentially to bring into a new club, like he strikes me as a pretty competitive guy who wouldn't necessarily want to down tools. I think he'd want to play, and I think he's got the confidence that he'd want to play. It's just I still think that he could offer something, but I do agree that it would be difficult for a club to say like we're going to bring him in. You'd have to have. I think you'd have to have a really strong culture, which starts to rule out a lot of the clubs that would need him. So like I think he would be great for North Melbourne, but I don't think. Well, I don't culturally.
Yeah,
But I do physically.
Yeah.
Like, could we use his
Attributes.
corpse,
Yeah,
his body?
his corpse.
His height.
Bad word.
I think it'd be a
Yeah,
great
it
pickup.
sounds bad actually. I know you didn't mean it like that.
I think it'd be a great pickup at Collingwood, to be honest. Like him and Maynard in that back.
It would make sense from a lot of POVs, but
Yeah.
I think that Yeah, as you said, I think it sort of implies that there's some knowledge from the cultural element of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's probably where that one ends.
Speaking of Melbourne, again, on Simon Goodwin, he signed Sydney's director of coaching. There was a chance he was going to get to West Coast through the McQualter connection, but I think his wife's based in Sydney, so that's a good move for them. But in a move that's a little bit at odds with some of the things we just said about Melbourne, they seem to be the number one contender for Myercheck if he does not re-sign with Collingwood. Now, where that sits is we're recording this the day before Collingwood playing a prelim. We're not going to get an answer until Collingwood's season is over, whether that's in 24 hours or a week in 24 hours. But Myercheck has a 2-year deal, I think. Is it 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 2-year deal with Collingwood on the table. I think it's most likely he re-signs, but it's interesting that Melbourne's also targeting a Myercheck when they're moving on the older guys. I suppose it comes back to that cultural element as well.
They've always needed that key target.
But he's not even that, really.
Not a
is
key,
he?
but just someone. Well,
He kicks goals.
Yeah.
This actually draws me back into the Stephen King came out. He's a new coach. Like, he's not going to say, "Oh, we're going to be shit next year." But they did. I think he and the president both came out and said, "We're going to be looking to play finals at the minimum next season."
Yeah.
So is that like? And then the Myercheck, if you throw the Myercheck thing in, like, are they actually all in on a sort of rebuild? I know they'll probably say that they're trying to get like a bit of a reset going.
Yeah.
The problem with Myercheck for me, for them specifically, is just that he's only going to be a stopgap at best, isn't he?
Those are important at times, though, I feel.
But it's not like Melbourne are like, say, for example, a North Melbourne where they haven't really built that successful culture. Whereas Melbourne do still have those like Max Gawn types and Jack Viney types. And
would bringing in Myercheck halt the development of any of their young key forwards? So Van Rooyen's going to play.
Yeah.
Kalani White's going to come in.
Yeah.
Not to play, you would have thought.
But like, who else is there? Like, I can't even think of any other.
Jefferson.
Fritsch, if you call him a key, sort of a medium.
Jefferson's still kicking around.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's much optimism about Jefferson's prospects. So
time is running out for Jefferson.
He makes their best 22 instantly better for at least 2 seasons.
Yeah, totally. No, I agree with that. I think he makes he'd walk into most teams, Myercheck. Great player, but yeah, it's more the the injury piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm having a moment here. Lewis in the chat just asked, Jesse, would you go Starcevich, McVie and Young? Rank these defenders you want from most to least.
Who's young?
Who's young? Is it Lewis Young?
Richmond, Tyler Young.
Tyler Young, thank you. I knew I was almost certainly just having a moment.
I only know that because he was linked to North.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, Tyler Young. McVie number 1. Probably then Starcevich, then Young.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Starcevich has been keeping his lips locked on whether. Well, to be fair, their season's not done.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yeah,
we've sort of been going back and forth about this one recently, Jesse. Big contract coming up for him. Like, he's gonna,
Starcevich,
he's gonna get bigger money from like an Essendon, a North, or a West Coast than he is at the Gabba.
Teams should be looking to recruit these types of players when they're down the bottom of the ladder, I feel.
Yeah.
Like those sort of potentially being like players that are being played out of position that they can offer a lot more money to and poach them out of those successful teams. Like it makes sense. I think it makes sense for Starcevich. I mean, obviously he walks into a unsuccessful team at the moment, like West Coast, but he can kind of lead that team forward, right? Like he can be part of the solution.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. That's a sign of the mechanisms of the AFL working well, is when lower teams can do that. We actually don't see that successfully happen. We've seen free agency had the inverse effect where some of the strongest teams get stronger by poaching players from younger teams.
Doing it from a position of strength as opposed to like weaker teams being able to offer more.
Which is a side note. The AFL is considering implementing a signing bonus for free agents that join bottom 4 to 6 clubs, essentially considered to be extra cap space. So if that doesn't make sense, say that West Coast going for Starcevich here, as it people aren't going to like the fact that it's West Coast as an example, but let's say North Melbourne was about to sign Starcevich and it was a choice between West Coast and North Melbourne. West Coast offered a little bit more money. Oh, that's a bad example. Essendon, they're a bottom 4 side too.
Melbourne.
Bottom 5. Let's say that
Sydney?
Hawthorn was going for Starcevic.
Okay.
Okay, just keep it real clean. Hawthorn going for Starcevic, North Melbourne competing for him, and he's in a final side. The idea would be that the AFL would allow North Melbourne to spend however many hundreds of thousands of dollars or a percentage perhaps more on Starcevic that would be paid outside the salary cap, whereby Starcevic is then motivated to sign with North Melbourne over Hawthorn because there is a signing bonus that will be attached to it. What do you think of this?
So I like it in theory. How does that work though? With that's obviously going to benefit massively like a West Coast down the bottom of the ladder more so than it is a North Melbourne or a St Kilda.
Why would it
revenue? You make a lot more money.
Yeah, but so
if it's outside the cap, you're kind of like opening up opportunities for more financial clubs.
Only if it's like held within reasons. We're just talking a couple of $100,000.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Hypothetical. I presume so. It's not like West Coast can just tack on an extra mil. You know what I mean? Like there would have to be mechanisms in place.
Yeah.
And it would assume that North Melbourne can afford to pay outside the salary cap by 200.
Low enough so that it's competitive between clubs, but high enough to incentivize to the player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I actually like this idea.
Yeah.
I think I can't really think of too many downsides.
There's not enough, like season to season, I don't think there's enough mechanisms for teams that aren't doing well to at least have a crack at trying to rise.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of levers. Like you can go to the draft, you can get into these rebuilds, but it hasn't been like compellingly successful for teams that are really bad, like in West Coast and North Melbourne situations, to rise quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it makes sense regardless of the fact we're talking about West Coast right now. But there's been conflicting rumours about West Coast and Starcevic. I read that they offered him $900K at 4 years, which is enormous, or 6 years from Ryan Daniels, and the money wasn't stated. So we'll see on that. It's going to be very lucrative for him, presumably, if he joins West Coast.
It's kind of there's not really a lose situation there for West Coast though. Like if he does a 4-year deal at 900, like by the time you're needing to pay the better players that are developing that big money, he's going to be off that contract anyway.
You can front end it as well. Even if it's 6 and you smooth it out, you can front end it. I don't think there's too much. I'm not too worried about the contract element.
It's a no-brainer, yeah.
It's more about the draft piece and how we can trade for it that I'm concerned about.
Yep.
Devon Robertson is also a decent chance to land at West Coast 2 years after he decided to stay loyal to the Brisbane Lions, which didn't pay off because he didn't play in a premiership.
That must excite you, Jesse. Dev Rob to West Coast, just what you need.
I think he'll make the waffle team stronger.
Which,
to be honest, we do need.
That sort of player is like the exact player that, like, why would you not leave Brisbane?
Yeah, as into
just in general. I mean, it's disappointing that a team like West Coast can't attract a player like that who's on the fringes of one team. I know he's obviously got the potential success dangled there.
Did he play in the 23 grand final? I can't remember.
I reckon he did.
He was in the mix. He was in the mix. Whether he did it,
I actually read that he was signed, still delivered to West Coast, and then his girlfriend had some sort of allergic reaction that was like a little bit dicey, and the club like Brisbane really supported them in that time. I'm not sure exactly what they did, and then he changed his mind. So
sounds like blackmail.
Yeah, they poisoned the fish.
Yeah, he played in the Collingwood loss.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that the season that he had the shirt off in the final?
It was, 23.
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah.
Not the granny, but it was the final, I think.
Yeah.
Was that I reckon it was a home away game.
I reckon
maybe. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Nitty gritty.
The man we call the Sneeze, Calamachi, is expected to request a trade to Adelaide. Not too much to say about that one. We've known about that for a little while, but it's expected to be formalised. Although, Brisbane season hasn't ended yet. So
interesting where he fits in. Keys, Neil Bullen, Rankin. Maybe Rankin pushes into the midfield more. They'll find a spot for him, but.
I mean, I feel like Rankin's already a pretty permanent midfielder. I reckon the one that could make way is like Adelaide would be hoping that Rochelle becomes that primary on-baller, which is probably
there was a couple players in the final series that you're like, oh, the fuck is that guy in the forward pocket? So he'll probably slot in there.
Fell apart a bit for the Crows, didn't it?
It did. Curnow, you're an all-star.
Nice. So we've just had a little bit of not much bubble away around Charlie Curnow. where the three clubs we know that are trying to get him, Sydney, the Gold Coast Suns and Geelong. I read recently that his preference was Geelong, which is interesting. He hasn't requested a trade to them, but
Can I cut in here? He did one of the journalists did like a 1, 2, 3. It was like the Gareth Bale golf Wales Madrid thing.
Yeah, right.
So it was like number 1 Geelong, number 2 Sydney, number 3 Gold Coast.
Okay.
Or it might have been Gold Coast second actually.
Yeah, okay.
Golf at 2.5.
Yeah. You'd think that if you wanted to get out of the club, which I'm not saying he does, but like hypothetically, if Curnow does want to leave Carlton, you wouldn't push too hard on Geelong because they cannot get this deal done. There's absolutely no way Geelong can satisfy Carlton in a trade. Because it's not like the Bailey Smith situation. He's heavily contracted.
Surely that one's please let me do this. But he knows that the Gold Coast or the Swans are more equipped to be able to do it.
Yeah, Geelong are not going to give up any players of any degree of quality.
I think the main interest around this trade is because I think both equally Gold Coast and Sydney, there's absolutely a role there. He makes the team better. They're both clubs potentially on the up, maybe Gold Coast a little bit more so than Sydney. What's the value though? What would Carlton accept for this trade?
Well, they want high caliber players. That's their stance, which implies that they still feel like they're in the competitive window. There hasn't been too much suggestion that they're into draft picks. As I've said, one way they could get involved is if West Coast have pick 2 and there's an aggressive trade involving a few clubs. I can totally see how pick 2 gets to Carlton for Curnow, maybe even with some more. But what they're saying is that they are after established players, even young ones. But we've heard, the 4 at Sydney that they've asked for. There's also been some suggestion that they were after Jed Walter / Ethan Reid from the Gold Coast Suns. The Suns have said they are not up for trade.
Yeah.
So
you'd never just trade like a good professional out of your club, like a Walter Reid if you're Sydney, like one of those midfield stars.
I love Carlton fans are pushing it's got to be Goulden.
Yeah,
so as if they're giving you Goulden.
Yeah.
Just no chance. That would be a loss for them.
And from what
that's true.
We're sort of hearing out of Carlton, it's like he's just not really that committed to the cause of digging deep and being a important player to drive the club forward. So who's going to trade for that attitude?
Yeah,
Fix it up, Uncle.
Geelong could probably get something.
Oh, Geelong, Geelong will probably get him for pick 25.
Yeah. I feel like the best home, if you're Curnow, and the club who already has that established culture, Sydney makes the most sense because they've got a track record of getting these players and making them even better. I think he could play his best football there, and given where their team is at with the midfield quality that they have, they could bounce back next year. Bring in a Curnow, they're serious again, I reckon, the Swans.
Yeah.
And he could be a part of that. So I think that would be the one. I don't think, on that, what you said, Jesse, about where the Blues are at, I think it's a bit wild that they're thinking that they're still in the window.
Yeah.
After the year that they've just had.
Yeah.
It's a bit Melbourne 2.0. Did you not just see that story unfold?
Yeah. I know, I do agree. You do wonder how much of this is posturing.
Yeah.
To set really high expectations about what a trade would cost, rather, and it could end up being pick 2 or whatever. But we'll see. Plenty to play out. We're not really too much closer to finding out. It may well be the case that Curnow stays. Speaking of high-profile trades, we should discuss just quickly, Zach Merritt is doing his best to get out of Essendon. It seemed to have been intensifying even since our last video. I read that he met with Andrew Welsh recently to try and sort of come to terms or meet in the middle, so to speak, with the Essendon Footy Club because the relationship there is so frayed. So just for now, we'll just assume he goes. What do you think is an acceptable deal for Essendon here? Assuming you got to trade him now.
Do you want to go, Drew?
Yeah, somebody.
I don't know. Again, like we were saying about Curnow, do you go to a player at Hawthorn and go, sorry, mate, you want to bring Zach Merritt in? I don't feel like that's how the AFL industry works. Hustwaite's pretty keen for a move, but he's far from a Zach Merritt, so obviously there's going to be picks involved. But if I'm Essendon, I'm wanting young talent that is guaranteed through the door. I don't want a draft pick. I'd want a top line young talent player, but how do you do that?
As in somebody from Hawthorn.
Yeah, you're not going to go tell Nick Watson or Connor McDonald or Cam McKenzie, sorry, mate, you're out.
Nah, but this is how it works, right? So Merritt wants to come to Hawthorn, right? So
Yeah.
Hawthorn don't have to lose anyone.
He's only keen on them as well. That's been reported.
Yeah.
Well, they've got to because he's contracted.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But at the end of the day, like it's been done to death. So I guess I'm going over other people's words. But Hawthorn have the position of power here because they can basically say to Essendon, putting the fear factor into them is saying, well, you can, like, we won't trade for him then. You can have this situation. Like, you can sleep in this situation, essentially, which Merritt walking back into Essendon is not exactly the easiest thing right now, is it?
No.
They have to live with that. So I don't know. Like, I feel like Essendon at this point kind of just have to take the draft picks for him. I mean, he's 30. It's a disaster for them.
See, I still don't actually think it is.
You don't think it's a disaster?
I think it's a great time to cash in on Zach Merritt.
You're not
He's
really
30
cashing
years
in
old.
Yeah, but you're not cashing in with a couple first round picks for Merritt. I don't feel.
I mean, you're talking about him like he's prime Bond.
He's one of the.
I reckon pick 8 and a future first and, roll the dice on Henry Hustwaite. With the position that Essendon's in right now, they're not as exposed from a list point of view, from an experience point of view, as like the worst example, West Coast, right? I think there's enough there that I actually don't think this is a disastrous situation for them. I think it's a PR and cultural disaster a little bit because what it implies is a lack of culture. But I mean, if Zach Merritt is the one we're criticising here for being a big part of that, then he's the sort of guy you don't want at the club anyway.
I agree with that.
So,
But what's a 6-time BNF and a captain of your club worth? If we're talking about Jai Simpkin as like a first round pick, there's levels between Jai Simpkin and Zach Merritt.
Yep.
there's also the age piece, but pick 8 on top of that. And then I would push for your Hustwaites, maybe a Sam Butler, and maybe a Ned Reeves. Maybe not all of those players.
You would need 2 players that you know can contribute to your best 22 and a couple picks, I reckon.
If I'm looking at, I feel like for some reason in this
That's
trade
pretty
period,
extreme. That's like well beyond the Tim Kelly trade.
It's Zach Merritt.
Yeah, but he's 31
he's
next year.
31, yeah.
He's still playing very, very, very
Like,
good
that's well and
football.
truly more than what West Coast get criticised for trading for Tim Kelly.
Yeah, but Zach Merritt. I suppose Tim Kelly was a lot younger.
Yeah, he's 26.
Yeah,
I think.
okay.
And he just had that sort of breakout season. So
Yeah.
you're getting a full career. But I don't know. Like, it's still a bit of a, I see what you mean. I suppose like they've already got, like they're already going to go to the draft with 3 picks. They were a bottom 4 side this year. After about probably round 5 or 6, maybe it was closer to round 10, they were the worst team in the competition just about. Probably other than West Coast. Just throw that drive-by in. So like they're losing probably Jordan Ridley, it looks like.
I don't know if Ridley goes,
So,
to be honest.
so the things that I'm hearing about the Draper situation is that they're looking to do some sort of a deal with the Brisbane Lions. It's kind of a bit like draft tampering here, but we'll give you Ridley if you pay Sam Draper this amount of money, which puts him into band 1 compensation. And then we also get a pick for Jordan Ridley. So basically, like, we'll let Jordan Ridley go. Yeah, you would be.
Yeah, but there's got to be a trade between Brisbane and for Ridley.
Yes.
So
that'll
what
be
would that
separate.
trade be?
But like, we'll let Ridley go, who's contracted, right? For a pick, but also built into the trade will be that Brisbane will facilitate Essendon by paying
Sam
Draper more, which puts him into band 1 compensation. So you're getting
Seems
an
like a
extra
bad idea.
You're getting an extra first round pick.
Yeah.
And Brisbane are paying less. They're just paying cash to Draper. Like, what that does to their salary cap's obviously an issue with the amount of talent they've got.
Well,
but
it makes it harder to keep Stars. Well, Starcevic and Archie will go.
they'll go.
Well, actually, just to put that clearly, Starcevic is probably 50-50. But
Yeah.
you think if they get Ridley as well.
And in
that
Brisbane's
changes it.
mind, they'll bring in players that are more necessary to what they need in Draper in the ruck and Oscar Allen and Ridley as a key position player where they've like had issues covering with injuries and stuff this season.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's different. I was sort of been working under the assumption Ridley's going to stay.
Yeah. It's just an I guess it's the fact that they're already doing that trade with Draper just brings another element to it.
Yeah. On the plus side, though, what it could give Essendon is collateral to then go for a Flanders and get it successfully and still keep 3 draft picks in the top 10.
Yeah.
So like it just gives them flexibility if they do the deal for Merritt is all I'm saying.
I guess like what you'd want to avoid if you're Essendon is losing merit for these picks that are sort of valuable to you, as far as like you're losing the quality of merit, trading for like a Sam Flanders or even on another level down like a Huswaite, and you end up with these guys that aren't that good anyway. And then sort of like you're diluting your picks. You're not getting as many picks in the door. You're losing the top end quality and then not getting anything back.
Yeah, they need to back themselves into draft well. At the end of the day, you cannot make it in this competition if you don't draft well.
100%.
So that's on them.
That's true.
A couple final pieces just on the Bulldogs. So it seems more likely than not Cal Wilkie will stay at St Kilda despite getting $4 million over 4 years offered to him by the Western Bulldogs. The Bulldogs have also turned their attention to Jordan Butts, and boy, does he. Crows it doesn't make sense. The Crows will want to hold him to his contract, and as I said before, the Bulldogs have ruled out a move for May. So they're moving down the list of available key position defenders. Jordan Butts has some value. What do you think of the man they call Cheeks?
There's not a lot of key defenders on the market with like Lee Clear electing St Kilda. Jordan Butts will obviously explore his options.
Tyler Young's another player that's the Dogs have been linked to.
Yeah, but like it sort of baffles me that they've just said no to May. Maybe it's that culture piece, and having Rory Lobb and Stephen May in the same back line could be somewhat problematic, but
That'd be a disaster, wouldn't
beggars
it?
can't be choosers, Bulldogs, and I feel like they're in a window. They're a key back away. So, what was your question?
Can I tap into that like that May Lob piece?
Yeah.
I know like that was said as a joke. I was watching like the Richmond recruiter, like their head recruiter was doing like a podcast on their YouTube channel or whatever. And he actually like one of the things he talked about with the forwards that they drafted, I'm going off on a big tangent here, but he talked about Harry Armstrong and Thomas Sims when they like interviewed them and they were asking them questions about themselves and different players. They both said like when they were asked the question, who's the player that you like playing with the most? They both said each other
Yeah, right.
as key position forwards. And Richmond really liked that
Yeah.
Okay.
as a thing. And it just made me think then when you said about Stephen May and Rory Lobb, I'm like, Western Bulldogs would be looking at that going, that's a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
Like, rule me out of this guy. It's like, if we get Stephen May, we've probably got to get rid of Rory Lobb.
Yeah. But how do they strengthen their key back stocks? Obviously, Busling is still a young key defender.
A pup.
Yeah.
Why do you reckon the Dogs wouldn't be in for like a Ridley? Or does Ridley actually want to get out of Victoria?
I think, as far as I'm aware, he mentioned Brisbane in his exit interview, which is when he dropped the bombshell that he'd be open to a move. At least that's the way it was reported.
Maybe Essendon actually mentioned Brisbane. Maybe Ridley went, I want to leave. And they went, how does Brisbane sound?
Yeah.
Zach Bailey?
Yeah, true. Yeah. Don't know.
That's interesting.
But anyway, Jordan Butts is a worthwhile target for him, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's a decent move. Yeah.
Jaden Stevenson potentially
Where did
returning to the
that
AFL,
go?
Gross.
coming back to replace Jai Simpkin as captain of North Melbourne is the rumour I've heard. What are your reflections of Jaden Stevenson at North Melbourne, and do you think you have any interest in him coming back?
No, so I think the two clubs that he's said that his management or whatever has contacted, I think is Port Adelaide and Carlton.
Yeah, right.
Is that
I actually
correct?
didn't see that.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Like he's been this season, he was playing VFL when he retired from us like last year or whenever it was. He's been playing third division Eastern Football League football, doing really well, but that's not that surprising.
Yeah.
So I don't know where this one goes. Do you reckon anyone's going to be that keen on a Jaden Stevenson a year out of the game when he was sort of struggling?
He'll probably train on a list over summer, won't he?
Yeah, that's
Someone will
probably
give
the
him,
play.
give him a
Yeah.
chance
Yeah.
and see how he goes.
I
But rising star played in that 2018 grand final, didn't he?
Yeah.
And was he not pretty good that day?
He kicked 2 early goals that were very good displays of talent, but then he did
Yeah.
nothing after that.
Yeah, that's the player that he is, isn't he?
yeah.
Very fast.
Mind
sort
you,
of-
Carlton were into Petruccelli. So Jaden Stevenson, come on down.
Well, yeah, he kind of fits like athletically. He kind of fits what they're after, like going for
Yeah.
players like Chesser and like, a lot of speed.
Yeah.
Stevenson has that
That's true.
to him. I just think he's that like there's a mentality issue.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
having a year out of the game's given him something. Like maybe he's found his love for the game again, and he's been a Fridgie all this time. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to dedicate the time I spend to being a Fridgie to being a good athlete and working on my mindset. Maybe I don't know. I don't want to put a line through the boy. I'm going to back him in.
He'll be a premiership player at Geelong in 12 months.
They all are.
Did we talk about the Crows and Petrarca in any depth? I don't know.
No, not specifically. We talked about Petrarca, but
yeah. So it came out again. Obviously, the Petrarca to leave Melbourne story has bubbled away, particularly last year, and it's re-emerged in the last few days. But I think it was a suggestion that he wanted to go to a team in contention, and I think he listed both Adelaide teams. He said either Adelaide team or Sydney Swans were like the clubs that he mentioned there. But I think Adelaide is the most closely linked. They also had some interest in Oliver a couple of years back, which is an interesting move. What do we think about the prospect of Petrarca playing at Adelaide in 2026?
I think that's the club that suits him most.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
That
Kind of makes it more
powerful-
awkward for Calamachi, though. Like, you'd think it's one thing to bring in one half forward, but two.
I think Petrarca would play, if he went to Adelaide, he would play full-time midfield.
Yeah, you'd have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's what they need.
I guess
body.
Archie has that flexibility of like back and forward
That's
a bit too.
Yeah.
But I think Adelaide they're going to be looking to like develop that midfield, but at the same time they want to compete, right? So Petrarca just gives you something a little bit different, and then you can use him in the forward half of the ground as well. So
The new start for Petrarca is going to be great for him, I reckon. Like this year, he looked a bit, I don't know. Melbourne had a tough year as well.
They felt toxic this year, Melbourne.
Yeah, it was a weird
You've gone back and forth on them a lot.
No, I don't know. I felt like the toxicness was more the year before. I felt like it was the downfall. I feel like this year was the culmination of all that. You know what I mean? I feel like this year they sort of weirdly took a step forward whilst like getting rid of Goodwin. Like they sort of started to rejuvenate.
Yeah.
Whereas last year it was like, oh, we're actually in the trenches. So yeah, no, it has undoubtedly been toxic, but I think like this year that there's been like signs for the future. Maybe that's without Petrarca, Stephen May. No one wants Clayton Oliver. Which is
Well, I thought he was still being linked to Adelaide as well.
he had a
Not that I've seen, but maybe. Yeah.
Interesting. I haven't fact checked that at all.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. Well, actually, we have one more question. I'll just quickly answer it. It was from Brenton Sharp. Is there a cheap ruckman for West Coast? Is Soldo worth anything from Port? Played one game this season. I think Soldo would be a great pickup for West Coast from a ability point of view. Like he's an upgrade on what West Coast have. Other than that,
I've heard.
Yes.
I don't know where I've heard through the grapevine, but I'm pretty sure he wants to move back to Melbourne.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
Someone's got to get their fucking hands on Ned Moyle out of the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he's like, I'm good in the Gold Coast, man. Yeah, I like the beaches.
Yeah, that's
Beaches in
weird.
Perth, bro.
Yeah, just shut up.
Like you're not getting a game, and like Witz is only 30, right? Like he's not super
I think he's
old.
a year older than me. He could be a year younger than me, and I'm 31, so maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's just been 30 for a long time in my head. But,
yeah. It's surprised me. Ned Reeves also wants to stay at Hawthorn with Lloyd Meek playing in the team.
Yeah, like just move,
So,
just play. Like you're not getting in.
Laddams is one that like seems to be without a home maybe next year.
Sorry, Woody's just said something really funny. Wooden Spoon data here. Ridley supposedly liked Brisbane for their medical facilities. What a like unbelievable reason to like a club.
No, they're known for that though. Brisbane for being able to their injury management in general. That's not the first time I've heard that.
It's just so like I get it. It's just so funny that like Ridley's so injury prone.
Yeah.
That's the thing that stood out to him.
True.
Like I'm gonna love it in this rehab center.
Yeah. Well, look at these cushy couches. I feel like Jager also, when he went to Hawthorn, that was a reason for his decision making, plus the travel.
Yeah, no, like totally fair enough, and particularly if you have body issues, it probably like you'd probably trust that is going to get you right. It just sounds funny.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the facilities look great. I'm going to be spending all my time on the couch over there, on the massage tables.
Yeah, that's true.
Love that. Sean John Hall just says, what segment is this? Just trade talk? Pretty much.
Yeah, we just wrapped up some trade rumours, but it is time to potentially look at some draft stuff, Dylan. You said suggested during the week we cover this week potential draft sliders and bolters, and you are the draft man. So let us know in the chat anyone you want us to discuss, because Dylan is all ears to you.
There's been a lot of questions coming through, and I think there has been. I guess this is the time for it, right? Like that post-champs, you start to get some guys that are just like coming through. They're having good performances, Coates Talent League finals and all of that kind of stuff, as well as the other state league competitions. So the first one that I have, best on ground here in the recent SANFL Under-18 Grand Final for Sturt. This is Blake Threadgold. This guy, is a wicked key position defender. A lot of vibes of someone like a Jacob Wiedering. Sits at 194 centimetres at the moment, which is a similar height to what Jacob Wiedering was in his draft year, but just unbelievable body positioning, unbelievable intercept marking, and he's athletic enough to get around the ground a little bit. So a big body, but still can move like some of the more offensive defenders, and he uses the ball really well coming out of the back as well. So good performances of recent, like in the champs, he only played the one game. So he kind of doesn't have the body of work from that, and that's why he's sort of coming late. But he has been, he's been mentioned a lot throughout the year without the performances, and that's starting to come together now. And I think if you're looking at this draft, which is a little bit weaker, you could be looking to go for some of those key defenders. Like we've seen Harry Dean really get up the list. He's probably Threadgold's probably not as much of a offensive threat.
Yeah.
But yeah, serious player, and it's starting to come together.
Seems like the sort of draft where that sort of play might be plucked early because there doesn't seem to be a lot of key back talent. And I mean, particularly in the high end, like obviously there's club tied Harry Dean. And then you've got Xavier Taylor, who probably is a bit more utility, like 191 centimetres, doesn't really fit that mould, right? So someone like a Threadgold, who I just learned a lot about, as you talked about him. I know of him. But you feel like there is potential there to bolt if a team needs a key back.
Yeah,
in that top 20
I reckon he's going top 20.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Early shout. I haven't got a ranking in front of me here, but I reckon he's going top 20. Threadgold, just looks a specimen.
Yeah.
Covers the ground well and has all of that, he's got that defensive bone in his body, I suppose, which is really important.
Gross. Were you going to move on? Because I was going to suggest the next player. But
yeah, do it.
I was going to say one of the players that I reckon is one of the more talked about draft prospects this week is Sullivan Roby, 192 centimetre midfielder forward. He's described as Dylan, and Cal Toomey was talking about him as a potential top 10 contender. I think, if I'm not mistaken, ESPN might have had him in the top 10 as well, or somebody did.
I think ESPN had him at 8.
8, that's what I'm thinking of correctly then. All right, what can you tell us about Sullivan Roby and his prospects?
Big-bodied midfielder from the Eastern Rangers who have just qualified for the grand final of the Coates Talent League, so they've had a really good season altogether. He's a really interesting one because we're talking about bolters here. Like all of the other players to some degree on this list are going to be, they're still going to have been talked about across this season. But this guy is like a proper bolter. Like literally nobody knew who his name was. He wasn't playing he wasn't even in the Eastern Rangers team. I think he got cut from Dandenong Stingrays when he was in like under 16s or under 17s. Been playing mostly local football for Rowville in the Eastern Footy League and just had a massive growth spurt at around sort of that, early in the season to late last year. Had a big growth spurt, went from like 175 to 192.
Wow.
Which is just massive.
Patrick Cripps did that.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, with a similar time frame.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. So those players, like from a, I don't know, biological point of view, I suppose you could say, but like because they're playing as smalls for most of their football career up until this point, when they get that growth spurt, they sort of still play like smalls, but they've got a huge body. So, and you can see that in the way that he plays, like the way that he tackles, he looks a bit more like a small forward. Very ferocious, a lot of physicality to his game where you do see sometimes with these bigger bodied mids, they're a little bit like they don't use their body as well because they don't have to. So he's one that's kind of like developed into that body and you can kind of see that. I think the negative about him would still be like the foot skills piece.
Yeah, I've read that about him as well.
Yeah.
Still a bit rough around the edges.
Still a little bit rough around the edges. So that's something that you would have to develop. But the contest stuff, he plays like a small and he's a massive big bodied midfielder. He hits the scoreboard. He accumulates. He does all of that sort of stuff. It's really just the kicking piece for me at the moment. I think like player comparisons, if anybody is a bit of a draft nut, if you remember Jack Ow from last year.
Jack off.
Yeah, Jack off. Bit of a similar player to him. I think he's got maybe the way he approaches the contest and the way he goes after the man from a defensive point of view. I think like Roby or Robbie, whatever the pronunciation is, probably has a little bit more than Al, but yeah, very proficient player. And you don't see bolters like this. So it's a cool one. It's a cool story.
On the ESPN mock rankings there, it said the biggest bolter in a decade. Clayton Oliver might be the one that was a decade ago, actually.
I think that's the one that they're referencing. Like, and I think Clayton was like Murray Bush Rangers. He's from somewhere up there, like Echuca or something.
Yeah. Bless you.
Yeah, good one.
Good.
Good one. But yeah, he's looking like, I mean, I don't know if he'll go top 10, but he might.
We got a question here. Who's around that Eagles pick 15? Well, maybe Sullivan Roby, or even the player we're about to mention next. This is a player I learned about fairly recently, Oscar Taylor. And I took him at pick 21 in our mock draft that we did a couple of weeks back for
did you?
GWS. Yeah, remember we couldn't remember if we'd done 20 or 21 picks?
Yeah.
So I just went with 21 and I picked Oscar Taylor.
Yep.
But tell me a little bit about the 182 centimetre defender.
Pretty prototypical of that like modern day running defender. I think we were talking earlier about a Dan Rioli type coming out of the back half. He's a little bit similar to that. He's got more of a laser left foot kick, I would say, like really addressed with the way that he uses the ball off the back half. And he's rapidly quick as well. So like runs a sub 2.9 second 20 meter sprint. So he's got that real explosiveness to him when he comes running off the back, knows when to defend, when to leave his man and be offensive as well. And I think that's like kind of most of the battle for these like running type defenders. I think there's a bit of scope for him in the future to come in and play a little bit of inside mid. I think with the current Eastern Rangers team with guys like Greaves and Roby and these sorts of players, he's not really getting that role at the moment. But very versatile player, like functionality wise, like his marking is really good and all of the like the offensive and athleticism that he has as well is really strong. So pretty multifaceted player. Where he goes in the draft, I think if you look at a player last year, a little bit similar, someone like a Harrison Oliver, he probably sits somewhere like a similar player to that. So in this draft, I think you're looking top 15.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
And he wasn't, I think early in the season before the champs, he wasn't somebody really, talked about that much, but he's got all the attributes to put it together.
Ollie Greaves. I think since we did our mock draft, he had an insane game in the Coach Talent League. Did you catch that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Do you think there's much potential? Do you think that performance in itself would have elevated his stocks? It felt like there was a bit... It depends what you believed about him to begin with. I feel like I've seen some divisive opinions about, is he in line for one of Essendon's picks? We've suggested that. I've also seen him sort of mid-teens at times.
I think, it's a good question actually about that particular performance. And he's obviously not one of the bolters that we're talking about here. He's just a draft relevant player.
That's right.
I like that. So the performance that he had was he had 35 disposals and kicked 4 goals. I kind of don't think that it is particularly relevant with him because he sort of is what he is. Yeah. He's this like big-bodied physical player, similar to Josh Smiley from last year. Uses the ball pretty well, but not at an elite level either. So you kind of know what you're going to get from him. I don't think he's not going to walk into AFL and start kicking goals. Like a lot of these midfielders at under 18 level can do this. And it's a different level to go into the AFL. So he's going to be more that first possession player. He's really good at that though. Like that's his jam. That's his one wood. And you know what you're going to get. And there's minimal risk to that. So I think if you're looking at a club like Essendon, they're probably going to look to get a player, someone like this, and then maybe be a little bit speculative with some of the other picks that they have. So they might go for like, who do we put them to? Like a Xavier Taylor. Yeah. Somebody like that. Maybe they would look at someone like a Roby and then a more bankable player like Greaves. But as far as like your initial question, the game that he had, don't think it does too much because he's sort of been doing it, maybe not to that quite that level, but he's sort of been doing that to some degree all season.
Fair enough. How would you compare Sharp and Greaves as prospects rather? Like who would you take, ignoring maybe the state that they're from? Yeah. Who do you think has more upside?
Yeah, good question. Same role. So I think they'll both come into the AFL. Yeah. I think
you'd only pick one. You wouldn't go twice with Essendon and take these guys.
There's no one's taken 2 of those guys. Yeah. I have seen some mock drafts where people, I think sometimes look at these guys and they go, oh yeah, Dyson Sharp's probably, I think he's the 6th best player and this guy's the 7th best player. So then they get both linked to Essendon. Highly unlikely that they would do that just because of the similarities between them. I think with Greaves' size, I see maybe like more scope for him to maybe like dominate that position. Yeah. In some ways. That's and fair. He's maybe a little bit silkier than a Dyson Sharp. But I also do rate the dog that Dyson Sharp has in him.
Yeah, and perhaps from a leadership point of view, that's where Sharp makes his money back, so to speak.
Totally. And like you're going to get a lot more defense out of Dyson Sharp.
Yeah,
like
okay.
he's ferocious at the man, like a big tackler. So you've got to think about that aspect as well. And I think the overall leadership that Dyson Sharp provides has to be valued in that conversation. I think maybe like if you're talking about who could be like the best player in the competition in like several years' time, more likely to be Greaves.
Yeah, okay. I understand the logic of that. I kind of wanted to discuss a few players that maybe are not bolters and sliders as such, but maybe just have a big variance in what people think of them. We just talked about Dyson Sharp.
Yep.
Josh Lindsay is also one that I've seen with varying opinions, where some are saying, top 5, potentially Richmond's, one of their 2 picks.
Yep.
ESPN ranks him at 17. What do you make of Josh Lindsay? Do you think there's potential for him to slide out of the top 10?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he's absolutely locked in.
Yeah.
I get ESPN's thinking there, because at the end of the day, these like ESPN rankings, it's like a person.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah,
It's fine. I think it's
person.
Jasper Challiper that does the
Yeah.
ESPN. He's kind of the draft guy, so it's like it's his opinion. And Lindsay, like he doesn't have a lot of, I suppose, what's the word for it? Like X factor about him in a way. Like he uses the ball really well, and again, in a different way, similar to what we talked about with Greaves and Sharp, like they have that one wood of just being like first possession guys, strong around the contest, good clean hands. Lindsay's got that laser left foot kick.
Yeah.
So he's really good at that. So if you're a recruiter, you're going, I know exactly what I'm buying with Josh Lindsay, and I know he's going to come into the AFL. He's got performances already in the bank. We know that he can he's going to be able to step up, do that at AFL level. He works really hard. He's, the captain of Geelong and all of those sorts of things. So he has leadership ability. So there's less risk, but he doesn't have a lot of athleticism. And I think that's like when you're looking at the modern game and how much running's involved, and we're talking all the time about players like Weddle and Ollie Dempsey and these types of players. And some of the modern like running halfbacks and stuff like that too, they have quite a lot of pace. And we talked about Oscar Taylor there. You'd be looking, okay, like Josh Lindsay, I know what I'm going to get a little bit more. He racks up the ball a little bit more, but maybe Oscar Taylor's a little bit more fun, has a bit more speed, has a bit more athleticism, and maybe in 3, 4, 5 years, he's going to be above someone like a Josh Lindsay.
Yeah.
But the risk is low. The floor is high.
I like it. Fred Rodriguez. I'm going to put this one in here. I wouldn't say he counts that. Well, I probably would describe him as a slider, but perhaps
I had him in my sliders list.
Oh, there you go. Because I was going to say the perception, particularly from Western Australians, was this guy was top prospects in 2025. And naturally, we've just seen him fade a little bit in terms of rankings, albeit he seemed to perform fairly well in the champs, at least from a stats point of view. Where do you think Rodriguez now sits in the general pecking order of the draft?
That's a good question. He's definitely a slider. It's weird. He wasn't one for me, like at any point in the season, like even early, that I ever really rated that highly.
Sure.
Without being too hard. Like he's a good player.
Yeah.
Different player, but like I guess like a similar conversation with Josh Lindsay where like not particularly athletic. He's pretty safe and strong around the contest and those sorts of things, and his technical ability, his skills are okay.
Lack of standout attributes, I suppose.
Just
is what we're talking about here. Yeah.
Realistically, like there aren't any great attributes, and I think like a lot of these guys that play in their bottom age year. So he actually had exposure to the under in the under 18 team last year. So you naturally go like the people at Western Australia obviously rated him high enough to put him in there, and he can play, and he's a big body, and he's strong enough, and those sorts of things. But as the season's gone on, he's just like fallen further and further back into the pack, and players develop really quickly and they get better and better as the season goes on. And he's kind of like on the treadmill a little bit, I feel, is really the main, like the story of Fred Rodriguez. But this happens to players a lot. I think like Tom Gross. Luke Parker would,
and then he ended up being a great player.
Yeah, and it can happen like that. Like they can be overlooked, these sort of like good footballers that lack athleticism, and it comes to the draft time, and there's like a nervousness to actually take them high.
Is that why Murphy Reid sort of slid last year? Was it just that athletic profile?
Athletic profile,
Yeah, definitely would have been
for sure.
Yeah.
Is there a bit of talk that Fred Rodriguez only wants to play in Perth as well?
Did they?
I've heard that.
I have heard that rumor too.
That's interesting.
I think that is unusual for a guy not in the first round calculations.
Yeah.
He may have a good reason for that.
Yeah, I was going to say like that may be like family based or something like that. But no, like he'll get drafted. You asked me what range. like I couldn't see him going inside the top 30.
Yeah, I think Toomey had him in his next 10 in his last rankings, I think. He
Yeah.
does his 30 in his next 10. Yeah.
It will be interesting actually who goes after Jacob Farrow, who goes as the next Western Australian product. Like I think it'll probably be out of he or Swadling, which kind of ties me, while we're on the Western Australian flavour, another one I had in the sliders was Cody Curtin.
Yeah. He's also considered pretty high. I'd say first round was my vague understanding of his value, and now he seems late draft, if anything.
Yeah, and like he's still kicking goals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Was part of the AFL Academy side, but that's like, again, it's another one of those things. Like they kind of distribute some of these things like the academy team and the under 17 futures. They try to make it very national, and then as the season goes on, like it does tend to be saturated a little bit more with Victorian players. But I think like Cody Curtin, most people will see him, like they'll see the name, right? And they'll think like he's a clone of Dan Curtin.
Yeah.
But he's significantly less mobile than Dan Curtin.
Yes.
Like he's he's taller. He's 200 centimeters, but Dan's like, Dan's 197.
Yeah.
But at 17, 18, he's 200 centimeters. So he's a big boy, very wide, very strong. And again, recruiters tend to look at these guys in the draft as like they can bully and dominate smaller bodied players. And then how is that going to look in AFL if they can't run and they're not mobile enough? I think like you've probably seen that a little bit with a player like, say, Jed Walter, who still looks pretty good, but like doesn't have that mobility factor. And I think Curtin's even maybe less mobile again. So that's where he's like fallen a little bit.
Yeah. I'll let you run through a few of the names you got there.
Yeah, well, I just had a couple to mention, like Liam Heatherton. And this one's no fault of his own because he hasn't really played all season. He was in Cal Toomey's top 10 right at the beginning of the season.
Don't know too much about him. What kind of player is he?
Key forward.
Yeah.
So, 197
right,
centimetre. He only played about 2 or 3 games at the beginning of the year. Looked really good, but we just haven't had the exposure, so he's naturally going to slide. Max King, the Sydney Academy player, I think he's been like a natural slider. Didn't have an amazing champs. Like he's got traits and he's got that athleticism. So a lot of these other guys, it's been because maybe they don't have enough athleticism. He's got plenty, but just hasn't been able to put the consistent performances together. Whether that's Sydney maybe hiding him a little bit, like positionally, they're not playing him in the midfield. They're more playing him as a key forward.
That's right, yeah.
And the last one I had was Thomas McGuan, who came in probably a bit like Fred Rodriguez to me. Like coming into the season, I wasn't as big on Tom McGuan, but a lot of people had him around that top 10 mark. And he's another one, like highly skilled footballer. But what's he going to be? What's his point of difference at AFL level would be the main question on him.
I would throw Bo Adensall maybe as into this mix as well, as just another academy player who was ranked highly at the start of the year. And now it doesn't seem like a given that Gold Coast will be able to will even recruit him.
Absolutely.
They might be able to sign him as a Cat B if he goes undrafted. So he probably does end up.
Oh, he won't go undrafted.
Yeah, okay,
someone will bid on him for sure.
Yeah,
he's good enough to have that. I think there is a little bit of a slide. I think like a natural slide as well, where like the bid won't come as early as people would have had. He's a good one. I didn't think of him.
Yeah.
But yeah, also like I think there's just that volume of academy players for Gold Coast where they're getting to the stage where they're like, he's a bit vanilla.
Yeah, which is a good result for the league if it, if it's not. It's good for the league if they can't keep all these players. So if they're going open pool, then the academies become less of a problem. Although in this case, we're talking about a player that Gold Coast may not need because they're so good.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to like. I know what you're saying. It's like you look at Euland and Patterson, and you're like, fuck, they're both so good.
Yeah.
Like I even think they're being slightly underrated in the crop just because again, like they're academy. So people sort of like have less focus on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else before we wrap up?
I think that is a wrap. What are we at here? 11:47 p.m. It's gotten away from us, hasn't it? 101 still on the stream.
It's actually been our biggest live show this year. So thank you very much,
Has
guys.
it really?
Yeah, just in terms of the total audience over the 4 hours or whatever it's been. So
good.
Thank you so much for being here and showing up every week. And yeah, we really appreciate it. It's good fun doing this show.
Awesome, guys. And
as always,
Vicar.
Thanks, Vicar. Thanks again. And if you have any more questions, like pop them in the stream will be there on YouTube, so you can put questions in there and we'll try to get back to them as well.
Chuck us a follow on Instagram as well. We're getting a bit more active on there. True Footy AFL. And then you guys have channels. Instagrams.
most of these clips too, like we kind of do these segment parts like the end here, and we'll have those on YouTube as well. So you can watch back the videos like during your week, going to the gym and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Just kicking back with a couple of Pinot Noirs.
Pinot Noirs.
2.
Exactly. That is a wrap from Footy from the Flat.
Let's
we'll
go.
see you
One to go.
next time.
We'll see you
Brownlow
Monday.
Medal.
See you Monday.
Monday.
And we'll see you for the
Grand Final.
We'll see you at Revolver.